Batman. Yeah. Turned out so ridiculously good. Oh, amazingly so. I think my only complaint.
I mean, on the bright side, I'm sitting down this entire time, so you know.
I don't know.
Another 11 fires to put out.
Can always head back upstairs.
But no, this is the time that I treasure right here. I will do anything. And I love the shiny box. I really got to say, it's cool. Okay, so people can hear us. Fans, can you see us and hear us? Audio is almost normal there. Well, we are almost normal.
That happened yesterday too at the start. Pretty sure it's con problems. It
is always con problems. We are in a very interesting.
So before you get into your spiel, let's just give it a sec or two. Make sure it's stable. Make sure Terra Noir. Comstar is keeping the. CFox keeping the HPGs level. Ish.
Yes.
So far, so good.
Yes. Ish.
Clear now. Good.
I've received 100 messages today with restreaming chat.
Mic improved. I can neither see nor hear you.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Lorcan's on the other side of the world, so, you know.
That's fair.
I blame the Gothic dimension. Video is cutting out.
CGL killed Comstar, therefore they must suffer eternal technical difficulties.
I mean, you know.
Don't tempt fate, Randall. That's fair. That is very fair.
Very fair.
It's just completely crashing now.
I might be messing with you. Of course. Of course Lorcan is. Of course. Okay. I think we might be ready to go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready for us?
I can start singing the Batman thing again. Batman, Battletech. Okay.
Marco, you want to come join us? Come on in.
Oh, hey, Marco Mazone is going to come in.
Story if Marco is not here. Now we need to
over.
screw everything. Oh, well, do you want to go that way and I'll just sit in the middle?
Sure.
That way we can knock all this stuff onto the ground? Knock that stuff on the ground. This is even better.
Before you start, will aces be compatible with Vs? Absolutely.
Oh, I need
probably
need to
scooch in further, and he needs a headset.
Can you want me to switch off yellow for him? Just make it easier. Is there another one?
No, right here.
We got an orange cord.
Yep. Yeah, but
and
let's,
we got the headset. Got it.
Nope.
Nope.
Is that enough to come all? Yeah, there we go. There we go.
See, everything works
Is
out
Randall's luck with dice spreading to electronic stuff? Very well could be. Very well could be, man.
Dice, travel. We're still live. I'm good with all of this.
Hey, I actually made it to Adepticon mostly on time, unlike last year, where I was stuck in Colorado for
And tell us again why you were stuck in Colorado.
Because somehow it never occurred to me that the United States of America would have a highway that is shut down like 30 days out of the year. Highway 80, the most closed highway in all of the U.S. And we went through in the wintertime, and so we're stuck for like 18 hours on the freeway. You know, thousands upon thousands of cars in front and back of us. It was wild.
I'm liking these. An Italian torpedo has wrecked the radio room. Leviathan.
Yes, I love my Italians.
Man, really committing to that April Fool's, having physical products made, mass-produced, distributed. Such commitment to the joke.
Oh, yeah. You know us and our jokes, man. We are committed.
I like Battletech Gotham. I like that thought. That's pretty great.
I wouldn't mind drawing some of that.
True Gothic, real Randall? Yes, I am real. Yes.
You can't tell the beard is correct that color.
You need a CFox IT specialist to travel with you down.
Correct.
Technically, that's...
We have one.
We do.
We have got Devin from Six Sides of Gaming. He is a miracle worker.
Awesome.
He is my personal hero.
streaming is complicated when you're taking up mobile. So I-80 is a trap. Drive I-90 the winner. I know that now.
We're not making jokes about Phantom mech ability. We're not making jokes about Phantom
Are
mech.
you kidding? I'm with him. Battletech Gothic, we should lean into that.
Yeah, get into the ghost stuff, man.
You could totally get that.
Battletech Ghost. That's the.
There you go.
That's
Ghost Galaxies.
Ghost Galaxies. Oh,
Okay, so now, go. Get us our
Alrighty
spiel now
then.
from the very start. From the top.
Take 7. Welcome back, everyone, to Adepticon Day 2. You are here at the Catalyst Game Labs and 6 Sides of Gaming streaming booth. We are doing a special broadcast this morning about Battletech Gothic. I am now here. We did have some technical difficulties, but we made it even better. Not only can you hear us now, but we have increased our footprint, which is lovely. I have got here with us Randall Bills, chief designer and grand poobah of all things Catalyst, because they still don't know your title. It keeps switching every day.
It does. I've kind of settled on creative director, but I do have a few too many hats I wear.
Creative director, will go with that.
It's very all-encompassing.
Oh, yes. And then the special guest who just came in a few hours ago, art director Marco Mazone.
Fashionably late.
Fashionably late. We are so happy to have you here, my friend. Not to mention, you have just taken the ball and you are running with it. So we appreciate that you had some time for us at all.
Oh, of course.
So, and for those that don't know, Marco Mazzoni has been doing covers, well, in a lot of art, but really covers for us for a lot of years now. All the Eridani Light Horse art that we've been plastering everywhere. One of my all-time favorite Marauder pieces, the Red Duke that was on the Battlemech manual a few years ago. That was Marco. Marco was also art director on the DLCs for Harebrained Schemes Battletech computer game. So he comes with a master's degree in these illustrations that we love, and we are happy as a clam to have him on board. And as for those that don't know, Brent Evans, who was our art director and the Battletech line developer for a bit, has moved on, and we love him to death. We are still continuing to work with him on the side, but Marco has stepped up and will be taking his place as the Battletech art director. So we are incredibly happy and blessed to have him with us.
Incredibly so. And you may not be able to see that, but directly to our left, nearly dominating the hall, the largest banner that's down here in the gaming hall, is one of Marco's pieces, the ELH piece, which I love dearly. And of course, for everyone who has seen me stream from home, I've got the Red Duke on my back wall.
Nice.
So
It's
we've got
so
all the
good.
great
That
stuff.
Red Duke is so good against that white.
Yeah.
Just makes that red and black
And I gotta
pop
thank
so
Brent
well.
for that. That was his idea.
Yeah.
He knew, that nice, cool light blue with that bright red Marauder is
Yeah.
just gonna pop. And oh man,
Yeah.
it just made itself.
Yeah.
Credit where it's due. I'm very happy you chose him as the new art director. An incredibly good decision. Are there any more plans for updated mech design sculpts? I would love more mech.
Always more mechs.
I would say we have an
no shortage of
ocean.
mechs coming in the
We have an
pipeline here.
ocean of new designs.
Will
you know
a
what?
schedule for
Let's,
the streaming be put out?
Let's have
We've
some
put
fun.
out several. Unfortunately, they keep changing because between delivery items, we were going to show this off yesterday. It did not come in. Travel items. And just because it's a lot of fun here. For anyone who was here yesterday morning, our booth, the line wrapped through 5 other booths. We were absolutely packed. Oh, it was all hands on deck. We actually had to hold off for an hour. It is great.
Yeah, so you can't quite see it really well,
I can't see it.
but that's literally a render of the Shiro, which is coming for one of the Kirita packs. I think maybe just during the live stream, I'll randomly show up. I'll hold it back up, but then I have to find it again. Which one were we going to? That one?
We can see that pretty well.
You can actually.
Do you want me to hold it up? Here,
Yeah. Thank
here.
you. Nope, now you're going too
hold
far.
on.
Too slow, too
My
fast.
spatial awareness is terrible.
No, now you got to.
There
There
we
you
go.
go!
There we go.
Yay!
We got it. Teamwork.
So anyways, we just did that because
Hold
it's
that for a
literally almost every day or every other day I get on my phone, sketches, renders. We really do have an ocean of mechs coming.
Yeah.
It's just a glorious time to be a Battletech player, glorious time to be working on it.
But so there we are. But we need to come back to the number one question that everyone is asking themselves. Marco, what have you done for us lately? By which I mean,
Oh,
let's
boy.
show off right now. That's great.
Well, I like monsters. I like robots. I got to combine the two very recently.
Well, we already did that. As I said, Randall Bills is here with us today.
It's the robot or the monster? I can't remember.
Yes, we combined the two. We
So
love them.
are we getting the loading wheel again? So we crashed? Oh yeah, we're back. Thank you. By the way, thank you for everyone that immediately tells us that, so we can get on that.
Yeah,
so,
that's
anyways,
helpful.
we sent it out to a lot of different artists, and really somewhere in the midst of that, I think it was Brent that was like, you know, Marco probably is the guy that you want to do this, and I'm thinking, well, Marco's amazing, but he does mechs, right? And
I
then
can do two things. It's fine.
well, and then Brent's like, no, go look at this, and I'm like, oh, okay. And so that's when I then reached out to Marco and went, hey, do you want to do this wacky thing?
I think I said yes with like 5 exclamation points.
Oh
Like, I
yeah,
was definitely like,
absolutely.
yeah,
you
yeah,
were
please.
you were 1,000,000% in instantly.
Yeah, and that just happened to coincide with the time that it was shortly after I was let go from Harebrained Schemes, unfortunately. But that gave me more time for Catalyst, and so I was just like, yeah, feed me all the work you can. So, yeah, it just
You
worked
heard
out
it here, folks.
perfectly. Yeah, oh, and they're keeping me busy. No worries there.
Oh, yes. Excellent. So, but we've got some stuff to show off right now, so that is lovely. We'll get back to some more questions in a little bit and to dive a little bit more into the history of things. But Randall, you've gotten in the prototype box right here. What do we have here to play with?
So first of all, to be very clear, this is a prototype. This is not final production quality. I would call it about 90% there. But yes, we have this insanely big box. Because as usual, we at Catalyst can be really ambitious, and I can always be super ambitious, as my kids will constantly complain to me.
We.
Yeah.
We.
Okay, so
box
it's supposed to be.
designer right
Okay.
there.
And there's just so much content in this box that the manufacturer kept coming back to us and went, well, you just added this new thing, and so we have to keep increasing this box size. So I think it's almost 3/4 of an inch taller than the Game of Armored Combat. It is just meaty. And actually, a really big part of it at the very end is this bad boy is just so chunky that like they had to, like, the extra like, you know, 1/8 of an inch they had to put in it was so that our
Just
that
for the
could
king
fit.
crab.
But yeah, so we've got a full spread. We've got, of course, the 8 miniatures, as we discussed in the last stream. Every one of the Atli here has a different head for the 5 different factions. They are tension fitted. It's actually phenomenal how good they are. We then have different unique tabards and that go on the back of each one of them. And then we even went so far as to make the little bas relief icons that I kept telling, no, Marco, I need more detail in this tiny little hole, and then yelling at
I
Chris.
was like, it's not going to work.
It's not going to work. And then going to Chris at Lee, and they're looking at me like, are you insane? You want to do what? And then we've got the record sheets. As you can tell, these are full color and laminated. We went absolute with the glossy design. Even though this is in a book form because of how they put it together, it actually will be just like the premium sheets that we did, individual sheets, full color, a whole other set of your fantastic Abomination sheets. We have Alpha Strike cards for all of it. Mech pilot cards. We even have battlefield support cards for the Abominations for those that want to try to use that. And then Herb's really great short story. We've got 2 die-cut sheets. All of
I'm
the
actually
Abomination.
weirdly pumped about these die-cut sheets, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm usually not excited about that, but we
No,
put a
they're
lot
really
of
cool.
work
And
into that.
even
Yeah.
cooler, we made sure to put basically a fog of war design on the back so that you know an Abomination is coming, but you're not sure what. And Herb had a lot of fun building that into the different scenarios. And then we have these monstrous books. So the primer in the A Game of Armored Combat is 24 pages, and this one is 72. And the reason we went kind of nuts is because this is a one-off thing, right? This is the universe contained in a box. As Lauren said, we might do, say, an Abominations pack,
Yeah.
one other kind of thing, and then we're off. And so we're big universe builders. We're huge about the fiction and this lore that we love. And so I wanted to make sure if somebody's going to crack this box open and is going to fall in love coming to visit this cool, fun setting, that they have enough meat on the bones to get into it. And so that's why there's so much in here. And then, of course, I also wanted to show off Marco's amazing art. In fact, in the back, literally, this is already at print, by the way. And he shows me, which I hadn't seen up to that point, one of these pieces of art that showed the back off. Oh, he's doing the top-down view. Sorry, guys. I didn't realize we were going that way. So he shows this piece of art to me, and I'm like, that is the coolest stinking thing, particularly if somebody wants to like try and paint this.
Yeah.
And I'm immediately like, I want one of everyone, and I will just make the book bigger. And Lauren's over in the corner grinding his teeth because I just want as much art in there as possible.
Oh, it's gorgeous art.
Oh, it's so
everyone
good.
Wants those.
And then for the rule book, the reason the rule book is so big, so the rule book in a Game of Armored Combat, I believe, is 64 pages. This is 120 pages. A part of that absolutely is because of the additional rules for the Abominations. But also a part of it is that once we needed to do a technical readout presentation of the Abominations, right? Because again, tech readouts are the bread and butter of what we love about Battletech. And so we had to put that in there. And then, of course, I'm like, well, if we did a tech readout for the Abominations, we have to do a tech readout for the mechs. And so then we had to do a tech readout for the mechs. Marco, please give us more art.
Yeah.
And so that's why those books are so big. So when you put it all together, the interior components are 3 and 4 times overall what is in a Game of Armored Combat. Hence why this monster box is just so huge. But it was just such an amazing, fun experience to work with Marco and to work with Herb, to have Ray looking over my shoulder, not making sure I'm running too far off the rails.
And every time you'd come up with a new idea, like, oh, what if we had this? Like, I would just jump at him and give you 3 or 4 more pieces of art for it every time, you know?
Yeah,
It's
so
just
there are 3 experiences when I got to be incredibly involved on the art side in development that are just super special to me. One is the Celestials, working with Brent. I actually see Brent... I see the Celestials almost as the prototype of what we then did in our modern releases of redesigning and creating kind of a new unified look. And that was just so much fun. The second one was working with Doug Chafee when we built the Leviathans universe.
Very true.
And here's a man who did concept sketches for NASA spaceships before NASA launched them, who has, you know, almost any 4-star general or anything, admirals have his painting on their wall. And for a while, Marine One, a giant Marine One of Doug Chafee's hung in the White House.
wow.
So here's this guy that is a master class, and he's sitting there practically next to me going, can I do giant mechs with you? Can I do giant, you know, floating battleships? And so being able to create that universe was amazing. And now this is like a new third one that I get to add to this, to be able to just endlessly go back and forth with Marco, to have him, you know, no, that's not the right way to go. What if we go this way? Or the times when he sent me something like he was just saying, I'm like, no, what if we do this?
Yeah.
And Marco's like, oh, yeah.
There's
Then
a lot of
what
like,
if we do
yes
this?
And we're like, ooh,
and
how about that?
Yeah, that back and forth is fantastic. And yeah, I think you see somebody giving Dak, as always.
Oh, yes.
Huge shout out to Dak. The graphic design of everything, the graphic design of these amazing pages. Dak always takes the great work that we do and just elevates it to a whole other level. So, yeah.
Awesome. Sounds good. So we've really shown some good stuff. We're running on a really nice time frame right there. So let's go to the fans right now and see what we're looking at. If you'd put in any questions earlier, remember they are swinging through a little fast, so please feel free to put them up in the chat, and we will work with these two wonderful gentlemen to give you a deeper focus right in on the game for Battletech Gothic. So send your questions right now. You guys are dangerous when you get creative. That is very
You know what?
true.
That is a high compliment.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, right? So I will say, while we're going to be answering questions, I would love from Marco to have him kind of ask what were some of your inspirations, right? Where did you draw this from? Because I literally got almost back-to-back emails.
Oh yeah.
I've
seen
totally
that
looks
one.
like 40K. I can't believe you did this. And then the very next one was, well, if you meant to make it look totally like 40K, you failed because it looks nothing like 40K. And so I want to be clear. We did not go into this saying, hey, we want to make a 40K ripoff.
Yeah.
Instead, let's be clear. If you guys have seen all my photos at home, I own a huge pile of mini games, including a ton of Games Workshop games.
Oh, we still love.
Right?
Absolutely.
They make amazing games. They make
huge
amazing
inspiration
universes. We are fans of the Gothic aesthetic, and this was a moment to be able to go, what would we do if we wanted to play in that space? And so I just love to, as we kind of are answering questions and stuff, I'd love to kind of have you break in with what were those inspirations? What did you draw from to create this look?
When we're talking about 40K, like my inspirations from 40K were specific to some 40K artists. So like I love Adrian Smith's work, like watching how he composes the scenes. And I mean, if you look at the cover, obviously I can't touch his quality, but there's a lot of just the density of details that he puts into it, the way he uses the color when he does. It's just, that's the kind of stuff I pulled from 40K as far as the inspiration. But a lot of people rightfully called out some inspirations from Doom. Absolutely, there's definitely a lot of that with the Abominations, but what I'm seeing a lot of people missing is my inspirations from Quake 1 and 2, actually. If you look at some of the Abominations, like you can see the Shambler, you can see the Fiend. Like, I mean, of course I did my own spin on it, but yeah, I mean, I'm just pulling from all these different sources and just like making a soup out of this. And yeah, with the mech designs themselves, like we had a lot of back and forth about how much detail we can put into it. And, we want to do spikes everywhere, but that's not going to print with like the sharp pointy spikes. So we have to like really think about print size and how we're going to get that detail in there. Yeah, I mean, I think we started with the Abominations and, well, we started with the Atlas, but we justified some of the designs by how these things would evolve from the Abominations. So they have these, actually, let's see, I don't know if we can get a good, where are we? Here we go. So they have all these like spiky bits, and I was thinking about, if these guys are getting swarmed with these Abominations, what would keep them from getting up and clogging the joints? So they have a lot of these like ribbed, shrouded joints to kind of keep things from gunking up the works. One of my favorites actually is the Scorpion. It's got let's see if I can get the camera in there, that nice scoop on the bottom. So, if he wants to mash into some Abominations, he's not going to get gummed up there. And a lot of these sort of like ribbed structures just lend themselves to Gothic architecture as well, so it sort of like synergizes that way. So yeah, I mean, we pulled from actual architectural influences as well, but not too directly. We don't have too many spires on these guys.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful. I appreciate it, Marco. All right, we've gotten a ton of questions, so we appreciate that. We're going to start at the other end because I'm using the most popular ones first. First and foremost, did we show the Abomination figure?
We did not.
The elephant on the table right there.
Let me reach across.
And this is purely for display at this point.
Yeah,
that's FYI.
Yeah.
Welcome to the new scale, folks.
I just want to get this up here, but our CSO painter, Dale, did such a fantastic here we go. Did such a fantastic job with this guy.
Yeah, I love the detail. I'm going to have a hard time not wanting an Atlas to scale to that thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Removable head.
we
Yeah,
might
removable
have,
head.
We might
Oh,
have
of
a nice
course.
little diorama at Gen Con for these guys.
Yeah, 100%.
Abomination plushies. We'll keep asking. I'm a big fan of the theory. Is this going to be Aces compatible?
Well, this is so. A slightly broader question is, this is 100% classic BattleTech. This is the Game of Armored Combat rules that then have the rules for Abominations that are kind of a combination of battle armor protomechs plugged into that. And so it is not currently compatible with Aces, but only because Aces is Alpha Strike. But we absolutely already have a development underway for a classic version of Aces. And then once that's, we're hoping by Gen Con, I would love that, if not at least by the fall, there will be an open beta that will, just like we did with Aces Alpha Strike, that will send that out there, and then absolutely that would make compatible at that point.
Who's the point of view character for Battletech Gothic?
That I believe is done from one of the Terra Noir. So Terra Noir is the Comstar of this new setting, and I believe the point of view, a lot of the writings and stuff is that. So as usual, when I send these files off to print, this was months and months and months ago. In fact, quite a few months ago. And so I don't quite remember his exact name, but you'll find that actually in the primer because, the primer's on the internet. So
Well, that's for the primer. Actually, the entire setting comes from the perspective of a pre-center equivalent called Rondel Bowles. Luckily, that is always the creation that we love here.
that's so weird.
Shocking.
What a
do the
crazy random happenstance.
Does the Abomination rules include locational damage? Are they just... We've got the
No,
full
no, no.
sheets right there, number one.
Oh, they are not really. It's definitely a little more. I know it's kind of hard to see, but it's definitely more battle armor oriented, where each of them are individuals, but you can do it as a group of them. So it's kind of hard to see.
Can we
literally,
try to get this a
yeah,
little
maybe
closer
get that
to
a little
people?
closer. Show that front and then that
We're
back.
getting a lot of questions about the
See if we can get
Abomination
without the
rules.
glare.
There we go.
Awesome.
And then
There
you
we
can
go.
turn it over. So that's one of the giant ones, and then one of the small ones. So you can see that it's very much more battle armor oriented,
Yeah.
with just a slight flavor of protomech in there. And so you're very much using a swarm of them.
Will we get more quads like the Great Turtle? I would love to see a Gothic Great Turtle.
Oh, I see. The Great Turtle is actually my design, and I love that thing. It is so ridiculous.
Yes.
And actually is a fun little Easter egg. I've had actually a few fans come up to me and ask me this. Back in the 80s, George R. R. Martin was the editor for a series of crazy superhero novels, collections of short stories. Is it Wild Cards? That was the name. It
Wild
almost
Card,
went out of
yes.
my hands. And there was a guy in there called the Great Turtle, and I absolutely named him after that.
Nice. What more Gothic fiction will get beyond the booklet in the box?
That is absolutely up in the air at this point. In fact, before we came online, Michael and I were talking about whether a one-off novel could be done or not. It's certainly possible. It's always the balance, again, as we've had a lot of people wondering, hey, did you delay anything to get this thing out? Did you delay my beloved Battletech to get this out? And the answer is a definitive no.
Yep.
That's why we went a completely different channel. And so, but at the same time, we would want to make sure that, all the great Battletech fiction we have going doesn't run into that problem. But if we can find a place to put it in and we see enough interest from the fans, I'd love to see a Gothic novel.
Oh, I agree. So what's the lowdown on factions on Gothic, and how are they different from their canon counterparts? Very good question.
That's a lot to go over. The factions, really the universe stays mostly the same up through most of the Star League. As with all great alternate settings, kind of the change point is somewhere in the early Star League. The scientists figure out how to make abominations effectively, kind of crack open the DNA code and make whatever you want, and then they get rid of it, they hide it because hey, maybe we shouldn't do that. And then as the Star League is falling and all the great great houses, go to war, they get a hold of that, and then they are like, hey, new weapons, right? And then it all starts to propagate. That kind of is what transforms the factions as these abominations and all that comes with it explodes out.
Nice. Will Battletech Gothic have the appearance of the Black Marauder?
We actually were just talking last night that this Gothic Marauder has pretty good indications of being a Black Marauder.
Horse Tech when. Give them Solaris tourney rules. I like that theory. When are we getting Godzilla versus Battletech?
Actually,
Look down.
Yeah.
I mean, that's literally, that's literally right there. Actually, it's actually one of the fun things of being here at the convention. Yeah, we'll kind of set that up a little right there.
When the Atlas
Look at those
is
guys.
the little guy.
Yeah, when the Atlas is a little guy. No, I've actually had quite a few people at the show excited coming up with this whole, I get to have kaiju and mechs fighting on my table? And I'm immediately like, I hadn't actually made the connection from the leap from abominations to kaiju, which is kind of
the first thing I thought.
Yeah, it just never entered my mind. But the moment somebody said, I'm like, of course that's what it is. Yes. So
we've got a great connection question right there. Western-themed box set, Atlas in a cowboy hat, Goliath with saddle and reins, an actual reason to run a quick draw. All good points, but that is a fantastic
an actual
segue.
reason to run a quick draw.
But that's an
Thank you
awesome
for that.
segue into what the heck is a Battletech Continuum game. Let's talk about the Battletech Continuum because that goes to a core of what we've been talking about.
Yeah, so again, the idea here is we never wanted this to be a one-off setting and we're done. We wanted this to be a moment where we could explore new possibilities. Battletech's been around for 40 years. As Lauren and I will both say to anyone, we have talked with Jordan. We have gone over the FASA numbers of what they had at their heyday, and we are absolutely at the height of sales of players, and we're just growing. And we plan to keep doing that. I believe last week 4 new force packs dropped into retail.
Yep.
But at the same time, we're creative. We love lots of different parts of this hobby. We want to explore more. And so we came up with, I believe that name came from Dak. So giant shout out because we were all kicking around the verbs and adjectives, like what can we call this thing? But this is simply for those that are Magic the Gathering fans, this is our Universes Beyond. This is our official alternate settings that we're going to go play a little bit. And if you love the models and want to throw them on your table, awesome. If you actually want to get in and have a game that's set within this and pull out MechWarrior Destiny or Time of War, awesome. Right? Can you imagine role-playing in this?
Yeah.
That's super fun, right? Super dark. But this is simply the first of what will be many. So if you haven't seen our promotional video that we put out, it turned out fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm so happy about that. But in there, you'll see a segment of the video towards the end where it shows concept sketches on rockets and ray guns and anime, which will be our next 2 boxes that we're doing. The rockets and ray guns, I think, is much further along. We have a much better feel for where that's going. The anime one, we're still trying to zero in on where we want to go with that because there's just so many. I mean, it could be anything,
Yeah,
right?
there's a
There's
huge
so
sandbox to
many
play in.
directions. Whereas rockets and ray guns has a really good
Yeah.
aesthetic to sink our teeth into. And then who knows where we'll go from there. It could be steampunk. It could be solar punk. Some fans have already been begging us for like a cool World War I or World War II
Yeah,
alternate
I'm down with
setting.
that.
Yeah, right. So am I. AT-43 was an old World War I, World War II minis game that was just such cool aesthetics. So we're gonna be doing this for years to come. And again, this isn't the next box could be 18 months before we get there. So we don't have any rush to do this. But we're just going to experiment, and hopefully you guys will join us on these little forays into different directions. I don't expect everyone to love everything, though, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
But I think some are going to go, Gothic is for me, or nope, that's not for me. Ooh, I'm totally on board with rockets and ray guns. Just gives us a chance to create cool art and cool universes to visit.
Yeah, stretch our world building muscles.
Yeah, stretch our world building muscles. Yep.
+1 for Solar Punk. Let's get some hope in there. Thoughts on box sets that take advantage of classic campaign books, Luthien Box, Battle for Terra, Coventry, Hesperus 2.
Actually, I'll go ahead and throw out there that we have, that Ray came to me with the coolest idea, which was a Hesperus box. That's a big, beefy campaign box that covers all, like, whatever it is, 15, 16 Hesperus battles. That might cover a new Hesperus battle that is probably going to happen here not too long.
We may or may not have art in the pipeline for that already.
Art's already being worked on.
That Marco is sending to my email shortly.
It might be the first appearance of the classic version of Aces. Like, we have some big plans. So again, we're out here playing because we love it, but we love Battletech, and we have so much amazing stuff coming for that. And I love box set RPG games. Like, I miss desperately the Earth Dawn par-length box, or some of the old D&D boxes, the Dark Sun box, right? And to be able to come back to Battletech with one of those, kind of a Solaris 7 meets a Earth Dawn or a Dark Sun par-length box, with all the goodness that we have built in, and being able to play through all of those campaigns across centuries, that I'm just drooling thinking about that.
Oh, I'd love to dive more into Solaris 7 at some point, too.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so Solaris 7, I've already seen several people ask about that, so I will divert momentarily for Solaris 7. We all love Solaris 7. It's an indelible part of the game. Love it to death. The problem, once again, comes back to we are too ambitious for our own good.
Really shocking.
I know. There's two primary issues with Solaris. So we could just come out with a Solaris box.
We can.
We have amazing new art maps that do. Brenna's continuing to work with us on all these wonderful maps. So we could do new factory and all the Class 6 stadiums and come out and we're done, right?
Yep.
But, like, I don't want that. I want a box where you're going to crack that thing open and assemble a 3D factory for Merrick. Or put down the pylons for Steiner that can be adjustable, right? And so that's a production issue that, like, if you see the Aces box and the Alpha Strike box and the 3D terrain and all that, that's leading us along the path of being able to understand how to put that in there. And then the second part is on the rules. I love Battletech to death, of course. Been playing it for 40 years now. It's terrible as a dueling game. One-on-one Battletech is awful. And so, but that's what Solaris 7 is dueling. And so that means, and the original Solaris 7 had rules for that. It was okay. I don't think it was great. I want a great rule set. I want a rule set that you feel like you are dueling with mechs on the arena world. And so until we have those two parts figured out, we're holding on to Solaris. We got all this other cool stuff coming out, but we want to come out with a Solaris 7 that's going to blow us away, that hopefully is going to blow the community away, and that means we're going to take our time.
I got you. Excellent. Price point for the box set.
Sorry, Philosophy Tech. Nietzsche Star Plate of War. I mean, this is kind of Nietzsche. I'm saying. Gothic is pretty dang Nietzsche, man. The box set cost is $99.99, $100.
Sounds good. When are we getting Karnov for all this combined arms model?
Sacrotech.
That is wonderful. Okay. And Solaris Rules has another benefit. It would appeal to newbies that are coming into the setting for MechWarrior games.
Absolutely. There's all the reasons in the world. There's great reasons to do Solaris, and we want to blow everybody away, including ourselves.
Looks like there's someone who knows you in the chat. That is a good thing.
Oh. Tara is behind a personal Facebook wall, which is appropriate. I'm immediately getting a little emotional. I don't get to do anything that I do without my beautiful wife. She let me tour the world for 5 freaking months last year, and I got to meet tens of thousands of you all over the world. It was a glorious, glorious moment in time where we could celebrate this thing that we love. Tara does not get enough credit for how amazing and fantastic she is and how much she has helped make Battletech what it is with all of us. So please give her a giant shout out and love and thank you. She deserves all of it and more.
It is very important. Once again, we send the shout outs to all of our families that allow us to do this with all of our love, all of our appreciation. We'll happily send them back postage paid. But no.
Mostly, not destroyed.
No, mostly not destroyed. No, we're trying to take very good care of him, Tara. We love you. Thank you so much, as always. But to all of you out there, it is good to see you, and we miss you all. But no, that's why we do all this. Hi, Martin.
Love you, man.
I did do the beret thing you asked for a second ago. I need a real beret.
I love seeing. I mean, we've talked endlessly. Like, one of the things I love most about cons, beyond pew pew toys, oh my gosh, is that we have these families that we have created all over the world, and these people. Like, when I get to go, like, I will Essen. I've experienced it. It's kind of a giant swap meet. So I don't go there for the show anymore, but the German community, the UK community, the Irish community that I get to go over and meet every year, that is glorious to me. The biggest hugs, and even coming here, falling into the arms of these amazing friends that we only get to see once a year, it's just wonderful.
So is this your official announcement about your reunification tour 2025?
Tara's going to come through that screen and
I know. I
break
make that joke every time.
Every time.
That is great. Ireland was mentioned, yes.
Absolutely. Oh, my gosh. Going to Ireland was so magical. Just fantastic. Love you guys.
We're lucky they gave you back.
You know what? I wanted to stay.
The Scottish contingent nearly kidnapped me after Grey Watch protocol.
I'm telling you, they were amazing.
Yep.
Yeah.
We love all.
Aaron, my wife, hearing that Freddie Prinze Jr. plays Battletech. Wow, Sarah Michelle Gellar is going through the same thing I am. Yes, Aaron, exactly. Yeah, Tara.
No. No, we're not sending him anywhere right there.
Retune Unification War. Well, let's be clear. At the end of the tour, and I'm like, I will never do that again. And my family's all like, yeah, get back to me in 5 years.
Yeah.
So, yes, legs will be broken. I believe legs will be broken for next year. In 5 years, it's going to be awful hard for me to not want to head out.
With broken legs.
Yeah, that's true. I can fly with broken legs.
As always, CGL's biggest export.
Randall, will you have patches for KCons? Absolutely. I still have a very nice bag of them. In fact, I always wear my shorts with the cargo pants. I always have my bag of holding. Not just KCons, not just here at Adepticon. Really until I run out. If you did not get a chance, you are still part of this community. Find me at the next convention. Shake my hand. I got a patch for you to thank you for all you do being a part of this awesome community.
Which is a really great segue into the fact that the only reason we can do what we do is thanks to all of you who are on stream right now. Yesterday morning when we were doing this, we had a record number of streamers joining us.
It was over 300. It was crazy. I loved it.
For a morning stream before anything really gets through.
I know, right?
The shifting schedule. No, all of that is great. We've had hundreds of people come up to us here. The response all over has been amazing. It's really an exciting time. And once again, looking at we're going right into this in a few minutes. We're going to be doing a wonderful stream about Aces, Battletech Aces, which has been one of the most exciting new projects we have out there. Look at the sheer amount of things. We've got force packs coming down the road. We've got Battletech Gothic. We've got Aces.
More force manuals.
More force manuals.
We have started development on aerospace rules. Dangle that one out there. We've got.
Excited for that.
Yeah, right. Well, and also a really cool thing is we have announced, not massively, but we have started talking about the fact that Ray came to us with the craziest idea, which is it is actually the original 3025 in universe publishes exactly 1,000 years from where we are at now. And wouldn't it be cool to do a commemorative 3025? And so we are making that book. It's literally going back to the first printing, the layout, the look, the text, all of its faults and errors and inaccuracies, rebuilding that. Then the back of the book will then be from the point of view of a Republic publication, I believe in 3125, that talks about those, why were those errors there, how did they happen, that type of thing. But it also means that we have all this amazing line art that we can put in it while we're now needing to do additional art. So all the aerospace fighters are getting redesigned
right now.
Right now, right? All of the lambs, love it or hate them, all of the lambs are being done. The dropships are being redone. And then all of that will unlock all of those models to be downstream with new rules. It really is just a fabulous, glorious time to be a Battletech fan.
Wonderful. So that is good. We're starting to come up to the last 10 minutes, so we're going to get any last questions right there. Randall, is there anything else you want to announce that may be coming out down the road?
No.
Okay. I'm a huge
Are you
fan.
poking me for something, or are you
Ghost
just
Galaxies.
Oh, Ghost Galaxies. No, Ray would kill us.
Oh, yes, I know.
Ray would literally kill
I
us.
know. I know. That's why we pick
There,
fights. because
there
he's
are
not
other
here.
there are other cool stuff coming. So people talked about dang, did Gothic push force packs back? And it was actually Aces
That pushed
that pushed
force packs.
force packs back.
Yes, all complaints can go to Josh Derrickson, who will be here very shortly.
But again, the reason why it was pushed back is we believe so strongly in the power of Aces. Like, every game company is going to sit here on a live stream and throw out hyperbole about how cool their stuff is.
Yeah.
I've done it myself. That's what we do. We're excited. We're awesome, right? But I honestly believe that a co-op tabletop experience and a solo tabletop experience at the quality and level of what has been designed for Aces will be potentially transformative to our entire hobby. And I think there's going to be a flood of new players coming in. I think you're going to see those type of rule sets appearing everywhere. I want to see them. And that meant we needed to fast track it, so that meant pushing some of those force packs back. So all the force packs that we have named, they're really cool. The Celestials, the Ares, the Wars of Reaving themed packs with Protomechs.
Working
and
on
then
those.
House, yeah, right? I can't wait to get my Protomechs. I was there with Brian when we designed them, right? The Clan Wolf packs. And the yes, please bring those here. The Clan Wolf packs.
Some people have been playing around with some of these Gothic
yeah, so
minis.
we'll show this off in just a sec. But all of the Clan Wolf packs that are coming. Like, I just had a Lobo show up in my email earlier today. All of that's coming, and more.
Yep.
And so yeah, there's just so much fast coming. I also just can't believe the direction on the aerospace rules. I think they're incredibly fun. The kernel that we have and what we'll build that into, it's fantastic. But we just had some amazing stuff up that we're going to hand over to Marco.
A delivery from the Aces and the Catalyst demo team.
I think you're going to have to stand up and do the little thing in front of that. So we just got some brand new painted models in. A little lower. Oh, yeah.
Look at that gorgeousness.
Oh, man, that looks so good.
Thank you so much to Amy Ciravella and Josh Derrickson, who were up late last night.
Yeah, they were.
Away.
We were literally past midnight in a room all talking about different things, stories and computer games. A huge shout out to Russ Bullock and his entire team for MechWarrior 5 Clans and the coming Ghost Bear. They did a fantastic job. And the whole time we're talking, they're slaving away trying to paint these up so we could show them off.
Both these look great.
Oh, the Terra Noir. Oh.
Well, not to mention, they saw these pictures for the first time at 10 o'clock last night.
Yeah, and they're like, I'm in.
And this is where they are, and this is where we are this morning. And once again, they went till 1 in the morning right there. This is amazing.
Yeah.
This is a talent I will never have right there, but I'm very, very, very appreciative. Well, in just one moment, I'm going to get some last thoughts from Randall and from Marco. But before that, one quick thing.
So good.
Before we do that, our viewers do expect certain things from me personally because they know I ask the hard-hitting questions. And unfortunately, with these two right here, I am required to put it down. I need to cut to the truth of the matter. Randall, Marco, I love you both. I believe everything you said about the schedule and everything else. It's really, really great. But I need to ask you, you keep saying that it didn't push anything back. Did you prioritize Battletech Gothic solely for the reason to have Battletech Gothic minis up against the Celestials? I know you, Randall. I expect an honest answer. The people expect an honest
Celestials
answer.
against Gothic minis
Yes,
would be chef's kiss.
The Celestials were always coming out. He said that. We're good,
yeah.
but he needed Gothic minis on top there.
Those would look so good against each other.
Yeah, I actually really want that now more than
I know.
And that's why I was about to pick on you.
And the fact that the Celestials would almost sight unseen fit into, just like Gothic fits in the Battletech universe. You may not think it, but if you instead think of, if you take the mechs out of the setting, obviously the setting is itself, but if you take the mechs out, they're immediately a pirate faction. They're immediately a Solaris 7 stable. I can't wait to see the paint jobs that the fans do, okay? But in reverse order, in the other direction, I could see the Celestials absolutely being at the edge of the Gothic setting.
Oh yeah.
Well, so yes, I totally did that.
I want to see. I want to see
Gothic
that picture
plus
right
Celestials
Totally
equals
intentional.
Shadow Division.
I want to see. I want to see that picture now, and I expect Marco to do it. So, but Marco, yes, I love that thought process. We're going to interview you a little bit later, so we're going to dive even more into this wonderful journey that you've done. But final thoughts about Gothic? Anything you want to share with the people at home?
I'm just very grateful for Randall and Catalyst sort of giving me the. This was my first art-directed project for Catalyst, so they just kind of, I don't know if I just fell into it or I don't know how it worked out, but I'm very grateful that they took the chance on me and just said, yeah, go ahead. We're doing all the art for it. And I loved working on this, and I hope people enjoy it. Obviously not everyone's taste. I totally get that as well, but yeah, I can't wait to get this into people's hands. There's so much art in this. I want to say a typical source book has like 60 pieces of art, 70 maybe. The final files on this was about 120 pieces of art. So
yeah,
and that,
it's massive.
And that was just me pushing for more art for myself to put in, not taking away from anything in the core line. Just I want to make more art for this. So yeah, it's beautiful. I'm happy with it. High watermark in my career now, and thank you for that.
One of many, Marco.
Yeah,
Thank
It's a
you.
glorious
For
moment
now.
to do this with you, Marco, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I really do.
Randall, any final thoughts about Battletech Gothic?
Just, I'm one of my favorite bits of the job that I do is to sit around with a bunch of passionate, creative people.
And us.
And you guys. And be able to create,
but that's okay.
and be able to just create,
Bearded.
right? My entire family is artists. My wife is a painter and does kitsugi and pour paint and anything you can see. She teaches painting. My daughter paints. Bryn does game design and is now starting to write fiction. I write fiction. One of the few things that did get pushed back, that stupid Novacat novel. Shh, shh.
That wasn't by Gothic. That was by 3025.
No, that was by that tour last year.
Oh no, I don't mean the book. I mean the actual era of 3025.
But no, so the experience of being able to sit with passionate people and create something really cool that we can then put out there and I can then see people playing is just amazing to me, right? Like I don't work in a hospital and save lives. I don't build giant bridges or buildings, but so I'm an entertainer.
Yeah.
And to watch people out there being entertained and to have people come up to me and thank me for helping them in dark days of their lives by having a really cool thing that they could hold on to with their friends and with their family, that's a spiritual gift to me.
I'm glad you said that, because also never negate the sheer amount of how much these games this means a lot to people. And I know many, many gamers out in this world whose lives were saved by the universes and the stories that they have heard.
Yep.
We talk about this all the
We
time
did.
right there.
Yep.
You know, everything that is created has a purpose in its own way, and I'm glad we get to bring this to the tabletop.
Yep.
That is really exciting. Tara is a painter and a saint. I happen to agree that
Here,
one.
here. Here, Lorcan.
So, but thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate that. We are on day 2 of Adepticon in just about, supposedly in 5 minutes, probably closer to 15 minutes. We are going to be here with Josh Derrickson talking about Battletech Aces, followed by a really
that on the
exciting,
board.
oh yes,
Can't wait for Aces.
followed by a really exciting live play of Aces, so that's going to be fun. We're going to have some fun interviews later on today. We are updating our schedule. Once again, some of the stuff came in a little later.
Am I on more of these later today? You're kicking me off. You're like, enough Randall, man.
Well, today we need to see.
Way too much Randall.
Oh, no, we need some. You've got an interview time. We need to just give.
Oh, we got to do a Leviathan stream.
Yes,
now that we have actual Leviahan's products.
We were talking about that today.
Sweet.
Now that it is here, I wanted to see whether that's going to be this evening or whether that's going to be tomorrow, because we've got another thing to show off tomorrow that is very, very exciting with a special guest.
Okay. I'm going to nod my head. Yeah, I totally know what that is.
Okay.
As opposed to I totally forgot because,
it's a
convention.
I'm going to take the time, as always, to remind Randall of exactly what we're talking about. But we're not doing
But
going to do that
off
on
screen.
But
We're
off
doing it
screen.
live. We're doing it live. Nope.
Sounds good. But thank you very much, everyone. Once again, this is Marco Mazone, the new art director for Catalyst. We appreciate that. Randall Bills, creative director. I'm Michael Ciravelli, your host. It is good to see you, and peace of Blake be with you.
You guys are amazing. Thank you.
Cheers, everyone.
See you in a few. All right, everyone, welcome back to the Six Sides of Gaming and Catalyst Game Lab streaming area from Adepticon 2025.
Woo!
We are on Adepticon Day 2. You've already seen quite a bit. It's very exciting. We just spent about an hour looking at Battletech Gothic. We had a nice unboxing, and we are going to now switch into another fantastic new product, Battletech Aces. Some of you may have seen it before, but we're finally getting to the finish line right here, and we're looking forward to putting it right out there. I believe it's coming out Gen Con we were talking about. I believe we're going to have some at Gen Con.
I can't confirm or deny the actual dates. However, it will be coming out this year.
That is good.
I think it was Gen Con was the context of the conversation.
These Gen Con, and then you cross them and you get
it. We promise. No, we never promise anything. We pray. So that is good. But there we are. There we are. But I am here today. My name is Michael Suravella. I am Catalyst. I am Catalyst Game Lab's event manager, one of their authors, and just general entertainer. But I'm here with two truly great people right here. I've got Tommy Gofton, CEO of Linvander Studios, and the incomparable Josh Derrickson.
He's also incomparable.
He is in something insufferable.
Wow.
There's a few different
he's
things.
the AEO, the actual executive officer.
There you go.
Once again, for everyone who's not met them, the brilliance and and the business acumen you could only ask for, and the person who will create things.
The
Producer designer, okay? That's all we
the
need.
CPA, the contractual
Producer
pain in the
designer.
ass. That's what I do.
Sure.
Is this Aces in the room with us right now? I like that. Is it in the room with us right now? Do we know what's going on?
What is Battletech Aces really?
Aces.
They're asking.
Yeah. Yes, but that is a good thing. Let us jump right in there. Gentlemen, what is Battletech Aces?
You want to go overhead? Or that works too. Show us the spread we got here. I've got an empty box here, but we just actually took everything out of it.
As empty boxes do.
Yeah, and this box actually was 95% the one that was in the display case at PAX. So if you've seen photos of Aces and stuff before, that's actually the same.
Isn't it from the corners? I'm guessing this is the exact same.
Correct.
Yes.
It's been a little beat up. I mean, handmade prototypes, wear and tear is a little different than production. They don't have that nice glossy finish on them. But yeah, like art's done. Everything's done there. Since we showed it at PAX Unplugged, we have also finished up the last couple of things in the campaign book. So I have a finished prototype campaign book to show you, including the very hot Spiral Bound. And the big thing actually that we didn't really show at PAX Unplugged is the rulebook. And part of that was because we decided that it was worth a little bit more blind playtesting. I mean, you can never playtest a product like this enough because it's something totally brand new and it's a relatively complicated step-by-step sort of thing. But really just looking to do as much playtesting as I can squeeze out of it at the time we have.
Very true.
Yeah,
and so now that all the playtesters who ran through Scouring Sands, and actually some of the playtesters who've run through the other boxes, have now had a chance to play it with the rulebook and all of those player aids available to them. And I think that's really done a lot to shape, we got to change that one word because someone misunderstood that. Or like just, fine-tuned sanding now, right?
You know, Cotton, one of the #1 comments here in the league is that the Spiral Bound seems to be the MVP player of this entire project.
It is wild how many people go, you're doing the Spiral Bind, right?
Look, the chat's going crazy about
We've
Spiral.
been talking about this since we were originally going through. It is a brilliant idea. No more ripping out some of these
Can I get the straight overhead cam for a sec? I actually want to talk about why we Spiral Bound the Battletech Aces campaign book. So this guy, I'll just flip through it briefly, but basically,
so good looking.
We went and reorganized this book a little bit, again, after more playtesting, to really make this book an onboarding tutorial. So there's a very simple scenario that is loosely based on the one in the Alpha Strike box set, uses those miniatures, only 6 total models, but it has a fully guided step-by-step tutorial that shows you here's the map, here's where they're moving on the map. You're intended to set up the whole board and play it yourself, but with your actual models, and then referring to this where here's the card that's drawn. Here's what it's going to mean within this context. Here are what the players are going to do with their movement.
and it walks you through the entire battle, so you get a feel for how this actually plays.
Like
this
an
is to teach
actual
you
walkthrough.
an actual walkthrough, combined with individual examples in the rulebook for each step of that decision making. Playtesters have told me, like, I can't imagine what else you would explain. And that's, for a project like this, that's exactly where I want it to be.
Yep.
And so once we teach you the automated opponent, there is a second tutorial scenario, which actually you saw us play, modified slightly, but you saw us play this on stream at PAX. This is, hey, you already know the automated opponent now. Let's introduce you to the edge abilities for the named pilot characters that you're going to create as you play your campaign, as well as the waypoint mechanic and some of the campaign mechanics. And so that has the waypoints on the back, and then we get straight into the actual campaign.
Thank you, Josh, for explaining how a book works.
Yes.
We were going down the spiral theory right there. But thank you for explaining all those rules. We jumped a little
Michael
ahead.
throws
Appreciate
shade
it.
left and right.
I absolutely do. I love these two more. We spent
realize
all
you're
these last few days together.
Yeah.
You're the meat in our Lynn Vander sandwich right now.
The main
Absolutely.
reason, though, was because we really wanted to get this, we really wanted to get introduction fiction for each scenario, military briefing for the scenario, player setup. This is all pregame. And then once you're actually playing the scenario, you just need this.
Yes.
And it can live on the table for you as a reference sheet, as well as a book. And then you just flip to the waypoint section and read your matching paragraph, and there you go. And then, of course, all tabbed like we normally do for Battletech books.
Sounds good. No, that is amazing. And this is, once again, we're trying to do these quality of life improvements so that you can have a smoother gaming experience, which is the goal for all of Aces there.
Pretty much, yeah.
So I see. So this is the new box, BattleTech Aces Scouring Sands. When I see a subtitle right there, that means that it sounds like there's going to be more than one coming down the pipeline.
Well, we've said 4.
We have said 4 already.
Yep.
I'm never quite sure what I'm allowed to say and what I'm not.
And so where we're currently at with unveiling this is we've told people there's 4 boxes. They're based on the Ilklan era source books, so that would be Tamar Rising, that's this one, because it's Jade Falcon set in the Hinterlands. But the other 3 will be based on Dominions Divided, Empire Alone, and the newly released Ilkhan's Eyes Only. We haven't told you yet what the plastic is going to be in those sets. We haven't told you who the opposing force is going to be, because, again, the plastic is for that opposing force. And we haven't really told you much about the actual settings of those, because we've also mentioned each one of these sets comes with its own biome of new cardboard terrain.
Yes, indeed.
That's actually all done, a lot of it. I was waiting until we have very nice production cover art, I think, really before we want to start unveiling those.
Well, I know you needed just really cool titles for each of them, but you had a crack team take care of that for you.
Yeah,
So we're good.
that crack team for everyone watching was Michael Ciravella and John Helfers.
Yeah,
sitting
crack
in a
team.
hotel lobby.
Yeah,
as is usually how the
That was
development
most of
process
Origins. We
Yes,
just
was
did
most
that
of
thing.
Origins. So that is good. But no, I'm really excited for the product. We're getting a lot of questions. Can we show off some of the plastic here?
Sure, yeah.
And once again, I know you really want to show
What's
off
the best way to
terrain
do that?
as
You
well.
want to? Are we able to zoom in any further on these boyos? Bring them up.
Boyos.
All right, I'll show them right up to this little mini cam here.
We've got
There
that
we
gorgeous
go.
Bane when you absolutely positively need 1,000,000 missiles tonight. This is where
Missile boat.
120, yes.
120 missiles.
Yeah, 6 LRM-15s. Anyway, this is actually a variant model of, because there was a Bane in one of the Mercenaries force packs, but even though this guy is a sort of repose revariant, I think he's the one that a lot of people are very excited about, even though it's not one of the
that's the big one, right?
two brand new sculpts.
It's the first time it's in. Is it the first time it's in plastic?
That particular one, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, no one has done a plastic Bane yet for the missile variant.
When Bane comes onto the battlefield.
The actual new ones, though, we have a Thunderbolt 2C. This is one of the brand new sculpts.
Also our MVP on the front cover of the box.
Yep.
Yeah, he's the MVP on the front cover of the box because he's actually, this is the personal mech of the Star Captain who is leading these Jade Falcon remnants on the planet. And so he only shows up in a handful of scenarios, sometimes with plot armor even. But we really were focusing on, this is such a cool 2C clan mech that hasn't been done yet. It would be awesome to do it. The other new plastic model that is not a new variant, it's a whole brand new model, is the Jade Falcon Fulcrum Heavy Hover Tank.
And the fulcrums are nuts.
And actually you get 2 of them.
They are crazy.
For
Two
anybody who's still
Fulcrums.
coming back from the Mech Warrior Dark Age era right there, Fulcrums were some superstars, and they still are.
Oh, This is an absolutely disgusting unit in Alpha Strike. The Wolfnet 350 folks who are running their tournament here came up to me and said, "Thank you so much for making a Fulcrum 2C and the Fulcrum hover tank in this box, because it's one of those like almost meta game powerful units in Alpha Strike. It's got the perfect sweet spot of nearly impossible to kill, enough firepower to be dangerous, and mobility to go wherever it wants."
Yeah. It's exactly what you want out of the tank.
Goal.
All right, let's show a couple of the other ones. This one I think is actually technically a variant, but it is very different than the other ones we have. This is a Rifleman C2. So this is an not a 2C, a Rifleman C2, meaning it is the Inner Sphere Rifleman, but rebuilt with clan technology. And so it's got, I think it's paired lasers, 4 lasers, I forget exactly. But yeah, lasers on the top. It's got these kind of wonderful sort of fins on top for these, like, I'm actually not sure what the purpose of that part is. Maybe it's a heatsink, I don't know. And then on the back, it is got improved jump jets, because in Alpha Strike turn, well, in Classic, I think it's 9 hexes it can jump, 18 inches in Alpha Strike.
That's a lot of holes.
He goes where he wants, and he is a skirmisher rather than the traditional sniper role you'd find a rifleman in. Yep. The other one that's kind of wacky, this is a summoner, but it's missing the big barrel launcher on the shoulder.
Ah.
It's got a pair of heavy lasers instead. This is the H variant of the summoner.
When you want to reach out and go, maybe I'll hit, and if I do, you're toast.
You're toast, yeah. And it's got the
maybe.
anti-missile system on the shoulder instead of the pipe barrel. LRM-15, I think it is, on a summoner. Something like that. And the other ones are closer to being reposes. The Locust just has an array of ER small lasers, I believe, instead of the rocket pods for this Locust 2C. And a new pose that's not running. I like him a lot.
So this is interesting. Why are you doing that, Josh? Just there's a lot of comments that are slipping by I want to address real quick.
Yep.
Some of them the people are asking, we'll touch on the different future for Aces and some of the in-between stories for a second, but I do want to say that Matthew Pina, your message about Aces being very helpful for you to be able to play at home or to play with your family, that's one of the things that we think that Battletech Aces is going to do for the game. Is that, we know that Battletech's been around for a long time, and a lot of people have been around a lot of time with it. Unfortunately, some of these people aren't with us anymore. And the future of the project is, of course, our generations, our kids, and stuff like that.
Yep.
And
train them now.
We have been getting overwhelming response. Lynn Vander specifically, I'm sure Catalyst has as well. But we've been getting overwhelming response of people thanking us because they're able to play with their spouses now. They're able to have family games. They're able to play with their kids. They're able to teach their kids. People who are living in remote areas for the military or other places, they can play by themselves and still get the fun of Battletech out of their system without having to drive 6 hours to play a game with their friends. And more importantly, some of our crew that have played Battletech from the Fox Network guys, they tend to get a little head buddy sometimes when they're competing, and their friendships have improved because they get to play together now at the table without having to figure out who's going to compete against who. So it's actually a really positive thing psychologically for the game in general. It's a great way to get you and your friends into the game without having it to turn into a real competitive bash, which a lot of people who come to local gaming stores, I own one, Josh attends one, they come to local gaming stores, it's very hard to get into a new game if they come in, they don't know what they're doing, and someone just kicks the crap out of them.
Way too intimidating, right?
Yeah, it's intimidating. So now there's a barrier to entry that is so low that anybody can get it. Literally, there's a pun there, solo. Now there's a barrier to entry that is so low that you can now just have no excuse to say, I don't know how to get into Battletech, because it's going to get you involved, and then from there, we can, the first hit is not free, but the first hit is almost free. We can slowly but surely wean you into Armored Combat and then get you into Classic, and then people can really start to play Alpha Strike and Classic in a brand new way without having to worry about that crazy barrier to entry.
And that's exactly what we're talking about. Organized play is a personal area of passion for me, and we've been getting consistently for nearly 2 years now, this is going to be a game changer. Solo play, cooperative play. These are the added aspects that are going to help us bring people in, especially in a post-COVID gaming universe there.
Yeah.
We have seen huge changes in the gaming sphere all around. But this is something we've been really excited for and gives everyone the opportunity to, no matter how much time you have, no matter how much effort you have, no matter how many people you have nearby, you can play Battletech. And once again, Battletech is for everyone, so we want to stick with that.
Right, and don't get me wrong, the competitive aspect is amazing and the largest aspect of the game. But what I'm using this for, which I think this is fascinating, and I encourage you to try this when it comes out fully, is you can actually, it's malleable enough to start creating your own units against yourself and start figuring out the meta of the areas that you play. In theory, you could play against other people's potential lances or what you think the meta is going to be and play against yourself to test, almost like a simulator. You can teach yourself how to fight those metas by following the Aces deck. Of course, it's not going to be as perfect as a real competitive human, but you can train.
Yeah.
And the training aspect of Aces is huge if you look at it that way.
I would say there's two things that I have seen actually from people who play against Aces or have run it, and I've taught them how to run the decks. And it's really about drilling Alpha Strike fundamentals. If you play Classic, a lot of Classic players, because you can torso twist and change the direction that your firing arc is lined up, like 60 degrees, it tends to be very hard to get out of line of sight of models in Classic. They tend to shoot you with something, almost always. Alpha Strike, on the other hand, everything behind the model's base in a 180 arc is out of line of sight. And facing in Alpha Strike is such a core skill to playing the game well that Classic players often forget about. They just run their Classic mech straight at their opponent, not remembering that in Alpha Strike you can just face whatever way you want when you're done. And so learning that, like, oh, actually, no, I should cover my back so that that fire moth doesn't shoot me there, or that sort of thing, they've really learned a lot about. Also just activation order and how to kind of move models together as a team. The way a lot of the Aces decks work, the commander card is kind of organizing their behaviors. But we saw on stream yesterday in the game against the Fox Patrol, there were 5 automated units, and all of them decided that the Marauder had to die. And they were spread out across the whole board, but all of them keyed up to have shots on that Marauder.
And they took it out.
Almost. Eventually they did.
Well, they did.
They rolled kind of badly on their opening volley, but otherwise, if they had not, they probably would have destroyed it in one turn.
That's human error. That had nothing to do with
that's Battletech, is it's a game with dice.
There were some questions earlier. I don't know if you want to field questions or
I want to go back actually to the person who asked about the will it use the Hotspots Hinterlands campaign. That is the current sort of hotness out there. My local game store, we play a lot of Alpha Strike, but we also actually play the Hinterlands campaign there. And one of the things that came out of early discussion and planning for Aces when we were talking about it with Randall and Ray was, please make this as compatible as possible. We don't really want to reinvent the wheel or create or publish 2 campaign systems, and absolutely, I totally agree with that. We looked at the Hinterlands campaign book, and there are rules for playing Hinterlands in Alpha Strike. I think they are not quite as comprehensive or don't translate as well into Alpha Strike. They were very much made for Classic first, and you can play Alpha Strike with it, but it's there's a little bit of extra overhead that if you're an Alpha Strike player, you're like, okay, well, if I need to know, I've got my Alpha Strike card, but it doesn't tell me the technology base for the model. I don't know that mech is a mixed chassis or a clan tech chassis. I have to go on Master Unit List and look that up. And so there were a few things with the Aces campaign where we said, yes, we're going to leverage Chaos Campaign in the sense of, like, you have a war chest of supply points. You have named pilots who take a share of your earnings and improve over time. You have a roster of mechs for your player mercenary force that you are adding to and maintaining and paying repair bills after scenarios. That's all in there, but a few things were tweaked slightly to make them a little more Alpha Strike friendly without having to go to another source. Our goal was really, if you have the Alpha Strike box set, you need this box and nothing else unless you want other models. It is self-contained, 2 boxes, almost double box set experience.
Right.
And so a bunch of the things from that campaign rule set are in there, but you will find that they are streamlined in a way that is new and sort of better optimized for Alpha Strike. I hope that answers your question.
There was another question about the in-between campaigns.
Yeah.
How the boxes will if it's what I think it is in terms of how we've always done these boxes.
Pass me the rule book.
There will be.
If
there
I
will
can
be
get the
quick
overhead
rules
cam
and
on this
stuff to
one,
be able to jump
I
back
will
and
show
forth,
you.
like we did with Alliance for Attack Wing.
Yeah. Okay, so this rulebook, again, split into, like, here's all the stuff about how to run the automated opponent, and then some additional rules for Alpha Strike. We reformatted and combined the infantry and combat vehicle rules for this, so that we didn't need you to have the Alpha Strike Commander's Edition book, because some of the campaign stuff, we have obviously the Fulcrum Heavy Hover Tank, which is a vehicle and needs the vehicle rules, but there are also cardboard tokens in there for infantry, just like in the Mercenaries box set. And so for those, we really wanted to make sure we had that Battletech Combined Arms feel, and got cardboard tokens for them, and therefore infantry rules for them as well. But the campaign setup, I want to show you this page. This is a long form example of how the campaign plays out. Yeah, actually, I'm going to hold this up to the camera. That's going to be better. So I've actually just excerpted portions. There are 2 double-sided campaign record sheets for this. And you've got a player force roster that you can just fill out, including all of your named pilots and their levels. And then there's a between sortie column that lets you just tally up all of the numbers. It's a very sort of guided step-by-step. And in fact, this example from the rulebook literally walks you through all of the steps for an example after scenario. But the fact that we have this campaign record sheet and we have sort of an experience rating for all of the pilots means that if you play a campaign with this force, you will be able to then take that force and port them into another ACES campaign box. There is a table of difficulty adjustments, and there is a table of experienced pilot adjustments, which are percentage multipliers to the number of models you're allowed to bring for your force and the total earnings you're going to get in supply points. So that, yes, your pilots will get better, yes, the scenarios will get a little bit harder, but it's not like one-to-one. You will still have some advantage for being a super experienced force. So if you've got one named pilot who is never killed or destroyed, and he keeps surviving, you could, in theory, play all 4 ACES box sets end-to-end with that guy and maybe get him down to a skill 1 or even skill 0 character.
Which, based on what we did for Alliance, we're going to go through the entire system ourselves and play the game. And we're going to make our characters, and we're going to go through from the beginning to end.
So you and I are totally doing that once we get our hands on some of this stuff and we can show more of it.
Yeah.
I also want to point out, in Star Trek Alliance, which we designed previously for WizKids, it was a 3-box trilogy that was a linear path of 7 missions, and then a linear path of 7 missions, and then a linear path of 7 missions. This campaign book has 22 scenarios in the box with 4 different endings, and the campaign, no matter what path you take, is only 7 missions long. So even within a single box, you could do 3 almost wholly unique playthroughs, making different choices about how to progress. And in that sense, you could actually do all 4 boxes are like that. There's about that many scenarios in each.
So the replay value in playing
12
single boxes
campaigns
alone
almost,
insane.
right?
It's very good. Dylan did a great job with that.
Yes,
climb.
he absolutely did. Dylan Bertolo, our author at Linvander, did a lot of our branching narrative design. He's a published fiction author with a lot of choose-your-own-adventure work. So he made an awesome structure. We turned it over to
Dylan you were referring to. What's this Dylan? That sounds like a familiar name.
Mr. Bertolo.
Bertolo or Bertolo? I can never figure it out.
Of former Shadowrun Takedown and Shadowrun Sprawl Ops.
Incredible.
Design.
You also made a game called Henchman, which was really amazing too.
Oh yeah, that game.
He is tremendous. I wish that he were here today. We love him very much, and we're sending out our best.
We wish he was here today too. Dylan really needs to be more in the light for all the hard work he wrote on this.
He really did. Yeah. If you like playing against the automated opponent in BattleTech Aces, I will accept a thank you for that. But if you like the way the story turned out, you should really be thanking Dylan.
It's true.
And then actually, finally, I want to give a shout out to our author, Russell Zimmerman, a.k.a. Rusty. He says when he's not working, who did all of the fiction inside the campaign book. Because each of those scenarios has a whole column, about 500 words of fiction, that really tell you how make this a bigger universe. We're seeing the conflict from, like, your traditional BattleTech novel. We're seeing vignettes of, like, here are the enemies you're about to fight. Here's the governor of the planet who's responding to what you were up to, and how they feel about, as your paymaster, how the contract is going. You may encounter, one of them is actually told from the perspective of the main antagonist, and he's like, I gotta fight some mercenaries now? Where are my Jade Falcons? Why haven't they come back to recover me and take me into the fight?
Few questions we're going to jump to. Where will there be different mechs in each box?
Oh yeah.
Yes. So every box set has 2 brand new plastic sculpts, They may or may not be doubles if they're vehicles. And the rest are variants. So all new plastic, no straight reprints. They're all new variants that look, quote, as different as possible. That was the brief I was given. So you will see more things like the Rifleman C2 that is cosmetically very different than the existing miniatures. You will also see in the range of about 8 or 9 models, depending on exactly what they are. And they are intended to be the opposing force for the campaign. So if you want a whole set of them for your own collection, or you're going to put them in other lances, and you want to paint a canonical matches the cover art, campaign force, buy 2 boxes.
Or 3.
Or
Hell,
3.
just buy 4.
Just keep buying more.
Yeah.
So
everyone needs 3 Banes,
I
right?
don't know how much time we have here. I know we're going to be playing Aces, so we could answer some of the questions as we're playing Aces after, but is there anything in particular that we'd like to talk about while the 3 of us are just talking about Aces in general before playing? Or
Yep, I'm going to recommend anyone, if you'd like to have a few pointed questions right now, if you want to start putting them in the chat. I think we're going to take another 10 minutes or so, because we're going to need about 15 minutes to set up. We're going to, the next 2 hours roughly is going to be the actual game that is going to be played, so you'll be able to see. So if you want to see a close-up of some of the pilot cards, things like that, we will be able to do that very easily for you in a few minutes. But if you've got any particular questions right now, general questions, give those. We got about 10 minutes. Let's see what we've got.
we'll collect them and we'll
I'll
start
roll back
talking
a little
about
bit
them
here.
when we play the game.
Sure. I mean, we're not going to play with the named pilot mechanic. We can add some some of the edge abilities in, but I want to talk about I've got it a top loader here actually, just for sake of showing it.
Oh, never mind.
Let me de-sleeve it. There is a pilot card. If you, looks like this.
You double sleeve that thing?
We did, yeah.
Yeah, that's what you do with your Magic the Gathering
Well,
deck that you love
so
a lot.
Each player is going to create a named character. They've got a call sign. They've got a skill rating, edge tokens, edge abilities, and the whole bottom half of the card is the progression for how they allocate supply points that they earn from the campaign. If this guy dies, if he's in a model that is destroyed, he has to make a saving throw. On a 4 or 5, he's going to be wounded and sit out the next scenario. On a 1 or 2, he's going to be dead. And if that happens, you're going to have to roll up a new character. So when I said you can bring your named character through 4 boxes, he better be a heck of a hotshot and not get destroyed.
No problem.
QED, right? I'm sure I'm going to go through 12 named characters in the process of us playing,
you're
and
go
you're
through
going to ride
every
one all the way to the
variation
end.
of Marauder possible.
Yeah.
All right, shall we get to the game?
Yeah,
all right.
I think we do that.
Okay, folks, so I really appreciate you all for being with us. We're actually going to start switching over to move right into the game itself. You're going to get some notables here for about the next 2 hours, so I appreciate all you're doing. Just as a quick reminder, I'm here. My name is Michael Ciravella. We're coming from Adepticon Day 2 with 6 Sides of Gaming, and these are all posted on YouTube immediately.
I think so.
Cool, love it. But I'm here right now with Josh Derrickson, designer extraordinaire, and Tommy Gofton, CEO of Leviathans Studios, talking about Battletech Aces, currently the Scouring Sandbox, but much more to come. So if you give us just a few minutes, we'll be right back with you.
Hello, welcome back to Adepticon 2025, the live stream edition here on Catalyst Game Labs, brought to you and hosted by Six Sides of Gaming. I'm Tommy, producer and inceptor of Battletech Aces, and game designer person extraordinaire beside me is a guy named Paul Clarkson, who we will like to shoot on screen. But Paul from Fox Network. And then across the table, we got some incredible talent. We've got the Aces mechanics and designer, the man responsible for the entire system, Josh Dirksen, and then two incredible wordsmiths, Brian Young and Jason Hanza. So we're going to just dig right into this scenario play, I believe. And then some of you have asked questions earlier. We're going to answer those questions loosely while we're doing the mechanics of the game. That way we're not just spending a lot of time talking and not playing. We want to get into this. We do only have a 2-hour slot, and everybody's a little hungry to roll some dice and kill Paul. So
this is a pretty small, we're actually going to play one of the introductory scenarios. It's one of the first 3 scenarios you can choose when you start your mercenary campaign. But Brian's actually going to read us some introductory fiction first.
Yeah, so we're going to start with the contract that we have to introduce the Scouring Sands campaign. And the contract is for the Alina Mercantile League. And that starts with our contract length of 3 months. And we're going to be heading to Apalakia in the hinterlands. And it reads, Star Captain Conrad Sender of the 18th Falcon Regulars stands between Apalakia and the Alina Mercantile League. The League has hired you to remove that barrier by any means necessary. Sender and his warriors are a skeleton crew fraying around the edges, frustrated at their abandonment, and also desperate to keep a stranglehold on this world, and it shows in their actions. The local Jade Falcons have treated their own merchants poorly, and the people of Apalakia even more so. They're overworking the local populace, pushing them to mine and manufacture at a grueling, untenable pace, and punishing them harshly for any failures, real or perceived. It is in the best interests of the Alina Mercantile League to treat them better than that, and as such yours. The safety of the civilians of Apalakia is of paramount importance throughout this operation. Land your forces on Apalakia and seize the planet from Star Captain Conrad Sender by any means necessary. See the attached planetary survey on the following page for further details on this theater of operations. And there's a planetary survey like you'd see in any of the other
straight out of the source book. It's the same templating. We just wrote another planet.
And then, so the briefing for this particular mission reads, your landing is unopposed, just as the Mercantile League predicted. The Falcons on world don't seem to have any fighters willing to tangle with dropships, nor any dropships of their own. Star Captain Sender and the elements of the 18th Regulars truly seem to be marooned here. What you saw of Apalakia on the way in looked like an unpleasant place to be posted. A narrow green band of irrigated and terraformed land near the equator supports a tremendous amount of lush flora, bountiful farms, and a few large cities, but the bulk of the world is a dust ball covered by rocky dunes thick with terrible storms. A mineral-rich dust ball, but still. Being abandoned here by their Khan probably didn't leave the remnants of the 18th in a good mood. Your initial contact with the merchant civilians of Apalakia goes well, and the people brave enough to speak to you are hopeful and positive because of your arrival. Before long, however, you receive word that a Jade Falcon scouting party has come to reconnoiter and perhaps contest your landing zone. So close to the city, this could become a fight in tight quarters, but you've got to know what you're up against. You also realize you've got to try to keep collateral damage to a minimum while keeping the Jade Falcon Recon Squad, what they call a probe, from escaping to report back to base.
Hell yeah.
All right. So this then goes into some reconnaissance options, if there were any. There aren't for this scenario. How we're going to set up the waypoint tokens, which is the cutscene mechanic for Battletech Aces in all of our setup. Has the chat already disagreed on pronunciation?
Yeah.
Oh,
we called it.
Yeah, but the most important thing is they love your shirt, which we should see more of, which is amazing.
All right. So waypoint setup, this says shuffle waypoints A through E, so 5 of these tokens.
Right on.
And place 1 face down on each stat card belonging to the opposing force.
Oh, okay.
Oh, dear.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see 2 fulcrums. I don't like this.
Yeah, and place waypoint F on turn 4. Okay. Player force, players have, because of the difficulty modifier, we're all experienced Alpha Strike players, and so we were playing on veteran difficulty,
Okay.
which bumps our player force down to 160 PV. We're playing 157. We have, actually, you want to just call out what models we've decided to play with here?
All right. I am playing the ever so powerful and amazing Highlander.
Highlander, yes.
Highlander 732B with the jumping jack capability, which is why we got this cool, well-painted jumping
It's
jack.
a lot of jump plume for an assault
And we
mech.
also have, beside that, what do we got, Paul?
I am piloting a Raven RVN 5L 220. It's got a movement of 16.
electronics,
ACM,
too.
and NARC, and what else has it got? It's got a tag system in it. So, beep, 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 beep.
All right. I'm going to be running the decks for the opposing force, so I'm playing none of them.
I'm running a Wolfhound 6S. It's got a movement of 14, striker roll, so it's sort of like the middle of the pack as far as everything on the table is concerned. But
Good all-rounder.
yeah, good old reliable. I've got some rear firing capability if I need it. Hopefully I don't, but you never know with these Jade Falcons.
Yep.
I've got the there it is, the Catapult C5A. It has an 8J movement with 343, overheat 1, and 7/5. So I'm looking forward to playing it.
And so the guts of this Jade Falcon probe force that's come to find them, that Rifleman C2 we were talking about before with its improved jump jets,
That's good to know.
a Locust 2C4. This is the one that's a 510 instead of 550, so it's really only dangerous at short range.
Did you say 5?
510.
5.
510.
A Locust is dropping 5.
Locust
Well,
2C,
it's not the standard 2C, which is
Oh my
550.
God.
So shoot it first.
Yes.
Yeah.
Got a
From
bunch of
very
small
far
lasers.
away.
There is a Howler 6, which just has a pair of SRMs, so it's a 220. And then there is the pair of Fulcrum heavy hover tanks, which are notable because they move 20 inches.
They're rough.
This
They're rough.
is
Why, though?
crazy.
They are rough.
All speed, all armor, and then a little pop gun on top. Also, they have ECM, but that's not going to matter here. But it's an amazing unit in Alpha Strike. The Wolfnet 350 folks love that they're getting a pair of Fulcrums in this box set. Okay. Can we hear Jason okay, by the way?
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe move the
Can you
mic in a
guys
little
hear me
bit.
now?
Jason, just move your
move
mic
your
over
mic
a
closer
little
to
bit.
your
You're good.
All right.
Maybe it's, yeah.
Yeah.
Which
There
is
we
the
go.
first time anyone has ever accused Jason Hands of
Being
being quiet.
quiet. Yeah.
Wow.
Normally,
Wow.
They have to dial me down.
Can you pass me the book, Brian?
Dial
Yes,
him up.
indeed.
Yeah.
All right,
Please
so
tell Jason to be quiet.
got our lovely spiral-bound book here with everything on one page to run the scenario. So our primary objective, actually let's start with where we deploy. Player force is going to be inside that courtyard we saw in the middle of the board there.
Oh, okay. This should be easy.
You can be anywhere in between that group of buildings, including in the trees.
Trees are good.
Wait, you're not hiding behind the building?
Including the trees?
Yep, you
I
can be
move
up to here if you want.
Are we
this,
doing-
this
Are
rectangle.
we doing 1 inch around the trees? Is the trees, or just gotta touch them?
It's 3 trees make a woods area. The trees mark the corner of the template.
I will be in the trees.
Is it hey, wait, Highlander? Should I just hide behind the? No, I'll get rear shot right away. I need a couple of shots of
Well,
these
wait
guys.
till you hear the objective.
Okay, what's the objective? Yeah.
All right, so the primary objective for this scenario, the sortie as we call it, identify enemy units. 900 SP if you do that, and you get to continue the adventure. Get up close and personal with all enemy units and reveal their waypoints. I'll come back to that when we read the special rules. Secondary objective, destroy or immobilize at least 3 enemy units.
Okay, hold on. Did you give a Locust with a 510 and make us have to get face to face with it?
Yeah, we're
Yes,
playing
I did
tag.
that thing.
We're playing
What
tag.
the heck, man?
We're playing tag.
Oh my
Essentially
God.
tag.
We got a Raven.
All right.
We'll be fine.
So question,
Yes.
if we eliminate it before we get close to it,
Well, that will be answered in just a moment.
okay.
Oh, Brian, nicely done.
All right,
Dun, dun,
so
dun.
special rules for this scenario. All the Jade Falcons are under forced withdrawal, so if you cripple them, they will then attempt to flee. In this scenario, they can flee from either their starting edge or either of the side edges, not your home edge. When you attack them, you may choose to roll fewer attacks than you would otherwise be allowed to by your damage rating. You can discipline your trigger. And then at the end of the end phase of the round, each of your units that did not sprint can scan an enemy within 6 inches to reveal its waypoint. That is how we find out what we're up against. We're getting an up-close and personal view of these Jade Falcons. But if you destroy a Jade Falcon mech before you've revealed its waypoint, you're going to lose the scenario.
Right.
Oh, great.
Now, if we had probe or Bloodhound probe on any of our mechs, that scanning distance would be improved. The Raven was the only one I think that was close, but it doesn't have probe. It just has
I have
tag and other stuff.
Angel ECM and Einarch,
Yep.
STL, and tag.
Yeah, that's it then. And then finally, end phase. When the players have completed their primary objectives, i.e. all waypoints are revealed, we trigger waypoint F if we haven't already on the track. That's it.
So we have
So
to
our
reveal all 5 without killing them.
You can kill them after you
After,
reveal
yeah,
the
yeah.
waypoint, yes.
And then we have to be within 6 inches to reveal it.
6 inches in line of sight, yes.
All right, I'm starting up here then, just like this.
We can be anywhere in the courtyard.
Yep.
Put me right up there because I'm the fastest one, right? Right up at the behind the building.
Right here?
Yeah, that's good.
Yep. And so this scenario will end after 6 turns or when one side has no forces in play.
Do you want to hide
You
behind
got
the
a
building
tape
with us?
measure on that side? There
I
it is. I see
do.
it. Yep, cool.
There we go.
And
Look
now
at
the
that.
last little bonus hiccup that we threw in the mix
Brave
is
soul.
because in the Aces campaign you get to create some named pilots, they have all chosen edge pilot edge abilities from the campaign. So these are sort of an updated version of the SPAs or special pilot abilities that have appeared in Battletech source books for the better part of a decade. However, in this case, they are all slightly rewritten and modified to be very compatible with Alpha Strike, specifically with the multiple attack rolls rule for Alpha Strike and the edge mechanics that appear in the Aces campaign. This is one of the ways that we added more granularity to pilot level ups. The biggest difference, if you know special pilot abilities from previous Battletech product, these are not always on. They have abilities that you pay for with edge tokens. And now, while you might be tempted to use your edge tokens repeatedly to pay for them, edge tokens also let you either, once per combat phase, add a pip to one of your attack rolls, so you can turn a near miss into a hit, or you can pay an edge to reroll a critical hit that happens to your mech. So if somebody shoots you and gets an ammo explosion, you can reroll it. So if you spend all your edge, you lose that benefit. And each player has 2 edge for this scenario. Paul and the Raven actually has 3 over there.
Tough guy.
Tough guy.
Tough guy.
He's going to need it. It's okay.
Tough guy. The tough guy.
All right, and with that in mind, we have to choose one player character to be the Force Commander. The enemy Force Commander is going to be the Rifleman C2.
You want me to be the force commander? Because
You're
I'm
the
a
biggest.
Highlander?
Yeah.
All right.
You are now
Done.
responsible for rolling initiative.
Highlander.
Oh, yeah.
One of each. One of each. Blue
One
and a black.
blue, one red.
Yeah.
Or, Jesus, yellow. It's Friday. Ooh, 6.
6.
9.
Yeah.
All right,
Hey-o.
players have initiative, so we'll
Hey-o.
mark the initiative track in blue over here with the Aces initiative token.
All right. Who goes first on the
Running
enemy
initiative,
line?
there are 5 enemy models to 4 player models, and we play with front-loaded unequal numbers. So they're going to
You
move
got
2
it.
models first, and then we're going to go 1-to-1.
Let's go.
Going through the Aces deck, I've got my Commander deck
This
set.
is great, guys. 2 models first on their side.
Yep.
Let's
Yep.
go.
Hopefully it's the fulcrums.
You know it won't be.
So how do you move a mech?
How do we move an automated
I've
unit?
never played Aces before. So
Oh my
like-
gosh,
True
this
enough.
is your first time, Jason?
Yeah, this is my first time
Right
playing
on.
Aces.
Let's do it.
All right, so over here in front of me, you can sort of see it in the corner of the camera there. I've got a set of Aces decks that I've tucked under each of the opposing unit stack cards.
And they're randomized?
They are shuffled. It's a deck of 6.
I wasn't sure. Yeah, I wasn't sure.
Yep,
Like they had it
these are
ordered.
randomized.
Oh, cool.
I put the Aces or the unit card on top, covering most of the deck, so that I'm not. I mean, if you're playing the scenario and running the Op 4, just so you don't see the decks,
Right.
you sort of cover up. Each one has a priority number in the top corner, and they're going to activate lowest to highest priority numbers.
Yeah.
So the first 2 models that are going to move are, in fact, the Rifleman. And now, we've been talking about this all weekend, of course, because everyone wants to know about this. Tommy, let me throw you a card if you want to hold one of those up closer to the camera while I talk. It's not going to be the exact card that I'm using, but it'll get you the idea. So there's 3 columns. We're first going to determine what kind of behavior that unit's going to use. Is it aggressive, balanced, or cautious? Once we've determined the column, we then look at the middle section of that column to see which of the player-controlled units it cares about to target. Not necessarily the unit it will fire at, that might change, but the unit it cares about where it is
Right.
relative to its own movement. And then finally, there's a section of movement filters at the bottom of the column that will tell us of everywhere we can put the model, ranked criteria for we must be able to do this first, then of places we can do that, where can we do the second thing, and so on. And so immediately looking at aggressive on the card I'm currently reading, which is not the one Tommy's holding up, if the ideal red player unit has moved, normally the deck cares about identifying a specific player unit, the ideal one. In this case, none of the player units have moved yet. I know we can't be aggressive. Same thing for balanced. I go straight to cautious. My target is going to be the nearest model physically to me, which I think is probably Brian and the Wolfhound there.
Yes.
Indeed.
Yep. All right. I then want to use ground movement, jump if I need to, cover from as many enemies as possible. I need to be able to see the Wolfhound if it's possible, and I could do that from this hill, possibly from over here as well, because it does have 18J or 12 ground, this rifleman. Occupy woods, I don't have any to use. And then I want to be able to see as many enemies as possible. I think that actually means I'm going to be on this hill using jump jets. And so this rifleman has the JMPS1 keyword in Alpha Strike for its improved jump jets. TMM of 2 becomes 3 for jumping and 4 for improved jump jets. There it is. He is done. I flip the card over after that and tuck it under, or tuck the stat card back on top of it. So that we're seeing the combat side face up, but I'm no longer considering that card. Second enemy model to move, again, lowest to highest priority number, is one of the fulcrums.
Oh, sick.
None of the players have moved, so again, cautious. There are players within 42 inches, so I'm not going to sprint. I want to see no one, but I want to be within 24 of the nearest player model, which is going to be Tommy's
24?
Highlander.
Yep. He wants to be how far? 20?
Within 24 of. And he has
the
20
first one or the outside?
first one. He's got 20 inches of movement to play with, but he cannot enter woods. He would actually like to have intervening woods from as many enemies as possible, if that's a thing.
I mean, if he's going cautious, I would say he only goes here because he wants to stay within 24.
Does he want line of sight or no?
No, no line of sight. Get within 24 inches of the Highlander and out of line of sight. That'll do.
That's 20 inches.
Yep.
There you go.
Toward
He
that
wants to be
ideal
within
distance.
24.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Okay.
And his
He
TMM?
would, so no placement, he
His
would be
TMM
hitting.
is a 4.
God, 4?
They move 20 inches. They have 4 TMM.
Fulcrums
Oh, and
are
they have
nasty.
8 total pips. 5 armor, 3 internals.
Well, this is about the time of the game where Tommy makes the first move.
Yeah.
I can stand still.
I think stand still would make sense,
Can
right?
you get here?
Can I get there with 6? No.
With a sprint, you can sprint.
I'm not sprinting. You can't scan if you sprint.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to scan them yet. You're not going to get within
Those
6.
guys are probably going to run in,
Yeah, that's
right? And 6 is going to put me. 6 from base to base will put me right there, but then I'll get a shot off on that guy. But I don't want to shoot at it. We don't want to shoot at anybody right now,
You
right?
can soften them up.
we can slap him around a little bit.
Yeah.
We're not going to kill him. Especially not at long range. I mean, we'll
Slap
keep
him around a little bit. I like that.
Yeah.
Too. All right.
Soften them up before the
That's right.
negotiations.
You know,
All right.
Stay out of Woolworths.
Custom.
There it is. There it is.
But that guy, could he get behind me?
Moves 20
You're
Yeah.
baiting him, showing them your backside,
like that.
maybe.
Well,
Now he can't.
Okay.
And if he does, then we'll kill him.
Don't
I mean,
worry.
we'll scan him.
All
then
right.
kill
The
him.
Ravens
Got
got you. I'll
Yeah.
protect you.
I'm not worried about your
Fine.
protection. I just got to go these guys out. Let's
All right.
do it.
Next enemy model to move at 797 is the Locust 2C4.
Good.
If the ideal yellow player enemy has moved and the Locust can get behind it, there's only 16 move, there's no one it can get behind. So then if there are any enemies within 30 inches that have moved,
Yep, I
that's
did.
probably the Highlander. We would like to target a moved enemy that matches yellow, which is most armor. Yeah, so yes, absolutely the Highlander. It's actually this Locust.
Oh, it's this Locust, and he's a
Yep.
20, right?
16. Move where he can see the Highlander.
Right
Target
here.
has no cover. That's not going to be possible. Line of sight only to the Highlander. That will be possible. And as few enemy arcs as possible. Yeah, that also
Yep.
follows. And then cover from everybody. So yeah, right about there.
Right there, man.
Is he going to try and get? Do I can't
Boom.
see him?
Yep. You can see each other. You have cover. You can see his top half. He can see your right half. So he's done. 1-to-1 the rest
So
of the
we
way.
don't want to blow his head off until we can scout him.
Right.
Yeah. And so for your reference, that Locust, 3 TMM, 3 armor, 2 internals.
Now, honestly,
3 10 3 armor. 3
now would be a good time to scan him.
Yeah. Can we get somebody behind him or around him?
No, but I can get right there.
You're going to get killed there.
I can go right
You have
here.
to have line of sight to him, which means he can shoot at you for
Oh,
5
he's a
dice.
5.
5 dice? Yeah, come
That's what I
on.
was thinking. Can you get
Hell
behind
with
him?
that. I don't like that idea.
Oh, who's the coward now? No.
I don't know if the Wolfhound's got the legs to do it. It might, maybe.
I'll
You've
stand
got.
still.
I mean, I
I'm going
could.
to try and put some.
Oh,
fire
yeah,
in
this
it,
is a
right?
good
Still,
idea.
okay, we're going to sink a standstill.
Catapult
declare
just
no fire.
sets up.
All
Well,
right,
there's a-
Jason.
There's a rifleman to shoot, so yeah.
Yeah,
I-
rifleman to
I'm
shoot
gonna
at.
need boxcars, but
That works.
No, it's
We'll
better
do,
than that.
we'll do it
Not
together.
if you use that.
well, no, I need that after you burn the edge of reroll, but
Yeah, but
Thank you, Kermindi.
The Lin 6 strategy.
What's going on?
Amazing. Patented.
Patent pending. Go ahead, Aces.
Okay. Aces next will be the other Fulcrum.
Okay,
Leaving
good.
the Howler for last. So the other Fulcrum, again, can it get behind the Highlander? No. I don't think so.
Nope.
Where's your back arc, actually?
His back arc is here.
There?
Yeah.
With 20 inches, can it get over to that corner woods?
This one here?
Yeah,
Yeah,
where it's
it probably
behind his
can.
firing arc?
It's going to be
Can't go inward,
close.
I think yes,
Yes,
though.
he can.
I'm literally going to kill Paul for this one.
No, he's
he,
not. It's
he
not.
placed
It's not
my
a
model.
It's not a
You
rear
were facing
shot.
this way.
It's
He
not a.
made it better.
It's not a rear shot. It's
I
not a rear
wasn't
shot.
done placing it. He touched my model.
No, but you're not no rear shot. He's got to be back here for your rear shot. He's just behind you, so you can't shoot
Raven
him.
telling the Highlander pilot how to pilot.
That's right.
Jesus.
Come on.
Hey.
Murphy.
Okay. I think that's probably the only spot where he can meet all his other criteria, which are infuse enemy firing arcs, yes, intervening woods, and 12 away at least from other people who haven't moved. Yeah, that's all true.
Yes.
Okay. There he is.
Okay. Well, it's between Brian and Paul. Paul, don't listen to anything Brian says.
I didn't say anything.
And
sorry,
vice versa.
I meant that
also.
the reverse. Brian, don't listen to anything Paul says. You're smart.
Nice save.
Is your Raven going to try and scan that Fulcrum?
No, but I'm going to come over here.
Well, scan something.
No,
The point of this mission is to scan something.
we will when they come closer.
Oh, it's bait. Okay, so keep in mind, there's the mission's only 6 turns long.
Mm-hmm. We'll get him. Don't worry.
Sprinting over there.
Does
Right.
it
Not a
have a
sprint.
tape?
Right, guys?
Yeah, there's
That's
one on
just
each
the.
side.
Do you want
There's
to
a
give me
black
the
one
other
there.
one?
There.
I got a
That one's
sprinter
gonna
here.
be easy.
I got
Oh.
my dice. Huh?
You sprinted. You can't even shoot.
Yeah, I'm going to shoot the.
You can't shoot if you
So
sprint.
hang on, you won
didn't
initiative, so
sprint.
before the Wolfhound
I
goes,
was
we got to do the
16.
Howler.
I moved like 12, yeah.
I thought yellow was sprint.
No. I'm just using yellow from my color.
Oh.
The
Yeah, let's
Howler
just
would
run
like
the
to know which player
That's gonna
unit
wipe
is
that.
the ideal red enemy, which
Let's
is
not
lowest
confuse
TMM,
players.
lowest armor. Lowest TMM will be the catapult at
I'm a
0 right
3.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has the
Either.
catapult moved, and can
Oh,
I
you got
shoot
it.
at it without being in anybody's firing arc?
So far, yeah.
Including the catapult? No.
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 Okay, that's not a thing. But the catapult has moved,
Yeah.
and so I'm going to use the balanced instructions on the card. Prefer a target within, pass me the tape, please, 18 inches first. Can I tangle with somebody close to me? Nope. What about within 24? Not quite.
No.
Okay, so then it's the whole player force, basically, because it's after that zone. He would like to shoot at the enemy that matches red. That is, again, lowest TMM, lowest armor. That's the catapult. So the striker Howler is going to come and shoot at the catapult if he can. Ground move. He's got 14 inches of ground move, being a very little bugger light mech. Occupy woods if able. There aren't any. And then cover from everyone who hasn't already moved. That would be the Wolfhound.
That's the Wolfhound.
So I think probably just here. This gives him cover from everybody. Does it give him cover from the Highlander?
No.
If
No.
not, then he can't go there.
Nope.
With
Can
my
he go
14 move. What
I
about?
got a really clean line.
Right there?
He'd have to back up further.
Yeah, and then over this middle building.
Yeah.
There's a slight dip in the table because the tables aren't perfectly flat, but I think that's probably line of sight.
Yep.
We'll
Yep.
play as if it is. TMM3.
All right.
Brian, what are you doing?
That Howler's got a 2-2.
2-2, and please don't murder him. You got to get within 6 first.
I know.
Why don't we try and flank that Rifleman 2C with you coming this way?
That's kind of what I was thinking is
Yeah.
coming around
You
this
might
way.
even be able to loop around and get the locust.
Because if
you're
we
okay
can-
with being shot at a bit.
If we can get
I
that
mean, I
Rifleman
don't have the
2C's
armor.
attention with you and you can keep a
You're a
distance from it.
Wolfhound. That's all you have.
So here's a question,
Well,
Brian.
I'll
Here's a
keep his
question.
attention. He's not going to hit me either.
You could probably get here and see the locust without having those guys shoot at you.
So
but
the-
you will have
that
distant
locust is going to shoot me in the face.
No,
with
that's
5
okay.
dice.
I'll deal with the locust. Why? Because my edge ability is Speed Demon. I can spend 1 edge and give myself an additional +2 to be hit.
No.
So I
Movement,
Yeah.
not TMM.
aim to gain a +2 or +4 movement on this turn. Ah, okay.
Do you get a TMM as well, or just the movement?
It says spend 1 edge to gain +2 inches or 4 inches of movement this turn.
Yeah. 4 if you sprint.
Yeah, okay, 4 if I
Which is
sprint.
not going to help us here.
That's okay. That I misread
Sprinting-
that. Okay.
Sprinting and Alpha Strike, I can double but not fire.
1.5 times and then not
1.5.
shoot.
So that would be.
And in this case, also not scan. The special rules tell you
but
no
that gets
no
you
scanning and sprinting.
Behind this building, then next turn you can go up to that Rifleman.
Well, actually, that would give me 21 inches, and I could probably hide behind here,
Yeah.
which is out of everybody's firing
There
arc.
you go.
Just set up for next
There you go.
round.
Yep.
Yep.
All
so
right,
I'm
let's
going
do
to
it.
go here. and that's out of everybody's firing.
Oh,
arc.
yeah.
The Locust can see. We
No,
probably can't.
Locust back
He
fire.
doesn't. He doesn't have a
But
range.
the Locust has got a
The
3-1-0.
fulcrum,
Oh, yeah.
the fulcrum, no, because there's too much trees, right? Because it's
No,
No,
it's
no.
less than 6
Fulcrum.
inches, but-
Fulcrum can see you, but
But the
turn,
TMM numbers
turn
will be
you're
fine.
facing.
Long
Yeah.
range
There
with
we go.
1 die at long,
yeah, he's not going to shoot at
and
you.
you're TMM3 because you're.
He's going to shoot at this big juicy target right here.
Yep. This is
Like
a
this.
Ill
Did he
Clan
sprint?
era or Dark Age era
Yeah, he
Wolfhound
sprinted, yeah.
from the Federated Suns. It's got re-engineered lasers. It's the 6S, so it'll be fine.
He'll be- besides
Okay.
that,
Everybody's moved. Turn
the
one.
numbers are real ridiculous.
Okay. Shooting time. Aces have to shoot first because they lost initiative.
Yeah, no, I feel good about that move.
That was great. Yeah,
That
you're
was an
setting up for
excellent
some good scouting missions. next
Especially
turn.
if they decide that they want to sort of dip, right? You're going to be able to intercept
Yeah,
them.
you'll be able to get behind the baboon next turn or the rifleman 2C.
Or they shoot me in the face and it's all for naught.
No, not if you're
Oh,
behind.
that's me.
Yeah.
Thanks
Okay.
to Paul.
So shooting the first fulcrum that is completely hidden. No ability to attack. We'll tuck the card under. The other fulcrum. Actually, it's the rifleman first. So rifleman would like to go for a target within medium range. I don't know if there are
I
any.
don't think I am.
I think it's long to the catapult, but it might be medium to the Highlander.
Long Beach.
Yeah.
Long as well? Long, just long? Okay. Can't see the Wolfhound, can't see the Raven behind the building. So between the two mechs it can see. Can he shoot either of them in the rear? Nope. Who has the less TMM? That would be the catapult. So Rifleman is 2 dice at long, hitting on, and all the Falcons being heavily trained clanners are skill 3 to all of your skill 4.
You can roll against
initial
yourself,
mercenary.
Jason.
Yeah, but he's got 3 plus.
They're skill 3. We're skill 4.
Correct.
And we're the veterans.
You're playing on veteran difficulty because you know Alpha
Yeah.
Strike.
Okay.
You're a fresh mercenary company.
Jumping's a +1 or +2?
So an Alpha Strike, 3 skill, 2 for jumping,
Yep.
5,
So 5, 9.
4 for range, so 9, and your no TMM, 1 for woods, 10s. 2 shots at 10, no hits.
A lot of ones.
That's this rifleman for you. He's very busy being annoying.
Jammed his lasers.
I just saw 3 ones rolled there. That
Yeah.
was great.
He was distracted by this sprinting wolfhound
Yep.
Yeah.
What's that?
ducking under the bluff.
Yeah, he saw Brian coming and was like, "Oh
distracted
shit!"
by my.
Locust 2C is next. Target at short. There isn't one. Target at medium. Then we've got rear shot.
He has 2 choices.
Yep. Who's lost more armor? Nobody. Who has the most armor? The Highlander. So Locust is only 1 die at medium. 3, 4, 5 for range, 6 for TMM, 7 for cover. Yes for 1. And he's done. It begins.
I cannot believe that little son of a gun took a piece of armor off me.
Yep. That was the big large laser on the head. Never mind the array of ER small lasers.
And yeah, Harlan Storm is like, my paint,
Yep. Not the Pegasus emblem.
my paint.
Okay.
I'm piloting Peter's.
Other
That's an
fulcrum.
expensive yellow.
To the chat, you guys can be asking questions because while he's throwing dice, we could be answering stuff.
Yeah,
You can
absolutely.
totally do that.
Yeah, totally ask questions.
Combat phase is the best time to ask questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ask random
Fulcrum.
stuff like why is water blue? I have
No line of sight.
Earlier,
No, that one's okay. The other one though.
Yeah, this one.
Can it see the Raven? Can it see
Can.
the catapult?
it can see the Raven,
see
the catapult,
both.
and the Raven.
All
How
three.
far away is the catapult? Is it
me-
outside medium?
Yes, he's
Yeah, it's
outside
medium.
medium. He's about
I
20.
think it's further than
He's
medium.
about 28 is my guess.
27.
Look at that.
And
Okay.
yeah.
Don't care about that catapult then.
Could
So
you?
then really the only target is the Highlander. 2
Or the
dice
Raven.
at medium range.
Okay, you do that in a second. Could you play this box with classic rules on release as is? You certainly can, and I have played on 6 Sides of Gaming when I used to do more of the streaming myself. I have played with previous versions of the Aces decks, like way back, playback, as is, making my own adjustments with classic, and it worked really, really well. I was also doing some preliminary notes and stuff to work with Josh on the development, which leads to a question that was asked earlier about the Battletech Classic Aces coming after Alpha Strike and how far along in the development. It's quite a bit, actually. We've done a lot of theory crafting and a lot of math work, and during the entire Aces Alpha Strike process, we've been taking notes about, that's a really good side rule, or that's a really good option that we're going to push forward to Classic.
You
So,
got it.
Okay.
Oh, and the alliance question again. Let me roll for this fulcrum, and then as the players are shooting back, I will answer the Star Trek. You said Star Trek Ascendancy, or did you mean Star Trek Alliance? Because we've actually now worked on both of those games at Linvander. Star Trek Alliance through Gale Force Time. We did the campaign on the most recent Final Frontier Kickstarter,
And I'll answer
or
come
the
in,
Star
Dave.
Trek Alliance through WizKids with the attack wing. Anyway, let me know which one you meant.
If the Kodiak falls in the woods, pilot is Desgra. Gets bumped down to the infantry.
There you go. All right, Fulcrum 2 shots into the Highlander. 3 skill, trees 4, 2 for range 6. Highlander 1, 7. No hits.
That's
And
what I like to
finally,
hear.
the Howler.
I will also answer some of the questions via text because I'm the Six Sides of Gaming chatter, so I will chat for some of those questions so that we can still play the game if we have too many discussion interruptions.
Rear no cover, and then red list, which is lowest TMM. Howler on catapult, like we expected. And this is medium.
No,
Did that fulcrum hit me?
No, he missed.
I actually have to retcon something here. So one of the things you're supposed to do with the Aces deck, your first instruction is always, unless you're being told to hide, the target section will tell you that you need to be able to attack that target. I forgot that this Howler doesn't have anything more than SRM 6s, so it's medium only, in which case it should have moved using its 14 to be
Closer.
2 feet away.
Oh, wow.
Not even caring about the cover against the Highlander.
Wow. You're my best numbers. Guess who's the belle of the ball?
Yep. And so he's going to go there. He actually should have the building between you and him a little bit. We'll rig that.
Yeah, but we also need to
Not murder him.
not
what's his
murder
armor
him.
over him? What's his-
2.
2 armor, 2 over?
Yeah.
2 and 2.
Don't.
Fine, I'll only
Hit
shoot
the-
3.
No, hit the.
3 skill, 2 range, cover 6,
Shoot
no
the
TMM, tree
Rifle-
7.
Rifleman, okay, I'll shoot the rifleman.
1 hit from the Howler on the catapult.
Wow.
Ooh.
What an
Marker,
obnoxious.
please.
Here you go.
Do
bud.
we have marker?
Probably have
Brian, are
another
you
one.
sure I can't kill him?
Yes, I'm sure. Oh.
The price point for all the boxes are the exact same as Alpha Strike, I believe.
80 US.
Yes, 80 US. We exchanged a couple pieces of plastic for all the cardboard and paper, but the price points are the exact same value you're getting.
Yeah, I mean, basically the Alpha Strike box set, you get 13 models. This you get 9.
Yeah.
And when we added 3 extra punch boards and
Terrain,
swapped the buildings for
cardboard,
hills
cards beyond belief.
and swapped
And a
the basically those 5 models went into the books.
In a pear
Pretty much.
tree.
Books and punch board.
All right.
Okay, who wants to go first?
I need 11s on the rifleman 2C. 4, 4, 4, back 1 for standing
I
still.
mean, unless you headshot it, it's fine.
So
Oh, here we go.
nothing. Oh, 1.
You
Yay.
got
11. All right.
Okay.
One down.
Sorry, Star
what are you,
Trek
Raven? You want
Alliance.
to shoot this guy?
Okay.
Yeah, I'll shoot the.
So I
Fulcrum.
mentioned earlier, I could probably talk a whole hour about things we learned from Star Trek Alliance, and before that, Heroes of the Aturi cluster. I will just say that is a game with templated movement. All movement is using rulers that are shapes and curves and angles, and the automated opponent in that set was very much here is actually how the geometry of the game works that players don't really know. Whereas Battletech Aces, the automated opponent is very different because it has such a wide sandbox to play in and so many more inputs. There's a lot more going on. But the core rule of keep it as easy to operate as possible, still true. And the core rule of even if you play it a bunch, you don't always know exactly what it's going to do. Those are the 2 core tenets that we always look at for automated opponents.
So, who should I delete?
Well, I'm going to fire first. I'll fire first.
Okay.
I'll fire at the Fulcrum. So we're at medium range, base 4, 6. Fulcrum went for 4 is 10, 1 for the trees, 11s.
You got it.
2 dice at medium range on 11s. Miss.
I have 3 targets to shoot, 2 of which I could potentially delete. We're not doing that.
Right.
So should I shoot the rifleman?
Yeah.
Can you kill the
What
baboon?
kind of armor's that guy got over there?
Rifleman, 5 armor, 3 internals left.
So I
It's
should
TMM 4. You
should
might
I-
clip it for 1 or 2.
Should I drop all 6 into him?
Yeah.
All right, give
You're
me
gonna need
It
11.
is long range.
You're gonna need boxcars probably.
How many you got there?
Actually, you do
skill
need boxcars.
4, 8, 12.
Yeah,
You
need
got 2
boxcars.
sets of
Tommy?
dice there?
It's long range though. What's your attack at long?
4.
Oh, it's still 4. Okay.
So I'm gonna throw 6 sets at him for boxcars.
You're gonna
No,
throw
you only get
4
4.
sets at long
Oh,
range.
4 sets. Yeah, sorry.
And you're looking for boxcars.
Negative.
No.
He flies through the air with the greatest of ease. He's not usually worried about return fire.
And
You
I
rolled
don't have.
snake eyes with those yellow dice again, though.
I don't have a shot, so.
Wolfhound no shot. And we rolled the catapult already?
Yeah. Well, areas
Yes.
can do their
Okay.
can lose their profits if they want. Undercutting never works, except for the end user.
So we go to the command card and then.
Yeah,
everybody's fired?
okay, so end of round. Nobody's within 6 of one of the models, right?
Nope.
We
No.
can't reveal their waypoints yet. Okay, cool.
Right. And so it's the scanning's at the end of the turn.
It is end phase, yes. So
Okay.
after you remove casualties.
Okay.
Do we have to roll for that or
I
anything,
was
or it's
hoping
just
it's
automatic?
auto-firing so we
Okay.
can, scan and then get a kick in, but okay.
All right. So 2 things that happen when you play with aces on top of the standard rules for Alpha Strike. So normally in Alpha Strike end phase, you take your critical hit effects, you apply your damage, you remove things that are destroyed, and then you would go on to next turn for initiative. 2 new steps for aces. The first is the command deck, and I'll just throw you another card over here, Tommy, if you want to throw that up on screen.
Yep.
At the back of the card shows us the strategy decisions. So the bottom section there, the commander of the enemy force now looks at what's going on the table and says, hey, is our objective complete? Nope, not yet. Their objective in this case is to attack you. Second one, is there an enemy in one of your unit's rear firing arcs? No. He's not in rear.
Yes.
No.
Back
Are
180?
we in their rear?
Oh, okay. Yeah. No.
Yeah. Are there any enemies or any players in this case with no armor? No. And have they lost the most point value worth of units? No one's lost anything. In which case, none of those conditions are true. Game plan proceeds as it currently is. Commander is happy with how things are going. Second thing that happens is we increment the turn track, because when we get to turn 4 in this case, there is waypoint F sitting on the track, and that will now trigger a story lookup.
So now we have to do initiative, but because the AI lost, they get a +2.
Correct.
Or you -2.
Okay.
All right. It's not good timing on my part.
9.
+2.
And you have a -2 for having won last turn.
All
Not
right,
9.
we definitely lose. That's not good for us.
Okay, 4 mechs to 5, so pull dice.
Oh,
I'll tank it.
you want to just sink again?
I like where I am.
Do you want to? Yeah, you want to keep her facing as is and everything.
Yeah. They're
All right.
not going to get behind me.
All right.
So not this turn at least.
Thanks for soaking that.
Yeah.
All right, move your 2.
Okay, you should probably pull that black die.
He just put it back
I'm
down.
sorry.
That's his first move.
That's what I get. Catapult doing what it does, standing there.
Well,
Yeah, the cardboard terrain worked out really well. We're very proud of the fact that, first off, this terrain was really good in the Alpha Strike set. But
Oh,
the
I
fact
love
that
it.
we've got all this interesting dynamic terrain, plus the rivers and stuff, and each of the sets are going to have a whole pile of cardboard terrain like this.
Different biome.
Different biomes.
All of them
and
plug
stuff.
into the buildings from Alpha Strike, and then you have a full table.
As an entry level product, this is a great way to get your table to look, 3-dimensional while playing the game. And then, of course, as you get more and more into the hobby, you will eventually start to learn how to make terrain and move your terrain up to the next stage. But it's a great way to play for the first little while and forever if you're really into the cardboard terrain as a long time set piece.
Okay.
So. Rifleman's first?
Yeah. If the ideal red player unit, again, that's lowest TMM, so catapult, has moved and the rifleman can get within 16 inches,
Yes.
it can using 18 jump, because you're not 34 away.
So he's jumping in?
He's going to, so he cares about the catapult. He's going to target the catapult because it's moved. He's going to jump, so again, 18 inches of movement to play with. Occupy woods if he can and get closer to the catapult. Yeah,
Oh,
right
Brian,
there.
look at that. Look at that, Brian.
And now have everyone that he can in his firing arc, so don't show his rear arc.
It doesn't. Well, that's fine.
I don't mind this situation,
This
actually.
seems fine, actually.
This is great. That's
And
why I said,
then,
look at that, Brian.
no
That's
enemies
so
in
good.
short range, also true. And then cover from everyone, he's got it because he's in woods. And again, the Aces decks use the term cover. That's not partial cover in Alpha Strike. That's anything that provides a defensive bonus.
Right.
So it could be half submerged in water. It could be trees. Could be
This is good.
partial cover. Anyway, he's done.
You have to move 2, right?
I have to move 2. Second model on their force is going to be the Locust 2C.
Heck yes. This
So
is great.
Did he say he has line of sight on me or not?
Oh, yeah.
He does,
Okay,
yeah.
good.
You also get a building for cover.
Has the Highlander moved yet? No.
Nope.
But there are enemies within 24 inches that have moved. Yes, the catapult has. I would like to hunt that catapult. I would like to only see the catapult without cover.
Without cover, coming
No
around the
cover
building.
versus the catapult, yep. And then in as few enemy firing arcs as possible, also true if he goes in this line. Occupy woods if there's anywhere in that zone he can
Take
do
himself partial cover here.
it. That is in no one's firing arc, that's true. Actually, it's in the
But
Wolfhound's
that's
firing
also
arc.
reckless because he knows the Highlander's going to get
Yeah.
him, right?
Yeah.
This is the
So-
part of Aces that's subjective as well. There is a
Yeah.
little bit subjectivity. When I play, I'm always playing with the subjectivity as well because the Aces deck can actually be something that you as a player, as you progress your skill level, the deck can kind of amoeba with you. It can change along.
Yeah.
So that
Actually, I want to point
that
out,
meets the
you
conditions.
can't go there anyway because you'd have line of sight to the Wolfhound.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Line of
that's
sight
right.
only to target means can't go there. Got to be here somewhere where all 3
Away
of the
from
other
the
mechs are
Raven.
hidden.
Yeah.
His
And it
ideal
moves.
location is right here then.
16 inches of movement to play with. Wants a no cover shot on the catapult, which it'll get because it's only trees.
It wants to go somewhere there.
Nope, the Raven can see it.
Not if
Back
he's
a little
behind.
bit. Yeah, back a little bit.
He's
though.
pretty short.
Nope, Raven can
Back
see
him
it.
up a little
No
bit.
way.
A little bit, yeah.
You can see maybe the top gun, and that's it. I think it's here.
And he's
Oh, okay.
a 4, right? Or
Suppose no
3.
one. 3 TMM for the Locust.
There it is.
Again, the true line of sight in Alpha Strike, right? If you you got to see a third of the model to be able to actually have
Alright,
line of sight or shoot at it. There he
5,
is.
6, 7, 8, 9.
Okay, we got to move now. We want to try and sync that guy to move before you
let's-
move, right, Brian?
Let's put
Probably,
Brian
yeah.
behind that rifleman.
Yeah. Put him
The
right behind
fulcrums are last, so the Howler's actually going next. And again, as players playing aces, you know the activation order of the enemy force because you got to be able to operate it.
Should I just
You
Yes.
need to get up
Sync
on
right
top of
here?
this building
Yeah.
after he goes.
Why?
We want because you don't want these things fired. They can't shoot up at you.
They can't shoot up at me.
Not if they're that close. Like, from a distance they can, but they're going to want to be
I'm not
aggressive.
listening to you.
Trust me.
I'm listening to Brian and Jason only.
Ask Kermindy.
Okay, so what are we doing?
Brian's going to
Well, no, I guess that's the big question though. Like, is me if I move first, is it going to attract him to start coming this way, or if you move first, is that going to attract him to start moving
Either
that
of us
way?
moving here are going to take rear shots from these. We're going to be taking 4 dice in the back.
They're going at the end. So
Yeah.
one of those fulcrums will have the
So
whole
if
fortress.
you
I
go
move-
there, he may come. He's likely going to go after the
Yeah, he
unit
might go after
station.
the lowest TMM
Yeah.
one, so it's
Okay.
kind of 50-50.
So I'm just going to move here then,
Yeah.
and then we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
So you don't take you guys probably won't be able to take those rear shots, and I think that's probably the
Yeah.
safest move for everybody
Yeah.
because I'm going to move here one way or the other.
Right.
What about putting you behind the Locust so that it never shoots anyone in the face first 5?
I don't think I can get around there,
You might.
and
Where's
then
the
that could put me behind him,
Or
but
if
that also puts me right in his.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you let me move first then? Because I'm just thinking. Well, actually, you know what? I'm thinking of jumping into the trees to get closer to these
Yeah,
guys.
they're going to be behind you. Do you want to do? You want at least one of them to move before you move.
Can the Raven get behind him with the additional 2?
Well, these are going to get behind us. One of us, we want.
Well,
It's best
or
that Brian moves
can get in
first,
6,
right?
for
Oh,
sure.
I don't know if they only have 20.
I think you're better off behind that rifleman.
and then I can stay out of his line of
Yeah.
sight.
Hold on, the Raven. If the
Here.
Raven can get behind the Locust, then
I
then
will
Brian gets behind
maybe,
that.
but we're going to wait for one of these to move first.
Let
So-
me.
We don't have to.
Oh, well, then I'd be in line of sight of one of
Yeah,
the
go
fulcrums
behind.
too.
Go behind the rifleman.
But
because
we-
then we can actually open up on
But
it.
if I, well, we can't open up on
Right,
him
Right.
this turn one way or the other because we got to scan him.
Yeah.
But if I get behind him,
You can
we can open up on him next turn.
next turn.
And get rid of that 5, and we don't have to let anybody get close
You're going
to
to get
him.
shot up real bad though, because you're going to start reading things on the aces cards which are nasty, called attacked by an ally this turn, attacked by an ally this
yeah,
turn,
these
and attacked
fulcrums
by an
are
ally
going
this
to
turn.
end you.
Okay,
and they will
I'll
end you.
I'll just go this way then.
Because if the fulcrum's got a clean shot on me, but the card says attacked by an ally and they can shoot you,
They
they'll
start
shoot you
ganging up.
instead. They want to put you off the table.
Yep.
Okay.
And you might be able to soak the little guy, but you're not going to be able to soak the fulcrum.
And guess what? These
Let me
are
soak the
Jade
fulcrum.
Falcon themed cards. They like killing little things and beating them into a pulp.
Okay. Well, here we go.
This is true.
So you got 3 plus the trees. That's a nice TMM.
all right, you get to
Even if
move
something-
now.
Even if
Oh.
something ends up trying to shoot you.
Howler. Can he go behind the nearest enemy that's already moved?
See.
No.
Not quite.
Nope, you can't.
No, not with 16 movement.
Well,
14.
he would have been if I'd have moved over there.
Yeah. He definitely would have drawn aggro from that guy. It would have been nasty, but he probably would have lived. Are there any enemies in 24 that have already moved? Yeah, 2 of them. Whichever one's nearest that he can fire at. I think Wolfhound is 18 and a half-ish.
Yeah.
And you're 22, so Wolfhound is now the target.
Okay.
Be in as
Only a
few
2.
enemy firing arcs as possible.
He'll
He
be
can't
going-
avoid yours,
He's
but he
going to
can get
hug
everyone
that
else.
building,
He's going to go back here somewhere probably.
which is good because you got woods and cover, so you'll be
fewest arcs, then woods, then cover from most enemies.
fine. Right there.
See?
Shocking.
Good. That's good.
Is it trying to stay at medium or short, or does it not say?
Wants the cover before prioritizing his own range.
I got it.
So
Paul,
Not yet.
you got to get in there.
We lost initiative, right?
Yeah. That's why your whole strategy, well, if the fulcrum's moving before you, isn't going to work.
yeah, only
Yeah.
one of you gets to react to the fulcrums.
So
And it should be.
It probably should be the Raven. He'll get
Yeah.
a chance to actually
Yeah.
scan
I
it.
agree.
the thing is, I only moved 16, right?
Can you get onto that building behind its front arc?
I don't jump.
Because if you can jump on top of the big building,
I can't jump.
you're a Highlander.
You can climb,
Oh,
though.
you're the Raven.
You can climb up there. That's 2 inches to get up there. You can get into his rear arc for sure.
No, I can't.
You can.
Because if I climb, I only move 14. I can only get to there.
That's fine.
No, burn an edge point.
You can go to here, burn an edge point, and you
Get
get
those 2
behind him and
inches.
scan him. Let me deal with the fulcrums.
And then you can shoot at him.
He'll be able to shoot the rifleman for sure.
Or yeah,
I'm
no,
going to
yeah.
get murdered by the rifleman's what's going to happen.
You'll be fine.
It's jumping. It shoots for 3.
Yeah, you're fine.
I spend the edge
You have
point.
stealth too, don't you?
Spend the edge point. There
Oh,
we go.
Raven on the roof.
Look
All
at
right.
look at Paul. Woo. Back up a bit, Paul. Hug the building.
And you're in his rear arc, so he can't hit you, right?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
Nice.
if you go too far out, these fulcrums will get an angle on you.
There's my edge
See,
point.
I got your back. See, I'm protecting Paul, guys. This is what I do. I protect Paul.
Let
He
me
throws
see the
to
camera
wind.
for a second.
He throws me to the wind. Give me the tape measure.
It's going to be the blame Tommy strategy.
No, see, he's not even showing the camera.
Yeah,
He
I
doesn't wanna
know.
show you.
Cameraman's not on my side.
The fulcrum's got to go.
One of the fulcrums must go. This
He
is
wanted
the
coffee
closer
later.
one to you. The closer fulcrum behind those trees there. If the catapult is moved, then he can go behind it.
This one?
Yes, and yes, that is possible.
Is
the
it?
catapult's facing this way. His rear arc
Yeah,
is
my
there
rear
somewhere.
arc is right here, so it could get.
Oh, if he just goes straight up the board, he can totally do it.
But there's woods covering this triangle.
That
here.
doesn't matter.
All right. Well, he can go over here if
Well,
you
so
want.
hang on. That's one possibility. The other possibility is on the backside
Yeah,
of that
just run
building.
that way.
Yeah,
And
he can
so,
actually go against this wall
Behind
here.
the catapult, intervening woods from as many other enemies as possible. That's not going to be applicable. As few enemy firing arcs as possible.
Yeah, he's going
It's
to
got to
He
be.
can
It's
go-
got to be
he can
back
go
there,
right
hidden from
here.
the wolfhound.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hide me from the wolfhound. Yep.
Is that
a
hidden from
little
the
more.
wolfhound?
There you go. 4 TMM, please.
And he'll position himself so we can't get rear shot. All right.
Until you chip them a bit and get some motive crits in the mix. Fulcrums are
They're nasty.
incredibly effective scouts.
Have a good night, Zephyr.
I think
Yeah.
I'm just going to move
Backward 6.
to this wall right here to get within 6 of him, and I'll draw fire for you.
Yep.
And
Great.
scan him.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
scan him.
And like I don't know how many, and fire whatever you can without completely deleting them. You know, so if it's got 6 to life, fire 5.
5 armor, 3 internals.
So that's 8. Okay, yeah.
8.
So
You jumped?
hit him with 7.
I'm going to jump because
Make it harder to hit.
make it harder to hit.
Yep. Nice.
No, I think that's good. There's no rear shots
I will
on
mention
me.
that when you play this at your own table, and we may do this if we have time at the end of the stream, I'll make them pay for their repairs. We'll actually we'll tabulate the SP,
All right.
and we'll figure out the repair bill.
Done.
How many aces decks are in a game? That's a 2-part answer. Generally speaking, you have 1 per roll per mech on the field, but you can also split 1 deck between 2 same type units. So say you're using a lot of vehicles. We do this all the time. You'll split them into 2 3-card decks. So it's a variable answer depending on the sortie or mission that you're designing yourself.
And there's no rule against the decks themselves actually mixing them in any way possible to break them up and make it funny. Like you can literally take a deck from all the different roles and put them together and try some wacky stuff. Not recommended, but
you get some interesting results.
you'll get some interesting results.
Some of
but
them play better with others, like play better mixed together than you would expect. Like Missile Boat Brawler can be an interesting one. Scout Striker can also be interesting.
right.
Is anybody in 22 of the hidden hover tank?
Within 22,
Yep, the Highlander.
What about this Raven?
the Highlander
Highlander is right at
And the
22.
Raven.
No, the Raven's not. It's
The
at
Raven
23.
is-
It's at 23.
That is
It's
20.
at 23.
Look at
It looks
this.
a lot like 21 to
22.
me.
It's
It looks
20.
23 to me. I spent the extra 2 points on movement.
Look at this. Look at this.
Hey.
Go to the overhead and let the
we
math
don't,
show it
we
out.
don't need to see it. We don't
See
need
how
to see
Paul
it.
cheats, guys?
Yep.
See,
But he's
see how
cheating with my
Devin
team,
changes
so
the
I'm good with
camera when you request it? you see
He's
this?
smiling behind the screen.
Yep. Okay. So Raven is the target. He was picking blue as well, which is highest movement generally on this commander profile. So yes, try to wherever he can zip to see the Raven and shoot at the Raven.
How far can you move? 20?
Yep. And then and nobody else's firing arc. As few enemy arcs as possible. There's
Right.
probably a spot where he can be over here.
Yes, that's a better spot. Yeah.
Where then
Yeah.
depends. Can you shoot at him? If he can see you and be in no one's firing arc, he'll do that.
Yeah, he wants to go
right
there.
here.
Yeah, right there. Right
here
there.
even.
Yep.
Get to short range.
I don't think he can get that far. 20?
20?
Yeah,
oh,
you
never mind. He can't. He's 20 away.
He wants to be.
Zoom.
He wants to be far enough away that he can actually see up.
Now
on
he's
me
in
there.
my arc, but I can't shoot him.
No,
Right.
right there. That's the spot.
Yep.
And
I
the
think the
ticket.
building is hiding him from Brian.
That's correct. That's what I was trying to do, making sure.
There it is. That's the spot
but
that
you
Dex
can
says to
scan
go.
both of them now, right?
I can.
1 per unit per turn.
Sucker.
Okay, so we start shooting.
We lost initiative, so we have to shoot first.
How much does this Fulcrum got for defenses? Because
4 TMM, 5 armor, 3
all
internals.
right, I'm dropping 5 into him.
Yeah, splat.
But I'm gonna hit 4, 5, 6 for jumping, 10s.
At short range, it's 10s. Yeah.
My God. 5.
You want 4 dice
10s.
you're doing?
Nothing there.
5
Here.
pairs.
Oh, you roll them dice.
Almost.
You want to
Hold
pay
on.
an
Oh,
edge?
no,
You want to pay an edge
I
to add a
might.
pip?
That'll hit him once, right?
That's not
You
worth
want,
it.
you want
Don't
that
spend
movement crit.
Yes,
Or you want the motive, the
you want
motive
the
damage.
move
True,
crit.
too.
All right, I will spend the edge to up at 1.
Here,
Okay. I
roll-
think you have one more to roll
roll
yet,
the
don't you?
purple
I
dice.
have one more to roll yet. Let me roll one more still.
There.
Boom!
There
Never
it
mind.
is.
I won't spend the edge.
Natural
There it
12.
Unless we should, just to make sure. Because that's 2 motive hit. That's Let's disable this guy.
It's only 1 motive check per attack in total,
Okay, but the crit's a different
but
source.
you'll also
right?
get a crit.
Okay, I will not spend the edge then. Yeah, I'm doing it.
All right. So 2
No,
total
wait,
hits.
does it matter? Because the crit's still going to do a motive hit, right?
Yeah.
So it's literally irrelevant to do it
Well,
other than.
you get a bonus payout for this scenario for immobilizing or destroying 3 enemy units, so it's still worth putting damage on it.
Yeah.
All right, I'm doing it.
Okay. Roll me 2 dice as a motive crit.
Give me the purples. Purple pumpkin eater.
Add 1 because it's a hover tank.
You get 2 crit rolls. So your natural crit and the motive, right?
Yeah,
Is
motive's
this my
not.
is
yeah.
this my motive?
This is
or
the
crit?
motive check. Add 1 to the
motive check.
result.
6, 7.
Not enough.
Can I re-roll?
Nope. Then roll a critical hit.
9.
Is a weapon hit on a hover tank.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
That's
Now
a-
it's a 1-1-0. Doesn't have a lot of weaponry. You blew half the turret off.
That's it for my firing, friends.
All right, I'll pop that locust right now.
You're gonna shoot the locust.
Yeah.
Probably
Nice.
won't kill it. That's 5 pips.
Oh yeah.
So I'm going to be at 4. Short range is 4. It went for 4, or a 3 is 7. Partial cover, 8s.
Yep.
8s. Miss.
You want to pay an edge?
Pay an edge.
Sure. No, I need it for my speed.
All right.
I need it for my speed.
Looks like I'm at medium here. So 4, 5, 6. God.
10, 11s.
11s.
Or you can take that locust down.
Yeah, I don't want to kill it. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9s.
But how many dice you throwing?
I'm sorry.
How many dice you throwing?
4.
4.
Ace.
He's got 5. He hasn't been hit yet. I
Exactly. So yeah, I'll be fine. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Back 1 is 8s.
8s. Boom.
That's 1, 2, 2.
On the locust?
Yep.
All right.
3.
Still has armor.
8s. Oh yeah, 2.
Yeah, it's only 2.
All right,
Okay.
we're stripping that locust down.
Yeah.
I'm going to shoot right in the back of the rifleman.
Yeah, baby.
3 pairs plus 1 for rear.
Yeah.
Yep.
You want to use your edge ability too?
What's the edge ability do?
Yeah. That gives me. It increases my damage rating by 1 in addition to the bonus 1 damage for attacking the
Nice.
target in
Yeah,
the rear.
'cause you're not going to kill him.
Assassin.
But this will hurt.
Yeah.
Do you need some more dice or are you good?
So 5 pairs. 3 from the Wolfhound, 1 for rear, 1 for assassin.
And how many? Oh yeah.
Just 5 armor left.
I'm never going to. Yeah, give me 2 more pairs. Well, actually, give
Yeah.
me 3 so I can match some dice.
Go, Brian, go.
Get him.
And
Boxcar,
it's so
boxcar.
3, 7,
8
8.
for trees.
So just
No.
8s.
8s.
So 4, 8, 11, 12 for the trees.
What?
Because, I'm sorry, yeah, 4 plus 4 for his TMM is 8.
Yep.
1 for the trees, 9s.
Oh, I forgot you're not skill 3. Correct. Yeah. It's
Oh
9s.
yeah, 9s.
We were looking at your TMM dice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's 1.
I see a lot though. 2.
There's 2.
Could do a 3rd if you want to spend a pip
The
to
last edge.
make it 3.
No, because I would rather do this if I'm getting
Agreed.
people's
Yeah, good
arcs.
call.
Arcs.
How many?
2.
Okay. You've now shredded half his armor, but he's basically fine.
Good shooting.
Yep.
Is that everybody?
Yeah.
All right, that's like they get the pound back.
Yep.
Yeah. Not looking forward to this.
No, it's going to hurt.
I spend 1 edge and cast invisibility.
Wrong game.
It's Leviosa.
Yeah, they're only throwing 2 at you. You can survive
Right.
with 2.
Rifleman
have
first. Target at
Morgan Kell in
medium
the-
prefers lowest TMM, so shooting the catapult. 3 skill, 2 for jump is 5, 2 for range is 7, 1 for trees is 8, and there's no TMM.
Right.
So
Medium range, 3 dice at 8.
Ooh,
1 hit.
not bad,
Pair of
not bad.
sevens.
Catapult, not bad.
Yeah.
Okay, he's done. Let me actually make sure I'm not supposed to overheat. How many armor do you have in total?
I have 7 in total.
Oh,
I'm down to 5.
Yep. Yeah, armor for days. If he had a chance of going internal, he would have also spent his overheat to do one extra damage. Okay, next we got the Locust actually is next. Target at short. I can't see anybody at short. Target at medium. I have 2 options. Between them, it's going to be attacked by ally this turn, so catapult. 2 pairs, or 1 pair
See,
from the
attacked
Locust.
by ally. Sneaky Dex.
3 skill, 2 range. Trees is 6. Yes, 1 on the catapult.
What's this? 3 skill, 2 range, 5, 6. Yep.
With the tree, yeah.
Yeah, because no TMM.
No TMM.
Little bastard took a clink
Yeah, I'm
off
going to
you
start
there.
moving next turn.
Yeah, he might want to start.
No, but yeah, I was using. I wanted
But
those
we can
minuses
start-
because they were so darn fast.
We can start taking
Yep.
at least
can
3 of
start
these
killing
guys off the
things, yeah.
map. too.
Howler next. His only target is in fact the Wolfhound, so I can just skip to rolling dice. 2 dice. He's skill 3, 2 for range, 2 for TMM is 8, 1 for trees 9.
3 for TMM.
Oh, he hit.
3 skill, 2 range makes 8. 3 TMM makes. Sorry, 3 skill, 2 range makes 5. TMM makes 8. Trees make 9.
Yep.
He hit
Once.
you once.
Ugh, that's a hard. That's a lot of armor for a little guy like that.
Yeah. He's
Oh,
gonna-
Wolfhound is a tank. He's great. There's a reason the Steiners built it as a scout mech. Okay, and then the 2 Fulcrums. The one closer to the Highlander over
Yep.
there will shoot the Highlander. You
That's-
did draw the shot.
Let's go for it.
2 attack.
Got
Hitting
you, buddy, I
What's
got you.
your TMM?
Appreciate
2? So 5s.
Sorry. What
missed?
do you roll? Oh wow,
Oh,
miss.
no, he
No.
hit. He hit it.
That Fulcrum hit you
There's a
twice. The
7
one
and a
that's
6.
bearing down on you.
What'd you do?
That Fulcrum shot you for 2.
3,
2.
4, 5. Yeah.
5s.
Yep.
Yeah, he rolled 7s and 8s. He's
We
good.
got this one.
And
Okay,
the other Fulcrum, I think, is probably eating the Raven at short range. Yep, for 2 pairs. 3 skill and 3 TMM, 6s. 1 hit.
Yes.
1 hit on the Raven.
See? I jinxed him.
Good. I
See
thought
the
I
ma-
ro- I
Did
thought
you
I
see the
saw a
magic
bad roll,
fingers
but-
working there?
Okay,
Jinxed him.
now, waypoint time.
I will scan the waypoint of this Fulcrum who has bad shooting capabilities now.
So I'm
He's
gonna
down 1 weapon, so
I'm
he's
gonna
only throwing 1 dice.
scan. I'm
We can scan
scanning
3
the Locust.
Yeah.
Yes,
All right.
please.
Let's do the Fulcrum first.
Yep.
Waypoint Echo. I've got it
Okay.
over here on the card. You want to read it?
Yeah, let
Sure.
Brian read
Whoever
it.
can read it. It could be
Yeah.
Tommy for doing it.
No,
01E.
01E. The enemy's last shot must have landed more precisely than you thought. Some of your weapons are non-responsive. Your unit that revealed this waypoint suffers the weapon hit critical hit.
So he's got no weapons anymore.
No, no, no,
You
no.
lose
No.
a, no,
No.
you.
You lose.
He
You take
shot
it-
you
you-
in the process.
You
You
take
lose a
crit.
weapon.
I lose a weapon?
Weapon crit
You
to you.
take the weapon hit.
Dirty
critical hit.
play. What the heck?
Rude.
Highlander is coming. It is coming, people.
The Highlander.
Highlander Part 2.
What the hell with that?
Okay, next is the Raven
Oh,
with the
God.
Locust
I don't know what's
2C.
gonna happen
Okay,
to
so
me
that
here.
one's going to be waypoint D, 01 Delta.
The enemy sends a volley of weapons fire in your direction. As you maneuver to return fire, your controls seize up, making your mech slow to respond. Your unit that revealed this waypoint suffers the MP hit critical hit.
You got movement hit? A
Yeah, I
Raven?
only move 8 now.
My
Ooh.
God.
Okay,
It's
now
always the Raven or the Scout mech that draws that waypoint. Every time. I do not know how.
and then I guess me with the
Does that reduce your TMM?
Yeah, half move, half TMM. It's brutal.
Oh, God.
with
It's
the
1.5
Highlander.
divided by is,
So-
is,
Round down.
is 1.
One.
yeah.
So this is great. What a penalizing scenario.
Thankfully, this is Peter's mech.
Then the Rifleman.
Then the Rifleman. All right,
No, The
Rifleman.
Wolfhound is Peter.
Bravo.
Who's the
You know
Raven?
about the
It's never
Jade
me.
Falcon Mongol
Oh,
Doctrine,
oh,
and
it's
now you're getting to
Devin's
see it
mech.
up close.
should've-
You
I
gain
should've been
plus
more
1 to your
brave.
initiative roll on the following round. So we've got plus 3 initiative this round.
Yeah, you're likely to go first, or have initiative rather.
Yeah.
See,
So-
that's why
Let's go.
Brian rocks.
Yeah.
I picked the right mech.
Oh no.
Okay, round 3, roll initiative.
We get +3 and
Oh, hang on.
+2.
Commander?
So we get 5.
No, +3 total.
Well,
Yeah, sure,
having the
5.
Wolfhound up the back of the Rifleman is triggering a different strategy now. Switching to card D.
So not only does he write good fiction, folks, but he actually changes the entire course of the universe and game as well.
And now he's also, let's see, yeah, let's roll initiative. So you get a bonus of 3, because 2 for not being the current, not having one last round, and 1 from the waypoint effect. I roll an 8.
I rolled a 6 plus 3 is 9.
9, so you win for turn 3.
Hell yeah.
All right, let's
Okay.
go.
This is
And
exactly
then
what we
the
needed,
other
friends.
change is the commander says add the move last token to your unit that does the most, has the most movement and does the most damage at short. That's going to be one of the fulcrums. So instead of moving at 6, 7, 8, it's now moving at 1,000 in the priority stack, meaning it will go after all the other player
The fulcrum that wasn't hit, right?
The fulcrum that is mint condition,
Okay.
correct. That's this one here in the
Mint
middle.
condition
Okay, but
fulcrum.
it's still gonna move after us, so it's still you guys still have to move too.
Yeah. You will be able to react to it, but it is
Yeah.
automatically going to be moving last in the order of enemy models.
I like this because
So who's up
we want
first?
initiative.
Rifleman
I
is
can
up
start killing
first.
stuff.
We've got this.
And again, two enemy units. So Rifleman followed by the damaged fulcrum that got mangled over
Oh,
there.
yes.
Oh,
Move. Okay, I'm going to pound that guy. Next
Watch him
week.
just run away.
Pound
we-
town.
We've got his waypoint, so he can either run away or
Or you can
Or-
smush him.
Yep.
or get smushed, and it doesn't matter.
I'm smelling a DFA on this guy.
Only if you can catch him. All right. So the Rifleman 2C, or C2 rather. That's a different mech.
My PPC can catch him.
It's automatically going, yeah, no kidding. He's automatically incautious because no one's moved yet.
Let's see him go fast in the speed of light.
With 18-inch jumping, he would like to target the nearest unit. That's the Wolfhound.
God
He would like to
damn
be
it.
18 away from you, see you, have cover from as many enemies as possible, and occupy woods.
He's going to back up to that other area back there.
I think it's back here.
Yeah, which is good because he's going to.
Flee, flee, flee. Yeah, there's nowhere on the two-player mechs are far enough apart that there's nowhere in the building where he can't, behind that building shadow, he can hide. So yeah, get 18 away from the Wolfhound. You definitely scared him. Is there any other instructions? See him, cover from everyone else. I mean, technically, he could also go.
Yep, sorry.
No.
Hide behind this building.
Yeah, he's not far enough away from you, though. He wants to be 18 from you.
So he'd probably
he's got
hide
18
behind
move.
here.
He's got to go there.
Yeah, he's got a bail, because even back here, he won't get cover. So, jumping away.
I'm okay with
Coward.
that.
Now that he's out for the round, we can spend our time.
He's also
unlocking
the
other
he's
guys.
also the star captain, or the star commander
What
for
a
this
coward.
this force.
That's gross.
the star
A
coward.
little bit, right?
I might as well move because I'm dead this
Well,
turn.
no, that's only
not
the
dead.
first mech.
Wait.
You've got to
Oh,
move
I can't
two.
get
I have
away.
to move
I
one
can only
more.
move 6 inches.
Just
If I-
wait.
Damaged fulcrum. Can he go behind the nearest player that's moved? None of you have moved yet. So cautious in fighting the nearest player. That's the Highlander.
Come at me, buddy.
See you.
Yep.
Be in as few enemy firing arcs as possible.
You had to move around the building.
No enemies within 18 that have not moved. So he wants to be 18 away from you
So he
and
wants to
everyone
back
else.
away.
Back up or go towards the wall.
Or this way, maybe. And then finally, intervening woods from everyone else.
Yep,
Right,
that-
So
that-
yeah,
this
back
is
to the tree.
Pretty much it's as far as he can move.
20,
right?
so he can go all the
He
way
can
back
get to here.
into
Yep.
here. But he can't go in the
No,
woods,
he's
right?
not going to go there.
Go
He's
around
not
the
gonna
back
go
of the woods.
Yeah,
He's
hover
going to go
craft can't enter the
here
woods.
because
he
he's
can't go,
if
he
he
can't go in the woods.
he can go here or here. He can go back to here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He wants to be behind it because
Yeah.
if he goes back here, clear line of sight from the catapult, right?
Well,
You
it's
know.
he'd still be in woods, but
Yeah, he wants to go here.
He'll
He'd
have
be behind
he'll
the
have
woods.
woods cover, but he's not
Yeah.
in the woods.
Okay, so he's there.
Because like you mentioned, hover tanks cannot enter trees.
those three make a tree, so even if he went there,
Yeah.
You can still see him, yeah.
And because that's over 6 inches of woods, I actually wouldn't be able to see him because it's like 5 plus me plus.
Okay.
So actually, I don't think I've line of sight on him.
Who's going to be the first to move?
Why don't you let me move?
This
I
is
might
always
as
the
well.
most tense discussion.
I might
Yeah.
as well move. I can only move 6. I'm stuck on that building.
You're-
I move 8. It's going to cost me 2 to get down.
We
I'm just
win
gonna,
initiative, Paul. If
I'm
you
gonna
go
c-
last, you can outmaneuver them.
Yeah, let them go. Yeah.
Yeah.
See-
okay. If you
See,
if
he
you
just
want,
throws all costly. He gets hit. Hey, I got
If
my
you
rotor
want-
cuff hurt. I can't move.
if you want, yes. But if I come down here,
You're gonna.
it's gonna draw fire,
Yes.
and you guys can swarm it.
Yeah,
That's
but
fine.
no, we don't want you to die.
So
We
the
d- yeah.
guy who's made the most impact positively, Brian, what do you think we should do?
I think I should go later, and I think Paul should go later because
Yep.
we want to try to draw him out
And scan him.
and
Yeah.
scan him, and we need to scan this one also.
I move 8J, so I can move 4 inches in the woods. That will clear up. So if I want to shoot him, I can.
Yeah.
I can pull him. I want to get I want to stay out of his arc. So let me move 4 inches.
So the problem with the Locust is he'll try to get behind you.
Well,
if you're okay with that, I can get behind him. But the problem is I don't want you to take 5 and 6 in the back. So what if you actually backed up and had that Locust try to draw you out?
That'll work.
Right?
Because then I can still, if I back up.
In fact, if you back up to here, you can get a clear shot on him without any woods.
That'll work.
Especially you can go
Well,
this far.
the one
back.
tree he's behind, but yes.
Let's see, I can move 8. I'll get out of the woods. That'll get me right to here-ish. Right here, get that clear shot.
Yeah. You can probably get it right here even.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that gives you some good distance from the other guys.
Yep, they'll pull them in.
You got what is your TMM, 1 or 2?
My TMM is 1 because I'm a catapult.
No worries. That's good. This is good.
Yeah. I mean, it's a long-range shot. 4 plus 1 plus 4
You're
plus 4.
likely going to draw these guys out now.
Yeah, that's good. I want them.
Okay. Who's next?
And I'm
Who
a
is next
catapult. I
from
want them to come to me.
the Aces Force?
It's the Locust.
It is the Locust. Then the Howler,
Yes.
and then that last hover tank is going to go at the very end.
Good play. Good play.
Come to me, my
This
Locust.
is good.
Who now has the highest movement value of the 4-player mechs? It's the Wolfhound, right? Because the Raven got the crit.
Raven's down to 1. Yep.
Yeah, MV.
MV.
Movement
Yes,
rating.
it is the Wolfhound now.
Yep.
12,
Yeah.
right? 12?
I'm at 14.
Oh, God.
You haven't moved yet, so he's
No.
can't be aggressive. Has anyone within 18 of the Locust finished moving?
Within
Still- are you
18,
still in 18?
potentially just on the just on the cusp.
Okay.
is the-
So, of the players that have moved, which is just the catapult, chase that catapult, see only the catapult if possible. Catapult has no cover, and occupy woods.
Oh,
Oh,
he's
so
going to
it's
go
gonna go right
march
to the
into those
woods.
woods.
Yeah.
Yeah, just going to chase at you.
Because if it goes here, well, if it
Here, the Wolfhound can't see him.
but the Raven still can.
The Raven
and I
can.
And he'll want to get within short range, right?
Yeah, so if there's
so he's going to want to go here.
if there's nowhere where the Locust can, if we can't do line of sight only to target, then we skip it. So
only
then it becomes
to target?
only to the catapult. See only the catapult if you can.
So because the Raven, he can't go there.
Right.
He's going to have
And the
to
Wolfhound
go.
being here means this half of the trees
He's
is no good.
completely trapped.
So that condition actually doesn't help us narrow it down. We skip it and ignore it completely. So where can he see the catapult with no cover, and then where can he occupy woods?
Right there.
Right
Charging.
there.
Yeah, charging right
So
in.
he's charging no matter what.
Meow.
He's going to want to get within 6 inches.
He has
right?
he has 16 moves, so he can totally get there.
Is he within 6? I don't think
Put him
he
put
is.
him within 6 if he's able.
Yeah,
he should be
is.
able to
That is
along the
6
tree
right
line.
there.
So catapult's going to get a face full of it this
And
turn.
facing wise, he's probably going to
Show his rear to no one. I would point his rear this way.
Yeah.
Well, he still wants a shot, right?
Yep.
Well, that Wolfhound can get him then.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Yes. He's got no good options.
All right.
Yeah.
This
So
is your turn to delete him.
I'm probably going to. I would like you to go next because the Howler has to move next, and I need to figure out where the Howler's going so I can get behind him to scan him.
Okay.
And the Raven can then scan.
Okay.
Get in a position to scan that last fulcrum.
So I've got ideas.
Actually,
I can either.
I don't want to scan anything else.
I have an idea. I can either.
Fair.
My God, you still have 2 armor. You're fine. I can go over here. It only shoots 2, Paul.
Yeah.
I could.
No, the scanning does damage.
Mine didn't.
If
What
it does.
a coward. Speaking of Highlander, run, Raven, run. Here's an option, guys. I could come around this building, stay away from this guy, and shoot this guy with you.
Yeah.
And if by some chance the Wolfhound comes around as well, we could try to delete this guy. Because he's going to put 5 in your face.
He has 3
He's got
pips left.
3 pips left.
He's got 3 pips left. I'll try.
Other option is I can make my way this way and finish this guy off, or just not move entirely.
I like you going forward to keep shooting at him and maybe pull the other fulcrum towards you. 'cause
I
then you
actually
can
have
scan it.
more dice and better options if I just don't move and shoot him.
Yeah. Can you see? Yeah. Yeah.
I can see him.
And you're at
He has
medium. Oh,
he
yeah.
has no tree cover from me.
Yeah.
I can wipe him out.
The only thing you might want to do, well, I might want to spin your butt, but if you don't move, you get the -1. So do that. Yeah. Your back is covered from him, so
Yeah. Yeah, there's too many lines, too much tree and stuff for him. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you know what? I'm just not going to move.
Love it.
That's a soaker
Okay.
for this round. You don't get to change facings when you.
You do. You can move up to 1 inch and change facing in Alpha Strike.
Yeah.
There
And
we
still
go.
be and still be standstill.
I'm going to do that instead because that will give me no backfiring from those guys.
Right.
Yep. Locking down the board.
Love
okay.
it.
Howler is next. The Wolfhound is the ideal blue player model, so it's not going to be aggressive or balanced. It's going to be cautious. Keying off the nearest player unit. 11 from the Wolfhound or 10.5 from the Raven. So Raven.
Kill the Raven.
And fewest enemy firing arcs. Get into woods. No enemies within 12 that haven't already moved. That's annoying. You guys are going to have a hard time running him down. He still has a token to flip. And then closer to target. So closer to the Raven.
Raven's just going to have to soak one.
Fewest enemy firing arcs. And no enemies within 12 that haven't already moved. He can just do this.
There you go.
Yeah, now you
think.
can behind him.
I can't.
Brian, if you go around that, go get him.
Only move
'cause
8.
The rifleman
Then go
won't be
to
able
his
to see you
face. He's only
behind that.
showing
Go.
too.
Oh, it's beautiful. That Fulcrum
Can I
might
have the-
come for you though.
I mean,
But on
the
the other
Fulcrum's got 2 dice, right?
And
2 dice.
Yeah, and the Fulcrum, it might go for the closest target, which will still not be you. So it just,
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Oh, yeah, Jerry.
is he? I can't see.
Yeah, I'm
Oh, nice.
I'm in his rear arc
There you go.
completely.
And I don't. I still
Wait,
don't
before
think
you
he'll
go
kill
there,
him.
is there a way to back up a little bit so that Fulcrum doesn't get behind you? No, back,
Like
back,
here?
like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Stay
Be
within 6.
and
Because then the
hide your
Fulcrum,
back.
This is a 6-inch thing, so just.
yeah, because we don't want the Fulcrum to get you.
I think
Yeah.
the answer is yes.
Perfect.
Yep.
Perfect.
there we go.
Now that Fulcrum can't get behind you.
Watch your back.
We got you.
Yeah.
We got you, Brian.
I know you're a Wolfhound. I know you have a rear laser, but also
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
best rear laser is the one you never have to fire.
Exactly.
The objective was to scan 3, or was the objective to scan them all?
All 5.
All 5.
the,
Yeah.
What's the baboon's life?
2-2.
2-2. Okay.
Yeah. Once that waypoint is revealed, he's gonna melt.
Yeah.
Okay. The final Fulcrum, sitting in the middle of the board. Can he go behind? Who's lost the most armor in the player force now?
Me.
Can he get behind you with 20
No.
move?
No,
That's it.
I've
I
lost
think it
3
might be the
armor.
Highlander.
He
Okay, so
can't
no.
get behind me either.
Maybe he can actually. Where's your rear arc?
He can. No, he can't because I got cover.
So hang on. Can he move behind you? Yeah, he will end up
Can
targeting
he
you.
swoop around that way?
So there's nowhere he can be behind you. Can he actually just go straight to you and behind you?
Nope. For 20?
No, more direct than that.
Nope.
No, can't get behind you. Okay. So nope, you've moved, but it cannot be behind you. That's cool. But you have moved, so he's going to be balanced. Keying off again, player that's lost the most armor.
Either one of us are
It's
good.
it's either.
No,
I've
you
lost
don't-
3.
You've lost
I've
3.
lost 2.
Yeah, so it's me.
That's you.
Okay, so it is the Highlander. Closer to Highlander, woods cover from everyone if possible. And fewest enemy firing arcs. Yeah, I think it's right
That's
there.
If he
Oh,
goes
that works great for me.
here, yep.
Yeah.
As long as there's intervening woods, so put him a little further
we
back.
can't get
on.
into the woods though.
But it can be between
yeah,
you.
Yeah, yeah.
Who
Okay.
has to be left to be scanned? One of the
That
Fulcrum?
Fulcrum and this Howler.
Or
Running down that Fulcrum is going to be a chore.
Can you get over here to get close
No,
enough to?
No, I can only move 6 inches basically.
Well,
You may
You
have to
can
start
use-
shooting it
you've
just
got
get that
one
motor
more-
fit.
yeah, I can move
8.
10 inches.
Yeah.
Can you get? Well, you can get within 6 of him to scan.
Yeah.
That's
You
what
might have to
we're-
take
that's
his
what-
fire, but that's
That's
okay.
what we're gonna find out. That would get me. Yeah, get me within 6.
Yeah.
There you
Do
go.
that.
Yeah.
That'll get me to there.
Got to prioritize
And
the
that's
objective.
Right at 5, right?
Perfect.
Raven
don't
limps
put
over
your
there.
back to that
Yeah,
guy.
don't put your back to the.
Or
Don't
the
put your
lo-
back
well,
to the locust.
Locust is 1 at this distance and has bigger fish to fry, I suspect.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, you can put your butt that way. Yeah.
There you
So,
go.
like so.
All right. There it is.
TMM 1.
That's my
Oh yeah,
edge
your
ability. I use
your
my
edge ability for the movement. Very nice.
Yep.
No more
Does that
edges for
improve my TMM moving
Paul.
the? Nope. So I'm
Right,
still
plus
alone.
2 now.
Sad days for the Raven.
You gotta go back plus 2.
Sad days for the Raven.
You'll be fine.
'Kay.
Besides, it wouldn't be a good game without Paul getting killed.
All right, what's the last model? That was the last model, right? So combat phase.
Combat phase.
Aces first.
We got this, guys.
Oh, you guys are gonna see me explode when I scan this.
Take 2 direct to
I'm
the
gonna
hull.
randomly
Maybe we'll
take
see the
3 criticals.
Aces pilot death rules. All right. First up shooting is going to be the rifleman. He has no
No
target.
shot.
He just bailed.
That was a good play.
Yeah.
Like a typical
Brian
Falcon.
scared the
Like a
crap out of
typical
me.
Falcon
He
runs.
Runs in, all scary, shoots everything, jump jets away.
Yep.
Gets a couple shots in the back and just like, I'm out, boys.
Okay. And then we've got, next up is going to be the mint condition fulcrum. That's the closer one.
Yep.
The Raven's in 6, so shooting the Raven for 2. 3 skill, 1 TMM. 2 hits.
No armor.
No more armor
No more-
left
no
for
more-
you.
no more crits, though.
Doo-da.
Yeah, here comes
Doo-da.
attack by ally. Attack by ally.
Attack my ally. Attack my
We'll
ally.
see. We'll see. All right, other hover tank with 1 attack left. Target within 6, then target within 24. So it's either Highlander or Raven. Who's lost more armor?
More armor this
I have
turn. or
no
more
armor.
More armor
Me.
lost.
Me.
I've lost 3.
You've
I
lost,
lost
3?
3 as well.
Okay, tied by lowest total structure. That would be the Raven.
No.
Shooting the Raven through trees with 1 attack.
Hey, Paul,
Attacked by an ally
Paul,
this
it's not
turn.
attack by ally this turn. It's only 1 set of dice though.
There we go. I got
3
So we
skill, 2 for range is 5. 1 for the Raven is
6.
6.
7
No more
for
stealth
trees.
because your armor's gone.
Yeah.
7 for trees.
Yeah.
Pew. No hit.
Missed.
Yeah, see?
Hey-oh.
My hacks
Spirit
worked again.
fingers.
Spirit fingers.
Okay. He's done.
That's so good.
Howler is next. Nope,
by
actually,
ally.
sorry. Locust is next. Target at short range, so Catapult gets a face full of ER small lasers.
Sorry, Jason.
Yeah, I know, he's
Thanks for
fours.
helping us out, Jason.
3 skill, 1 TMM,
That's 4.
hitting on 4s.
Oh,
Yeah.
come on, Snake Eyes. Nope.
There are 1s, but there's a 3. Take 4 damage.
You're not.
Ow.
I mean,
It's getting
We'll be
hot in here,
okay.
Jason.
Yeah, no kidding.
It's getting
1,
hot in
2,
here.
3.
As long as you don't take crits or have internals to fix, armor's easy to plate back on. It's fine.
Wait till I open the Jack in the Box in a minute. It's going to...
Jack in the box.
Okay.
And then finally the Howler. Target within short range, there isn't one. Oh, hang on.
Wait.
I lied to you. This Howler 6, both of its SRM turrets are on a turret.
oh, great.
Oh my God, you cheater!
I didn't cheat.
No,
I just
it's
didn't look at the
fine.
card.
It's fine.
So 3 skill, 3 TMM, 6s.
Hit
1
and
and
miss.
what's yellow? Can't see.
5.
3.
Oh, 1 hit, 1 miss.
Sorry,
So Wolfhound takes
It's okay,
1.
Brian. You're getting
That's
the Jack in
okay.
the Box too, buddy.
he's okay. He's got more armor.
It's like whack-a-mole,
Okay,
except
is
the
it our
mole
turn?
hits you.
Would you like to? You know what? Want me to
I'll
delete
go
this guy?
first. I need
Okay, you go ahead.
8s. I'm going to overheat 1.
What do you need? I'll give you the whole pile.
We've also talked about plastics manufacturing for this box,
Yeah.
of course. That Howler, we're looking to see if we can get the missile turret to actually be a turret, just like the mercenaries vehicles.
1, 2, 2 on the Locust.
So you're in.
3 on the Locust?
2.
2.
Yeah.
Roll me a crit, please.
All right. Come on, Hell's Houses.
6.
Weapon hit.
That's
So now it's 4-0-0.
hey,
But that actually makes him crippled. He's now in forced withdrawal.
that's good.
I'll shoot him as he leaves. I don't care.
Absolutely. I'm sure you
All
will.
right, shall I just delete this fulcrum?
Yes, please.
All right, we're gonna go for 4s.
Such a mercy kill the
8.
Raven.
9, 10 for range. 8's 9 because I didn't move, so
Well,
9s.
You counted the trees, right?
He does. I don't think he has trees from me.
Oh, nice. Okay.
He
nicely.
moved to get trees from you.
He couldn't.
No, 'cause
Okay,
he moved
yeah.
first.
Sure.
He had to have been able to.
we're going to 10s then. So we're going for normally it would be 6
9.
dice, but we're going for 5 because he
4, 5,
revealing gave a
6,
weapon hit.
10,
So
11,
1, 2,
10s,
3,
yeah.
4, 5. So 5 dice for 10s. Delete.
Oh, that's some
There's a
good
crit.
dice rolling. There's a
1,
crit.
2.
2. And
Nice.
that's it. So we got 2,
Crit
but
to
1
hit.
is a crit.
Okay.
So motive.
Yep. And this is the damage one, right?
Yep. 7 on, or I get +1, right?
Yeah.
Plus 1 for hover tank.
8.
8 is not enough. You need a
Okay.
9.
Crit is 6.
That is a weapon hit. He has no weapons now, so he is also in forced withdrawal.
Boom.
That's
See you
enough
later,
to
alligator.
satisfy the crippled and destroyed.
Correct. He is
Okay.
crippled. Yep. You've mangled 2 of them now. Who will be number 3?
That's right. Don't mess with us.
Let's see about the Howler, right? Or do you
Yeah.
want to take a shot?
Well, you got to flip the
Oh,
Howler
yeah, I
yet.
get to shoot. I get to shoot. I forgot.
And
I
the
get
mint
to shoot.
fulcrum there.
I'm going to roll purple and white.
But
is
if
what
they
I'm
go
gonna
into
roll.
forced withdrawal next time, now, we can
Yep.
still scan them.
This is in forced withdrawal?
So he's in forced withdrawal. He's in forced withdrawal. So that's 2
I'm going to
units.
pop the one that shot at me, right?
Absolutely.
All right, I'm
short
going to be
range?
on, 4 8s.
It's 8s.
No.
Edge for 1?
I only have 1 edge left. Yeah, I hit
Yep.
once.
All right. 1 damage. That. Okay. Let's see if you motive it.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll be immobilized.
Yes, 12.
That is, in fact, an immobilize for a
Yeah.
hover tank.
There we
So
go.
is that a crippled hit?
Yeah, can't move anymore.
Yeah, he's now move 0.
But now once we
And
Reveal
counts as
the
crippled.
waypoint.
Yep.
Yep. Perfect. Okay. Wow. What a turn,
That's a
guys.
nice -4 to hit him next turn.
Good shooting.
Well,
Okay,
now he's a
I
stationary.
suspect no moves for us next
No,
turn.
he's a
So I'm gonna
stationary
shoot-
jack in the box. I'm gonna go over there and open it up, and
I'm going to
we'll see
shoot
what
the
happens.
Howler
Yep.
for 3. I'm not going to use my edge because that are. I
What-
can adjust so I don't have to shoot him for 4, right? So I don't have to use the extra 1 for shooting him in the rear
This is true.
because he's only got 4.
2 and 2. You're correct.
What do you need to hit?
Please don't kill him.
The Howler.
Yeah, I know, but what numbers you need?
3, 4, 7, 7s.
Yeah.
The optimal outcome here is if you do exactly 3 to him.
Yeah.
Because then he counts as crippled, and you reveal his token.
Yeah. So I want to do. I need 7s.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm just going to do my 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you roll
Yeah.
4 sets and you get 4 7s, we've
Then
lost the scenario.
Yes.
Exactly. So I'm only going to do 3.
Okay.
It could
done.
happen on 7s.
We talked a big game,
I-
but
I
only hit
did
him once. He's actually fine.
Can you use edge to reroll?
You can pay an edge to add a pip somewhere, but that still
That
doesn't
didn't
help
help,
you.
yeah.
We're almost done. All right, we did 1 to him. That's enough.
Yeah.
Well, no, we already win the scenario though because we've got 3
Wha-
crippled. Oh, it's 4.
Reveal all waypoints, cripple 3 models.
Oh,
At
yeah,
the end
then
of this
we
turn,
won.
you'll get it, yes.
Yeah.
Good one. All right, well, we
That's
won.
all of our
Well,
shooting.
Do we have any other shooting? Oh, we're
All
done.
right.
Well, let's find
It's
out.
Miller
how,
time.
Let's
So-
Well,
reveal the waypoints.
Let's reveal the waypoints
Oh,
to see how
you
much
want to
damage.
hand me
we-
that?
I will. Want to do the Howler first?
Sure.
01A.
01A. The enemy unit isn't in great repair, and one of the unit's weapons doesn't appear to be working at full capacity. The enemy unit gains the weapon hit critical.
All right.
Oh, it's a better jack in the box.
Now he is actually crippled.
Okay,
Of course,
perfect.
mine's gonna hurt me.
So that was a good one for
Yeah,
you, right,
yeah,
Brian?
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
gonna
Lucky
hurt me.
Brian.
I
It's
didn't realize
gonna
they were
hurt
gonna
me.
Okay,
Right.
does
Right.
Paul
Stand.
die?
And for the
Yeah.
remaining fulcrum.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
gonna hurt me.
You got to tell me which one
Yeah,
to read. C.
Charlie.
Seeing the unit
Clarkson.
up close, a section of its armor appears scoured by the unforgiving desert environment and poorly maintained. If this enemy unit has any remaining armor pips, deal it 1 armor damage.
Oh.
It does, but it's immobile, so no one cares.
Yeah.
I don't have to.
But
give
read
Dylan
the
a
other
phone
read the other
call.
line there. It says if Paul Clarkson did the shot,
If Paul
take 2
Clarkson
wounds.
shot at it,
I'd be calling
take
Dylan if
4
that was the
damage.
case.
4 damage. You're dead. Oh, sorry, Paul.
All right, and so we now know at the end of the at the end of this turn, our primary objective is complete. For expediency's sake, we're actually just going to wrap it up, and I
Yep.
want to talk a little bit about we can read the outcome, and I want to talk a little bit about the upkeep. But normally you would actually play another turn because there's a chance that the immobilized unit might shoot at you, or the remaining guy. Actually, we'll trigger F immediately on the following turn, which if I recall, we can read it now actually, because we'll at the end of the round.
Thermonuclear device
F would
detonates
be
in the
the
middle of
Jade
the board.
Falcons have had enough of probing your forces and begin to withdraw. Set the command deck to card E.
Which basically says for the rest of the sortie, all units are in forced withdrawal. They all just leave.
Okay, so we'd have to chase everybody down. And
Yeah,
shoot 'em.
well, so they
Scam.
can escape from either this edge or either of these. He is with sprinting. He can get off any edge. He's gone. This guy sprinting will escape here.
These guys can get up.
The immobilized fulcrum is stuck, so you'd either have to destroy it or ride out the clock. And the other guys, he's probably dead.
Yeah.
Right. You will kill him. He won't get away, and that guy will get away because he's on a board edge. So like you can play one more turn just for the sake of doing the bookkeeping, and maybe there's armor damage to deal with. But probably the current state of the player forces is actually how the scenario will end.
Yeah.
You want to read us the outcome? 0-1 outcome.
If you did not destroy or immobilize all enemy units, at least 1 member of the enemy probe is returned to base with intel. Record the keyword early warning on your campaign log. Named pilots earn up to 80 SP each. What's left of the enemy probe falls back. Picking through the rubble, you learn what you can about your attackers. The Appalachians also return when the fight's over, but they're clearly still terrified of the 18th Falcon Regulars. You'll have to prove your intentions to them over time. In your initial discussions, the Appalachian merchants offer a few helpful pieces of information about the Jade Falcon warriors. There's a nearby depot where they store ammunition. A bold strike while they're still reeling could hamper their supply chain and weaken them in the long run. But since the depot is located inside a mountain, this might also be dangerous. The merchants also let you know that the warriors sometimes raid their factories and cities for supplies, so you could also play it more defensively and establish a perimeter. This would show the people of Appalachia that their safety is your primary concern while also showing the Jade Falcons that you're here to protect more than attack. Next steps, if you decide to strike the underground supply depot, sortie 4. If you decide to set up a defensive perimeter and try to find a peaceful resolution, sortie 5.
There we
And
go.
so yeah, we could literally sweep the train off the table, set up the next battle, and go right into it. Except that we also have to pay our bills.
Oh, so we have to pay bills.
All right,
Our
so-
C bills.
Just pull out the rule book here briefly. The after sortie steps, we would actually add 80 points to our named pilot cards if I had gotten those out. We didn't bother.
It's canon. We're doing it, guys.
Yep. And so now we would earn,
Good work, team.
Right?
the primary objective earns us 900 SP. We got the secondary as well, so another 450 for 1350 total. We then didn't pay for reconnaissance or any waypoint effects. How many of our units have the E&E keyword? The Wolfhound does.
I do, yeah.
Just one. So we have 3 units that we have to resupply, pay 60 bucks, 1290. Then we've got no injured or wounded personnel because no one was destroyed, so good there.
Good.
Then we pay repairs. So none of our units were destroyed. We avoid the most expensive category.
Thanks, Paul.
Does anyone have a crit?
Oh,
Nope.
no.
2 crits.
Oh, yeah, I do. I have a movement point crit.
Yep.
And you have a
Oh,
weapons
I have a
crit.
crit. Oh, the
And
crit
Paul,
counts?
Paul actually counts as crippled, I think, right? Because you
Yep.
have half internals left.
Yep.
So 1 crippled mech. What size is a Raven?
No, I took no internal damage.
Oh, okay.
But I took
Size
the crit.
small,
I
one.
took the weapon crit hit
Yeah,
based on the waypoint.
but you both took the crit from the waypoint.
Yes.
Yep. That's still
dirty.
crit. Still
That's
counts.
a dirty dollars pay.
Well, part of the reason we
dirty.
did this is this scenario you're almost certainly going to win,
I love it.
but we're teaching you all of the dirty ways
I
that
love it.
things cannot go
That's
great.
very good.
I have seen a helicopter get that crit and crash.
Ooh.
Anyway. Yep, you got it. All right, so the Highlander has a crit, right?
Yep.
It's size 4.
It's a weapon hit.
And the Raven has a crit, which is size 2 or size 1?
1.
So 5 size. And then anybody else have crits?
Nope.
Nope.
Anybody else have internals damage?
Nope.
Nope.
Cool. So 5 size times 40 points is 200 for that repair bill. And then
Hey.
only armor damage is size times 20. So Catapult has
I had
armor
6,
is size
yeah,
3.
armor. Yep.
And the Wolfhound has armor and it's also size 1. So 4 times 20, 80 bucks for just that. So 280 on repairs.
I got 3 points of armor damage. Size 4.
Yeah, I got that already.
And I took 3 points of armor damage.
As long we already paid for you in the more expensive category because you were
Okay.
size 1.
Oh, I see the crit changes as
For-
well.
Okay, so you don't have to pay
Structure-
twice.
yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
perfect.
Yeah, you pay for the model in the most damaged category. This
good.
is actually straight out of Hotspot's Hinterlands, the Chaos Campaign rule set.
Oh.
So basically, we earn 1290
Oh, see, I did not know that.
minus
which means that
280 for that, leaving us with 1010. And then named pilots take how much did we say? 80.
80.
Yeah.
And so that will come off that as well. Again, 320 off the whole total, leaving us with 690 to go into the war chest for future campaigning. And so those 80 points get put on the named pilots. They might be able to gain another edge token or possibly gain an edge ability or just start banking it towards eventually lowering their skill rating and getting to skill 3. And everything else you will then eventually use to buy more models for your player mercenary company. We only fielded about 160 PV here. When you start the campaign, you actually make a roster that's 400 PV deep. So you can read the whole scenario, then decide what your player force is going to be from the mechs or vehicles
That's
or whatever you
incredible.
brought on your
Yep,
dropship.
That's great.
Maybe you wouldn't have actually taken the Highlander. Maybe you would have gone faster recon in this scenario. I don't know. You did okay running them down.
We
and
did
you got
a good
about
job.
max value.
Yeah, you
so
guys were great. That was awesome.
well played all.
Look at that.
That is basically one of the first scenarios you could play when you bust out Scouring Sands.
Look at these guys. There you go. Show the map
The
there.
Mech 7.
Oh, that's
Zoom
that,
and
that's
enhance.
cool too.
Oh,
Zoom
Zoom
in
and
and enhance.
enhance.
This is Lance Vander.
Yeah, the Lancevander's here. Well, Mech
Scroll
7's right
down,
there.
Mech 7.
Scroll back,
Lance
Devin.
Vander.
Yeah.
There it is.
Oh, well, wait. All right. There we go. Good enough.
Good enough.
Thank
you all for watching.
Yeah. Brian, Jason, you guys were amazing. That
Oh,
was a lot of
thank
fun. What did you think of Aces so far?
Oh, I really enjoy it. I like that. I can see it's going to take a little bit of getting used to reading the cards. Like, you know the cards by heart, so you know what all those things mean. So I can see that the first or second time you're going to be like,
Yep.
okay, what does yellow mean? What does blue mean? But as you get into it and play more, it should go a lot faster.
I want to hand you that as well. This
Okay.
is the back cover of the rulebook for Aces.
See,
The left-hand column has all of the steps as a checklist to walk through a game
Right.
round in Alpha Strike, and the right hand has all of the icon and keyword reference with page numbers as well. So if you want to
Right.
look up the full text in the rulebook, you can do that.
okay, yeah. So yeah, but I see, and I'm really curious to see how it all plays out. You know, and I like the idea that as you're going to be able to sit there and kind of. When my kids were younger, there's games like Lego Star Wars and stuff like that where you can
Yep.
kind of jump in on the second controller and help them and then jump back off. I really kind of like that this is a great way to teach younger players or newer players how to play without being against them.
Yep.
It's like
Yeah,
you're
totally.
fighting the machine, you're fighting the game, you know.
right.
You can work together and have some fun.
Yeah, that's one of the hardest things about playing with my youngest kid is like they always want to play in a Kit Fox because of the Fox Patrol.
Yep.
And throwing anything I want to play out on the board, it's like, how do I not just murder them in a shot?
Yep.
You know.
True.
And
Fight more battlefield support assets.
yeah, now I can just be like, no, it's not my fault you're dead. It's the game's fault.
I'm on your side.
Yeah.
It makes a big difference, actually.
Yeah.
One of the things that we plan on doing is in the organized play sphere, of course, all caveats aside, Catalyst has the chance the Zaibatsu has the chance to say yes or no. But right now we're excited about planning, bringing Aces together for you to bring like local gaming store groups and friendship groups or families can put their units together, come to the conventions, and then participate in a large scenario where it's everybody together versus a giant board of Aces.
Yep.
And so, you come with your smocks and your shirts on
or,
and you're like Unit X versus Unit Y. It's now Unit X and Unit Y versus the computer. So you get really cool camaraderie moments. And yes, you can run these at conventions, as I'm seeing people saying in the comment. You can run these things, these at conventions for a great way to get new players involved and to just do like, what I want to do is I want to go into an Aces tournament, an Alpha Strike tournament and use the deck only and see what happens.
Well, so we were talking with the WolfNet 350 folks recently. We looked through all of the 8 scenarios that are in the WolfNet 350 packet and figured out that I think 2 of them need a little bit of additional instruction, but largely the way that the Aces deck handles movement objectives will totally work right out of the box to play, like, for example, the King of the Hill scenario in their competitive packet.
Well, that's great because a lot of people are objective play is a good way to play, especially mercenary campaigns. You don't want to always going out to kill. So
Oh, and you could pull the tracks out of Hotspot's Hinterlands too,
Yeah.
and run them that way.
Yeah.
If you don't have someone show up for
There you
your
go.
local.
Well, there we go. Battletech Aces, a whole lot of Aces today here on the channel. If you're interested in watching more Aces development and content outside of the Catalyst Game Labs channels and whatnot, if you click, I'll put a little chat in the group there at 6 Sides of Gaming. You can come check out our channel there. Paul, on Sundays when he's not at a convention, and a good internal group of us, sometimes Josh and myself up in Canada where we have our studio, 6 Side Studio, do every Sunday something to do with Aces.
Yeah, we do Aces Legacy Live every Sunday night, 6 p.m. We are taking stuff from the Ill Clan era to match with this release coming out. We've been trying to do stuff out of the Hinterlands and some of our own stuff to show how robust the decks are outside of the actual books themselves, because we know a lot of people out there are going to want to play the game using their own scenarios and their own creativity and their own campaigns, right? So give everybody confidence that these decks will do everything that it is they hope they do.
You can just right-click on that comment I just posted saying here, and you can take a look there, and you can watch some of our previous Aces development. The entire path of Aces and its development train you can find on that channel. From when I first started playing, the very first downloadable on the MUL that Josh had during the Mercenaries campaign, all the way through until now. And for future Aces development, whenever we're showing new stuff, including classic show-off stuff, it'll all be there on that channel first. But beyond that, we'll also be putting some content here on the CGL channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe. All the comments below here on the channel and any other channels affiliated with Battletech. I'm not sure what's next on the list because I don't have the Ceravella schedule in front of me. But we will be back very soon. So don't leave or go to the bathroom, do all your things. Come on back, and there will be another program set next to come and watch here. So thank you guys for coming and playing the game and hanging out with us.
Oh, thank you for having us.
Thanks
very much.
Thank you for watching, everyone. We'll be back shortly.
Deo. We say Deo.
Look at those handsome fellas.
Yeah, no, I know we're live. I'm still just having fun. Good afternoon, everyone. It is Michael Ciravella and Marco Mazone welcoming you back from the Six Sides of Gaming and Catalyst Game Lab streaming booth at Adepticon 2025. For everyone who's just joining us, we are now in day 2. We have seen record numbers here. We're right outside the gaming hall where every single spot for every Catalyst event has been packed and sold out pretty much since the beginning. And we still added 25% more, and it's still going. So we're really excited. But you know what I love best? Doing some streaming with all of you, being there with our fans who are all over the world and watching and seeing what we've got. Right now, I'm very honored to be here with Marco Mazone, new art director for Catalyst Game Labs, and we're going to talk a little bit all the fun and new and interesting directions that we're going in. Thank you, Marco. I appreciate you being here.
Glad to be here, man. I love this.
Yeah. Flew out on the red eye right there to be there with us and enjoy.
Made it just
really
in time.
appreciate. Oh, we appreciate it. So hopefully you're having a great time.
Yeah, so far it's been awesome. I mean,
Nice.
just seeing everyone in person and getting to show off the Gothic stuff and like seeing those reactions to real people, man, yeah, that's great.
Gothic, you say? I seem to have heard tell of such things.
yes.
For everyone who missed it this morning, Marco was here with us for the Gothic reveal of the actual box set. So how much of that art did you do? Was that all you?
So I'm not going to say it's all me because we definitely, I'm not going to
Oh,
take all the credit. but-
it's always a group effect right there.
Yeah.
But I also notice your skilled brush strokes in some of these things.
Yes, I definitely did the majority of the illustrations, all the designs. Like, the caveat for this whole project was we had to keep it very tight as far as resources. Couldn't interrupt anything in the main line, so I don't know if it was a smart decision, but my solution was to pretty much take on as much of that work myself as possible, which meant many sleepless nights for about 4 or 5 months. But yeah, so I think I mentioned earlier there's probably like 100 to 120 pieces of individual art in that entire box set, and I think I did about 90% of it.
Nice.
Not the 3D. Thankfully, I have pros at that. But yes, I designed everything, and a lot of feedback, and yeah, it's a labor of love. I feel proud. It's like my baby's out there now.
Well, it's gorgeous. The box is gorgeous. The primer is gorgeous. The rules are gorgeous. All, of course, the cardboard and everything else is gorgeous right there. And once again, I know we one of the big successes we have there is also with our layout team.
Yes.
I'm sure
Dak did
there's
an
someone
amazing
we
job.
should be thanking. Dak, we love you, brother. Thank you for all you do. One of the hardest working people in the industry.
Absolutely.
We could not do it without you. But no, it looks gorgeous. We saw it before. It's a larger box than we're used to. It's
It
really
kept growing
innovative.
as we're working on it. I
Oh,
think
yeah.
Randall mentioned that.
The thing's massive, and it's always exciting to try having all of those things. And you're creating an entire mini universe in the continuum there, which is just magnificent. So we've seen a little bit of Gothic right there. What else are you working on?
Well, right now, let's see. We've got the Aces box coming out. I did I art directed that as well, so that was actually my first post-Gothic project I was able to direct. So it's good to get back to the main line and actually start doing more of that stuff. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of direction for the novel covers. A lot of work. Let's see, directing shrapnel covers. Randall mentioned that 3025 book. We've done a lot of good work on that. We're actually doing a lot of redesigns for the aerospace on that. Anthony's team is handling that, but I get the final check off on those, so that's fun.
Are you going to get me all the warships so I can give my sign off right there?
Yeah,
On the
sure.
on the hopefully massive redesigns. Oh, I love our warships. It is one of the more unique lines that I've ever seen in time right there. But what you've done with the mechs, and once again, your team and your extended team, Anthony Scroggins and his mech masters, as we love them right there, the gorgeous sculpts that we've got. It is very exciting. Is the box itself a bigger form factor than previous box sets? Yes, indeed. Salami Tactical. It is nearly 2 inches thick. This thing is monstrous, which is very cool. Since there are many great artists working soon, Battletech Art on Battletech Art, I hope we see more battle armor in the artworks.
Yeah, same. I love working on battle armor. I think I've mentioned this before, but The thing I love about working on mechs is also like just pushing their sense of scale, and the best way to do that is to show smaller things, right?
Oh, yeah.
So anytime I can do infantry or vehicles, anything to kind of like make those mechs look bigger and more imposing.
More bigger.
Yeah, more bigger.
More bigger.
Anytime I can really push that sense of scale, it's, that's always fun. And I'd love to do some stuff from like Battle Armor's perspective too. We don't get to see that very often.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Any Hornet art?
Ooh, not that I've worked on yet. No.
Sounds good.
Sorry.
But you were doing all the stuff for the for Aces as well,
Yeah.
for a lot of the art there. That's 4 box sets. That's massive.
Yeah.
Working with Josh Derrickson, I know that can be really, really troubling. How are you feeling emotionally? There are no problems there.
No,
For
I'm
everyone who
happy.
can't tell, he's behind the camera right there, so I'm going to be making a few jokes where he can't respond. Love you. Says me. Love you, brother. No, but I'm so excited for Aces. I
Yeah,
said this
same.
many times, including to Josh. This is a game changer.
Yeah.
Being able to do solo play and cooperative play in a post-COVID gaming society,
Yep.
being able, we all remember how we had to leave our gaming stores
Oh,
and
yeah.
get back home. That was tough, finding people to play with for a game like Battletech.
And I mean,
is
that was me in
a
high school
challenge.
trying to get my buddies to play this game. As 13-year-olds trying to get them into combat math. You're like, good luck. So I ended
Yep.
up, not playing as much as I wanted to. And this is like, if we had this then, I would know how to play the game better.
No, it is really exciting. The artwork looks gorgeous. Some of
Oh,
the new
thank you,
sculpts.
yeah.
We were looking at the Fulcrum today. We were looking at the Thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt 2.
2, yes.
C.
Thunderbolt 2C. I always mix those up right
the
there.
jumping Thunderbolt.
The jumping Thunderbolt. And the Bane,
Yeah.
which looks gorgeous, wonderful. No, but all of these wonderful pieces of artwork, it's really exciting. Jumping back to the question, the Hornet is the Urban Mech's annoying little brother. That is
Yep.
that is accurate and fun. Tits Tiang, Nodachi, we need more axes and swords.
Yes, I love that.
I fully agree with that, absolutely. Oh, the Tits Tiang was just beautiful
Yeah.
when it came out, when you saw it for the first time. Still gorgeous, but it is very fun. So with the 3025 TRO Redux, does that mean that will be new rule for lambs with possibly more coming out?
We're not addressing that with this. This is mostly just art. We're just really updating the art that's in the book. It's a very retro product. If you flip through it and if you have the original and you're flipping through this, you're just going to get a wave of nostalgia. Some of these redesigns that we're doing of Aerospace and the Lambs, we're actually going to tighten up for production later on, but just for the sake of getting this out, we're just trying to just modernize the look as much as possible. So I can't speak to the rules on Lambs, sorry.
Yeah, no,
It will be coming,
we're
though.
focusing mostly on the art today, but we may have options later on to do the questions and answers if we don't switch in a few new things like we may do this evening.
I'll try not to BS too much about it.
Yeah, well, schedules are fluid at conventions, so we try to give you what you can and for rewatch later, which is great. Any chance for Art of Battle book?
I would love to do that. Typically, I
Didn't the
don't
last
think-
one kill like 3-line developers?
Yeah, I was going to say
A 25-year art
there's
of...
a lot of art to pack in. I think there's a lot from the last 10 years specifically, so if we want to do just a more modern version, I would love to do that. Typically they're not the biggest sellers, so I don't know if that's something that, that's not my call. If it is, I'm absolutely going to push for it. But
I like this one. Any word on a facelift for the Initiate, the Gurkha, and or the Blood Kite?
I've seen the Blood Kite in the queue. I can't speak about the Gurkha or Initiate, though. Sorry.
I miss the Gurkha. I think we can have some
Yeah.
fun there. Will the Lambs be fighting oddly large purple-skinned people?
I mean, if you want to.
Maybe.
I mean,
Once again, we've got kaiju sorts of things
Yeah,
now. We've
we-
got abominations. We've got warships that float. We've got a lot of things. You can fight anything you
you
want.
can mix
but
a match. Why not? Yeah.
I hope we get sometime an explanation why the Inner Sphere is able to build battle armor that has SRMs on the shoulders and can jump. Until now, they still can't do it.
Yeah.
Good
sorry.
question. I gotcha.
No answers there.
Will we get sequels to the map packs like Grasslands 2 or Alien Worlds 2?
Let's see. So we still have a ton of map packs in production, and thankfully that's one thing we do still have Brent around for. He's got some very archaic knowledge on all that. that he's teaching me on how to make that stuff, but that's definitely his bag still.
Can we get a blog or show off some of the real sketches of the mechs? I would love to see a
Absolutely.
design brief on mech redesign.
Yeah, that's actually something I was talking to Randall about,
Really?
trying to find a good format for. I was going to start it with Gothic, just kind of going through the whole design process of that. But yeah, I'd love to open it up and make it a more regular feature, something that we kind of, maybe once every 2 months, just kind of do a quick update of the art and kind of show people what we're working on behind the scenes, get them excited.
Yep.
I'm excited. It's some cool stuff.
Plastic human when? Plastic human no. If you want a human, please put an LRM carrier on a pair of catapult legs, and you've got one.
See, I love
I
those,
am just
I love
making
those
Josh
weirdos.
crack up behind the camera right there. We are having a ton of fun. No, is the human on the list? I don't.
It's not currently, but I kind of want to do it. Like
It'd be fun. It's
That's the
very
thing.
effective for
I
what
like
it is.
taking the mechs that are just super goofy looking and shouldn't make sense, and just like, updating them, making them kind of intimidating. If you can make an urban mech scary, like that's cool.
Oh, I was speaking with Randall before. I was speaking with a fellow game designer, Neil Remkowitz, who a dear friend, about ship design. I'm picky. I'm picky about my mechs. I'm picky about my ships, and I may be a little pokey about that from time to time. I may not be as diplomatic as I like. I've got design choices. I like
Bump
it.
this a little closer to my mouth. How's that? Is that better?
Perfect. Also, an underwater map is fun.
Ooh,
Also, not asking for Compstar back, but any chance of another third faction type making an appearance? Let's see where we come from right there. Art-wise, we'll see what we got. Can we turn Marco up a bit? That is great.
Trying to work on it from here.
Snow maps in the pipeline.
All right.
Still nothing official, and it seems like a major biome that is missing.
Yeah, that's actually a good question.
I believe we're actually addressing that in one of the Aces boxes. Snow terrain.
Yes, that's right.
Yes, I'm getting an okay nod there. Osiris model released when? I hadn't even thought about that one in a while.
Oh, yeah, I haven't seen that one.
Is the
yet.
Anubis out?
No, I don't believe
Okay.
so.
Okay. Plastic human, no, but Thunderbolt 2C, yes. Yes, I stand by that. Yes, I do. Will we get a champion redesign in Mini?
I would hope so. I love that look.
I mean, it's a good look right there. On the already released side, the Falconer in the Davian package, gorgeous, and I've been waiting for it for ages. Very true, Mike Whitaker. We agree. Regarding warships, will we ever get some coherence on art reflecting the deck arrangements?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, ever since we did the Universe book where you can actually flip through and see the insides of these decks, yeah, we're definitely paying a lot more attention to making these things realistic and just sort of like feeling like livable spaces. Going through some of that old art, it's interesting how they're broken up into these shapes that don't make a lot of sense. So whenever we do redesign them, we try to take logistics into account. So I don't know how much we're going to do as far as breakdowns of that, but yeah, if that's something fans want to see, we can do that occasionally, I think.
Anything with more racks? Love any mini showing that off. Maybe an Atlas 3.
Oh, I love DACA, so I would be happy to push for that.
Well, we're also making a ton of Atlases at this
That's
point.
true.
That is good. Love the new art of the Thunder and Lightning. Can't wait to see them in plastic.
Nice, yep.
Very fair. Plastic Huron when? That I
Ooh,
like.
yeah.
Huron Warrior.
Yeah, we don't have that one on queue yet, but that's one I like as well.
We've already made the Thunder Chicken. Now we can
Yep,
make
it's gonna get the full
terrible
feathers back
chicken,
there.
the whole
Thunder Turkey.
the whole Thunder Turkey as well. It's like the old warship artists had no idea about their decks.
Yeah, they're
Can't
kind of
speak
winging
to
it.
that.
That's okay.
Yeah. Will we ever get a standalone box of just the card buildings terrain, especially once we get the terrain and the Aces boxes? Anything's possible, I suppose. Nothing that's looking like it right there. Not to mention, but also these Aces boxes are coming with a ton of
Yeah,
terrain.
there's a lot inside.
Once you've got all four, it's going to be game-changing for you. Everyone wants to hunt dinosaur mechs. You know what has to happen, even if it's just kaiju tokens in the anime continuum. We've already got Celestials versus Gothic
I'm pretty
mechs
pumped
here.
about that.
Come on, guys. Since some Gothic mechs have changeable parts, is there a plan to do this for classic mechs so we can build different mech variants?
Absolutely. That's sort of what we're doing with this. Is it's a test bed, right?
Oh, yeah.
We're kind of testing. We're pushing the limits on this, and yeah, I mean we're already starting to do that with. I think we had a Marauder with a swappable gun, and we're doing stuff with jump jets. So yeah, we're definitely. We're talking about doing more of that, absolutely.
Good. More Atlas.
Agreed.
Raijin coming in plastic.
I don't think so, actually.
Yeah.
I'll have to check our stats. Sorry, I don't. There's so many mechs to keep track of down the line that I don't know what we have coming on.
Will we see more customization customs like the Gothic Atlas? I think simple answer,
yeah,
yes.
It's kind of like what we were just talking about. We're definitely going to do more of that in the future.
Not sure if possible. Any cross-promotion with PGI for MechWarrior 5 Clans DLC, MWO. We're good friends. There's communication. There's always chances for things.
Yeah,
so.
I would love to. I still play MechWarrior online, so I'm a fan.
What was your favorite mech to Gothicize?
Ooh, that changed as I was working on it, and then afterwards. I think the Atlas was the most fun just because of all the options. But when all said was done, once we were getting through the 3D, the Rifleman there's something about that just looked so. I don't know. I was so satisfied with how that turned out with the cool cockpit ribbing and everything. Yeah, I think the Rifleman.
There is the Alpha Hollander.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Sorry.
Yeah, there's the Alpha Strike Command Kit deal or whatever it's called. That has terrain. Alpha Strike Counters Pack. Yes, indeed. Was there something about Celestials coming?
Yes, Celestials are in the works. Absolutely. And yes, I saw the Kintaro. That's also, we have concept art for that.
What's the facelift art project Marco is most looking forward to next?
Ooh. So as far as facelifts go, we're just all the new mechs. I think the Celestials are going to be a lot of fun. We're still working on that right now. Yeah, I think that's the current one that I'm pretty excited about.
Nice. What's the facelift art we did that one. Do you have any renders, 3D designs for the Kaiju?
Yes, we do. I've done all the full color concept art. All that is in the books. And we actually have 3D models ready for all of them as well. They haven't gone to production. We're kind of waiting to see how the box does. But if it goes well, you guys get monsters.
There was some word of a new Battletech RPG that would be supported more strongly and replace Destiny in a time of war. Is that something we can look forward to for sure?
Yeah, that's in development. That's definitely a Ray question for sure. But yeah, I mean, we're pushing for more. Again, the human elements of this game is just so important. So on the art side, I'm pushing for the characters, and so I'm excited to actually work on that project when we get to it.
Yes, indeed. Will there be a miniature of the Titan or Grand Titan in plastic?
Jeez, I don't know. I haven't seen those on the list yet. Sorry.
So many things. Real monsters. No. Different IP. Doesn't the Gintaro have an actual mini? Saw it at Gen Con.
That's a good question. I have seen the concept art for it. I have not seen the 3D for it.
Yeah, I've got a metal. I do not know if I've gotten a plastic, but I may be the last to know.
I just know it has an updated design. I don't know if it's in
production.
production.
Gintaro is in the next SLDF Lance, we're being told. Would it be possible to provide a product release list for the year so we can know what's roughly coming when? No, that may be a Lauren or Randall question. We try to stick to one or two. Well, what current is there a current box coming up that we can talk about that we know?
Beyond Aces, we're just looking at source books. And the next one, I believe, is Steiner. House Steiner.
House Steiner. Will Catalyst send someone to Origins? Yes, it does look like we will be at Origins. We will probably have a similar booth to what we did last year, which was very, very successful. So we should have both shopping and the Catalyst demo team will be on the ground enjoying some time with you. So that is good. Any plans for minis for conventional infantry?
That's something we've been looking into for sure. There's a lot of logistics about making them readable at that scale. So we haven't quite sorted that out yet.
Wonderful. Will the different playing eras be supported somewhat evenly, or Ilclan primarily and everything else as it happens?
Sorry, I'm going to have to reread that one.
Yep. Will the different playing eras be supported somewhat evenly,
or
Ilclan primarily and everything else as it
Yeah,
happens?
I mean, we're still addressing stuff from, in the 3050 era. Yeah, so I think we're pushing more for Ilclan, but we're still supporting the previous eras for sure, because we know, everyone's got their favorite they like to play in, so we don't want to take that away.
When will the Savage Wolf be in question?
We have designs for it. We have the 3D for it. That should be coming.
Nice.
Is it the next horse pack? Oh, okay. It's in the Starlinks pack? Oh, right. We have the pre-painted version of it. Yes, that's right.
In vehicles, any plan for the Poe tank?
I have no idea. Sorry.
Any word on authors' audiobooks getting unabridged versions in the future? Would love to listen to the Blood of Kerensky books while painting. I believe John Helfer's mentioned something about that, so I will swing that question back to him, but I believe he's already said yes, is one of the things he discussed. Blood of Kerensky, but we've got a lot of them now. So we'll have to see what we're looking at, and that is good. I'm getting Savage Wolf is in the 4th SLDF
There
pack.
we go.
So.
And I just saw a question about the Protomex, and yes, we've got art in progress on that. It's not ready to show off yet, but yes.
Will Catalyst be at DragonCon this year? Missed you all last year. It does not appear so. DragonCon is not currently on our list. Will the Steiner source with the Steiner source book? Do you mean the Force Manual
Steiner? Yep.
Yes,
that's the one.
Will we see a Vulture Mark IV redesign to go with the new Savage Wolf redesign?
I haven't seen that one in queue. Sorry.
Would love a Bologna hover tyke in either plastic or pewter. We currently have nothing for it.
Okay, I'll note that.
What about new variants of 3025 RMX? Anything on the horizon soon to look to after races?
Yeah, I believe so, actually. Beyond just what we're doing for the Tiro 3025 book, I think some of that's going to actually feed into the designs that we're going to be doing as well.
Excellent. What upcoming projects are you guys most excited for, except Aces? We're all excited for that.
Yeah, I just love working on the fiction. You know, getting the novel covers going out, and I get to like read the synopsis of each one. So I can't read every book, but I just get a little taste of each one, so I get excited about that.
Can we get Michael Ciravella doing the audiobook for the next Battletech romance? We were actually this close. At KerenskyCon, I had the book open. I was going to read a passage, but I was told it was too steamy. Whether it was in regards to the passage I had picked, the fact that it wasn't my book, or the fact that my voice is a little bit noticeable, I suppose it's for the best, but stay tuned.
Oh, we can continue organic mythical monster art for the Protomex. We're going to tone it down a little bit, actually. I like the monster aspect of it, but we got to walk a line a little bit there. So we're bringing that back a little bit. If you look at stuff that Alex Iglesias has posted online in the past, I think some of it's on Sarna. It's going to be along those lines.
Would you? How do you feel about the Gothic reception so far? Surprised? Was it as expected?
Yeah, I mean,
it's great. We've gotten a lot of feedback. It's certainly we've seen a lot of hype. We've seen a lot of interest.
Yeah.
Everyone's talking about it, which is part of the battle right there. But no, overwhelmingly the response has been very, very positive.
Yeah.
You always get some who say that's not my particular thing. That's very fair.
And
Once
we were
again.
expecting that too.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah, that's any product you put out.
As much as I'd love for this to be everyone's cup of tea, I know it's not, and that's okay. But I really appreciate the people who see it and they're like, yes, that's for me, because I'm like, yeah, all right, that's for me too.
Would love a Hammer Hands. That's fair.
Yep, we got that.
You did one of the best Ravens pieces, Marco, the one from the cover of Urban
yes,
Warfare.
I
love that one so much.
Thanks for the shout out. I
shout
love
out.
that piece. I actually referenced the Batman animated series for that, the intro with him just like standing on the rooftop.
That one blasts forward too soon. So once again, if you've got a question and want to put it in there again, let me know. Can we get a confirmation future romance novels will also be named after Duran Duran songs? No, we can't. Protos, any fun non-mechs to talk about in the next Continuum boxes, like the Abominations in Gothic, Rockets and Ray Guns, or Anime have any new stuff in them to look forward to?
We're not going to take the same approach with the future ones. Each one we want them to have their own unique hook. So for Gothic, the hook was the Abominations. Anime is still up in the air. That one's still in development. Rockets and Ray Guns, I think Randall's got that one a little bit more locked in. But yeah, no, totally different hooks for each one. They're all very experimental. We just want to try new stuff there.
So does Battletech Gothic leave room for Sun Tzu Miao to become canon?
In that timeline.
Anything's possible. Are there any bug boxes coming up? Any plans for the Hornet? I think we spoke about
yeah,
Hornet
we talked
before,
about the Hornet earlier.
Maybe. So who's slated for or clamoring for generating covers for the romance novels?
I think that's an Eldon gig.
Would you guys ever consider doing a map scale vehicles of something like the Rattler? It would make my great objective or boss enemy.
I like the idea of objective vehicles. We put out a box for objectives already, and yeah, I don't know how much people like that. You know, if the fans are buying them, then yeah, we'll definitely make more. Yeah, all right, we got the thumbs up for that.
Any new battle maps planned? How would you describe the maps in Gothic?
Yeah, the maps in Gothic are fun. They'll translate great to just regular Battletech as well, but I think my favorite is the trench map because we got to design trenches for
cool map.
mechs. And yeah, so just like figuring out how that would look is like these reinforced structures from a top-down perspective that still looks cool and reads. Yeah, they're very gritty. Well, at least that one is. Then we've got an urban setting, which is very ornate, but still wouldn't feel out of place in mainline Battletech either. So if you pick this up for mainline Battletech, you'll still enjoy them.
I saw the HPG city board you folks have. Will there be a source for those buildings and or the elevated terrain? Anything's possible.
Yeah.
But we always talk about fun things. When will we see the Maelstrom as a plastic model someday?
I think we will see it. I don't know when, though. Sorry.
And Worm, can we pretty much get a plastic Worm STS as a Jihad objective? I don't believe that's on the list right now, but we will see.
If it's much requested, then, you know, we can push
Why
forward.
was the objective box so big for 4 models? Well, it was 4 vehicles in the same size as the Comstar boxes with 6 mechs.
Yeah, I think we just have standard box sizes we kind of have to fit these into. So, yeah, however many objectives go in there, that's what fills the box.
Marco, what are some of your favorite Battletech novels?
Ooh, yeah, I think the Blood of Kerensky trilogy just because it got me started with the novels, but I think my favorite read is Wolves on the Border. Yeah.
Why is your favorite author Michael Ciravella?
Hey, wait, that's not on there.
I say what's on the screen. So, Worm wouldn't work because you know he assaulted underseas. That's good. Love the Maelstrom. All right, we're coming a little bit up after the half an hour, so if you've got any other questions for Marco Mazone, that's great. While we wait for those, I'll come back and forth. Marco, what is it like to be filling the shoes of Brent Evans, our beloved art director, former line developer for Catalyst Game Labs Battletech, and just one of my favorite people in the world?
Oh, man,
I know you've
he's
worked
great.
with Brent. He is tremendous. He's moving on to even more exciting things.
We're kind of trading places.
Yes,
I was in
indeed.
video games, coming to this, and now, you know, he's going into video games. But yeah, no, it's great. I've been working with him for about the last 8 years now, working under him. And now that when I joined about a year and a half ago at Catalyst, he basically started, I didn't realize he was doing this, by the way, but he was basically training me up for his position the whole time. So that made our transition very easy. When he stepped out, you know, there's definitely a sense of shock for about a week. But yeah, when he handed the keys over, it was a very smooth transition, I think.
How many designs are on the list of new mechs approximately? And conversely, we missed that one. Is there anything you're super excited for?
I think I answered the Celestials on that one, and I'm sticking with it.
Yeah. So, Battletech Gothic may allow me to bash together Phantom of the Colosseum from Devil Take the Hindmost.
Oh, yeah.
That author would be very happy to see that. That would be a really cool thing.
I'm excited to see the kit bashes that come out of this.
Oh, yeah. Since you made such a great miniature of the King Crab for Battletech Gothic, will we get a Command Crab 0010 eventually?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm not actually familiar with that one, with the visual differences on it.
When is Battletech going to get a secret level episode with Amazon?
Oh, gosh,
I'd like to know that one, too. They do an excellent job with that.
Yeah, that was a fun series.
Oh, yeah. No, they've fun and exciting stuff all around. That is good. Still going up. Marco, what is your favorite 3025 mech?
Yeah, I always have a tough one with this because I love the Warhammer because that's the one that was on the box at the time, so that's the one I stared at the most. But I still have to say the Hatchet Man. There's just something so cool about the forms on that guy, that cool head that just detaches. And I mean, a mech with a hatchet. When I was like 8 years old and I saw that, I was like, wow, yeah. So I still get giddy when I see that one. Also, I got to redesign it for HBS's, not the Urban Warfare, the Oh my gosh. Drawing a blank. But the DLC on that one I got to redesign, so I was happy about that.
With both Celestials and Ares getting plastics, are there plans for a plastic Omega?
Actually, I think there is. Yeah.
Cool. I think I've still got my Omega in pieces, so that is very fair. Is Jamie Wolf in Battletech Gothic, and is he actually a wolf now? I don't know, but I'm guessing not. If you can choose one mech to make in plastic that you know isn't in the line for it, what would it be?
I'm not sure if this is in line or not. I know I haven't seen it yet. I'd love to actually take a stab at the Imp, and I think other people have mentioned that one before too. But
Imp is a
you
good
know,
choice.
those mechs that look goofy and are actually pretty badass. Like, yeah, that seems like a fun one to do.
No, it definitely should right there. There a lot of them are complimenting your Flashpoint work.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
the one. Thank you.
They're going into the specifics of some of the mechs, so that is very good right there. Plastic Orca.
Oh, I love the Orca. I don't know if that's in the works, but yes, I would love to get that one in there. Cool shapes on that guy.
Sounds good. Well, we've got a quick second, Marco.
Yeah.
Anyone you want to send a shout out to? Any of your team? You've got such
Yeah.
a diverse group. Can you mention any of them? And
Well, I definitely want to give a shout out to my MechWarrior Online team that I still play with, the Eisengrim. Yeah, I mean they've kept me excited about BattleTech and MechWarrior throughout all of this. You know, it's fun to work on this stuff and then come home and still be excited about the thing, and I credit them for that.
Nice.
Yeah, I agreed with
Did we
that.
answer that? Any chance of an Uziel on that list?
Oh, I think so. Yeah, I think that one's already got a redesign actually.
I think you were correct
Yeah.
there. The Imp deserves a glow up that makes it as
Yes, it does.
terrifying as it plays. A plastic Matar as a part of an Amaris box. We're starting to get a little deep cut here, folks. Like it, but a little deep cut. In a way, the Imp is an Assault Derby.
Absolutely.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
And there's that question of, do you give it like the stubby arm, or do you actually like change the actuator? So there's a lot of things that we have to kind of figure out, because some of the things don't quite work in the original design, but
Hermit Crab.
Hermit crab.
We are going with that. I've got Josh again there. That works out. Still making him laugh. And a Mars box would be really cool. That
Yeah,
would be
I
a fun,
think so too.
opportunity to spin back into our history there.
Yeah, I agree.
Sounds good. No, that is lovely. Interesting. Matar and Rifleman 3 would make a fun box.
Yeah, agreed.
Make your own force packs.
Yeah.
Absolutely. They're all good things there. All right, I'm going to give it one more chance for any other questions that we may have right there. We're also going to be preparing very shortly. We're going to be taking a quick break after this session. I know you've been getting a lot of us, which is wonderful. But after that, we're going to be from 5 to 7 today having some fun. Randall Bills and Bryn Bills will be returning for a special showcase of aces.
Yeah.
Not aces. Leviathans. Oof. That's all me right there. Nobody tell them. Leviathans. We have got the actual Leviathan ships here, and we're going to have a whole lot of fun. It is super exciting.
I saw a question about Wolves on the Border. Yes, I did do that cover.
The new
That was-
one? Yes.
Yeah, that was one of the first covers I did for BattleTech, so happy with that guy.
Hermit Crab win, yes.
Yeah.
Marco, do you believe in a star win? You don't have to answer that. We're not letting that sort of thing happen. I hear the word Matar, and my brain pronounces it
Mater.
Mater. We're still having a argument over Alaric and Alaric. We've got some strong feelings here. Huh? We're still having the fight, guys. If a woodsman could chuck wood, how much wood could a woodman chuck?
What's the tonnage on the Woodsman? Let's say 65 tons. There you go. That's the answer.
When are we getting an armored train for train robberies? All right, folks. And with that thought process there, we are going to end a little bit early. But once again, I want to thank you all for joining us right now. My name is Michael Ciravella. I'm the Catalyst Game Labs event manager, occasional streamer, and supposedly an author, so they say from what there. We got another question right there. Have you gotten to working on Levs? That looks like fun art
I actually
to do.
just started working on Leviathans. I got to do a little bit of art direction on that. We got a new box set coming out soon, so.
Also, do
yeah.
I see a map over there in a box, Leviathan's
Yes,
map?
it looks like we do.
I think they're going to be showing that
Nice
off in a
little
little
sky
bit,
map.
but it's really super cool.
Yeah. I'm actually excited for this because I am not familiar with the world, so I'm starting to do the deep dive right now, and it's very cool. I'm excited.
It really is great. That is lovely. But that is all good. But once again, I had the pleasure of being here with Marco
Yeah.
Mazone, our new art director. You'll see Marco a little bit more through the weekend, I hope, so that is good. But I appreciate all of what you're doing. Thank you all, my dear guests. Give us about, I'm going to say, I took my watch off, so that is funny, about 20 minutes or so, and actually an hour and 20 minutes. We're going to take a little bit of a break right there and be back for 5 p.m. with some Leviathans fun. Thank you so much, and we'll be catching up with you shortly.
All right, cheers, everyone.
Have a great day.
And we're back at Adepticon 2025 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin at the Baird Center. I'm executive editor for Catalyst Game Labs, John Helfers, and with me is author and raconteur Brian Young. Brian, it's good to have you here. Welcome.
Thanks, John. I'm delighted to be here.
Okay, great. The show is in full swing on Friday. It's Friday.
It is.
A little bit of con brain going on, but no, we are rocking and rolling here. Fiction is selling very well. We've got hardcover limited editions. We've got leather-bound limited editions by Bill Keith and Michael Stackpole. Michael is actually here signing, so folks who want to grab sets of those and get them personalized, he'll be happy to do that. We've also had our first sellout. We've had our first edition sellout of Hungry Like the Wolf, our first Battletech romance. All the copies are gone, so we're very excited about that. But we're here to talk with Brian Young, who has kind of burst onto the scene in the last few years as one of our up-and-coming Battletech authors. He's got quite the body of work. And Brian, I guess, how long have you been a Battletech fan? And why don't you tell the fans a little bit about how you came to write for us?
Yeah, no, my first exposure to Battletech really was actually, even before that, I had a relative, like an uncle, was only a few years older than me, so he felt more like a cousin than an uncle. He brought over like a big box of role-playing game books, and there was some early Battletech books in there, including the original Shrapnel, actually, so I still have that copy. So I had gone through that a lot as a kid, but really the biggest first exposure was the 92-ish Super Nintendo MechWarrior game.
Okay.
And I played the hell out of that thing. And then I played a couple of the MechWarrior games on PC, but never really got into tabletop, for whatever reason. Played a lot of role-playing games, but Shadowrun was really the role-playing game that we played from FASA, my group and I. And, Battletech was something that was around, but it wasn't the game we played. And it wasn't until years later when I was doing a lot of writing in original universes, and working with, in universes later like Star Wars and Robotech and other things like that. And I was doing conventions, and being a friend of Mike Stackpole's, I had started doing conventions that Catalyst also had to be at, or was at. And I met you and the Catalyst folks. And Mike introduced us, and it felt kind of like the rest was history. But I remember very distinctly coming to you and saying, I really love Shadowrun. Is there any room for writers there? And you said, no, but how do you feel about Battletech? And I said, I used to play. I'd really love to be involved in that. And you said, well, study up on it, and we'll see what we can do. And then Mike, I asked him, what should I read to start getting into the universe? And he said, in classic Mike fashion, just the stuff I wrote is really all you need to worry about.
Indeed.
And I said, okay, well, where do I start? And he goes, I really like the Blood of Kerensky trilogy. So I started reading that, and I was like, this is a very tall uphill climb. So I went back to the Grey Death Legion and started reading from there, and really fell in love with the universe sort of all over again beyond those. And I remember for a long time, we kind of went in, for a few years actually, we went through this pattern where it was like, okay, here's where we'd like you to write some stories, and I'd pitch some stories, and you go, okay, this one. And just as we were about to start into contracts, you'd be like, hold off, we're going to go in another direction. The company, we finally decided which direction we were heading into stories. Give me a minute, we'll figure out what we want you to pitch for. And then I'd get a new direction, and I'd have to sort of research a new era, come up with some new pitches, send them in, you'd pick one, and we'd do this again. And then I remember the last batch of them was in those days before Hour of the Wolf, and we were really, Catalyst was really trying to set the direction to head toward the Ill Clan era.
Right.
And there was some thought about Mike Stackpole and I co-writing some stuff.
Yes.
And so he and I had been tasked with working on sort of a trilogy, where we were going to take Calandra Kell and bring the Kellhounds into the Ill Clan era. I don't know if you remember these pitches.
No, I do. It was a loosely defined, maybe open-ended story, maybe a trilogy. Yeah, I remember very well.
So,
at some point, I kind of still want that to happen if possible.
So the original thing was it was going to be Calandra Kell at Timkovici.
Right. Yes.
With the Jade Falcons bombarding them and her giving out that word for them to scatter. And then Mike and I were going to leave and do a whole bunch of novellas about the Splinter units, which is where the Ghost Dogs had come from originally. The Ghost Dogs actually originated in those early pitches in like 2018.
Yeah.
2019, in that era. And then the final book was going to be a tie-in with Hour of the Wolf with Calandra showing up to kill Melvina Hazen.
Yes.
Which I think is a very interesting bit of trivia for folks, that Calandra was going to be the one to do that, to get all that revenge against the Jade Falcons.
Right. But of course, we went in a different direction.
We went in a different direction.
Again, I needed to give Brian a crash course to the challenges of tie-in writing.
Yeah, so...
And boy, did he.
So in September 2019, you all had a summit.
Yes.
And after the summit was over, I get a phone call from Mike Stackpole saying, so Brian, there's good news and bad news. The good news is, the bad news is we went in a different direction. The good news is you're on the schedule for a book, and it's the first one on the schedule. The bad news is that it's scheduled to come out in January.
And this was
September.
Yeah.
And how much do you know about the Jade Falcons? And so that book ended up, I don't think we got the outline actually sort of approved for what Honor's Gauntlet turned into till probably March of that year. So it was a lot more back and forth beyond where it was supposed to come out.
In January, but we pushed it back then.
Yeah. It didn't come out till August. So because COVID happened.
Yeah, that's true. Yes.
So COVID, everybody was sort of like, what's going on? But it came out during lockdown, which made things fun. But yeah, it was very much sort of an interesting experience writing it that fast, boning up on it that fast, because I wrote it very quickly. I mean, from outline approval to turning it in, it was like a month and a half.
Right. Now that was, granted, it was a little bit of a shorter book. Ended up being about 50,000 words?
I think it ended up 50, 60,000 words, and that was another one where when we were going back and forth in the outline, I thought it was really funny because I turned in the outline and you all were very adamant. We wanted one point of view character, and it was the character who turned into Archer Pride. And I said, I think we might want to add some length to this and get up the point of view of the villain. And I remember Phil Lee and you saying, no, I don't think we need that. We're just going to stick with this one character. And then Jason Schmetzer read it after I'd turned in the draft. And he said, I think we need this villain POV character. And then my notes came back from you and Phil and Jason, and it was like, okay, we need you to add this villain character. And I was like, oh, okay then. It was nice to know my instincts were right.
Yeah, you did. So absolutely, and that was the first of many. Now we'll come back to the Jade Falcon novels, A Question of Survival Without Question. But I think what you are probably best known for is the creation of your original mercenary unit, the Fox Patrol. So I think the fans would really like, because that is one of the fan favorites. I mean, there are people who are cosplaying as Katie.
Yeah.
We've got the merch, we've got dice pucks, and they're rolling. Later this year, we're going to collect the 4-part serial Lone Wolf and Fox that appeared in Shrapnel and put that out as a standalone with a brand new story, not only Jade Foxes, and the Mary Foxmas story that people may have seen last December will be collected in that book. But why don't you tell us how the Fox Patrol came to be?
So that really, Mary Foxmas, or not Mary Foxmas, the Fox Patrol in general really started with a couple of different influences. One, I just really got this image in my head of a young girl sort of, it started with the way I played that old Super Nintendo MechWarrior game was I hated running out of ammunition, which is why Katie doesn't like using ammunition, and they're too poor to afford ammunition, so everything's sort of energy weapons when they can be.
Right.
So my favorite way to play was to just strip out all of the missiles and all of the
cannons and
yeah,
yep.
and just rely on energy weapons. And even still, I was never heat neutral, so I would try to take contracts on planets that had large bodies of water. And I would go park in a lake and, you know, just soak up all the damage, but use the water to kind of try to soak up the heat. And I thought, well, what if a mech overheated or the pilot died in this situation, and then maybe the water level rose? And I had this image of this sort of shimmering lake and a young girl sort of going on the beach and taking a swim, you know, sort of at dawn with the sun sort of on it, and going out for a swim and like diving in the middle of it and sort of finding this mech and sort of finding it and repairing it and it becoming hers and having a little bit of an Iron Giant sort of vibe with her mech. And I remember pitching it to you and Phil, and you and Phil were both like, that sounds fine, but get rid of the lake. Like, that's not going to work. And now, being in Battletech for so long, like, that was very early days for me in Battletech. I kind of feel like I've got my mech legs, as it were, now.
I would say so, yeah.
I see 100 reasons why that would be more a more difficult story to tell.
Yep.
But so I moved it to the jungle, but I was sort of waiting on a thumbs up, like, to go ahead and start writing it. But I was talking to Mike Stackpole. Again, this is all Stackpole's fault. And I said, you know,
so many things in Battletech are.
Exactly. So I asked Mike, I said, you know, they said, you know, it was good and they liked it, but they didn't like the lake. I came up with a different idea for it with the jungle, but they haven't given me a heads up. And Mike said, the thing you're going to learn about John Helfers is that it's better to ask forgiveness than permission. So just write the story and send it, and it's going to be okay. So I wrote...
The annoying thing about Stackpole, he has that annoying tendency to pretty much be right most of the time.
So I actually, while I was writing Honor's Gauntlet, I wrote the first 5 Fox Patrol stories concurrently. But I didn't tell Phil that, so I sent him the first Fox Patrol story and then waited until it was published, and then literally the next week sent him the second one. And then as soon as that one was published, I sent him the third one, and then the week after, and so on.
And I think the regularity of those stories appearing is kind of what gained you the fan base. I got email, I think it was through the store or something, from someone in Malaysia.
Yeah.
About they are huge fans of Fox Patrol. They love it. Can't wait. And this was before Fox Tales came out. And they said, we can't wait for a collection. I'm like, well, I got good news for you. And then we collected it, and so it's got it's a worldwide phenomenon, which is just amazing.
It's sold out here at the show, too.
Oh, we're out?
Yeah,
right?
we're out.
Okay, that's 2 now. So, yes, that's Fox Tales is out as well. May have underestimated the demand at Adepticon, which is totally my fault. But, yeah, and so, like I said, we have, well, let's talk about going forward. We've got Lone Wolf and Fox, your 4-part series. That this is the penultimate, or not the ultimate, this is the final edition or part 4, where Brian got the cover. This is an image from the story, and then we're collecting this with new fiction, and we're going to put that out a little bit later this year. I think sooner rather than later.
The cover for it's gorgeous.
Yes, it is. And then in December, why don't you talk about Outfoxed a little bit?
So Outfoxed picks up after Without Question. And for those of you who have read Without Question, you might have noticed that Katie and the Fox Patrol have a little bit of a cameo there. And, you know, Without Question has been out for almost a year now, so I don't think it's spoiling too much to say that they're there with the Lone Wolves, and afterward the Lone Wolves take off to Almatason. So if you've got Hotspot's Hinterlands, you know that Almatason is the hiring hall that is 1 jump away from G.E. Chistu's Jade Falcon headquarters on Sudaten. and which is probably not good for him when you think about it.
No, I think it's pretty much surrounded by potential enemies, right?
No, G's not in the best position.
No.
But he's making the best of it. He's having a good time. But so the Lone Wolves go there, and outfoxed is Katie really sort of dealing with the fact that she really loves mechs, but she never really comprehended what that really meant, being in a mercenary unit, and really what those effects were. I mean, she's been doing this almost 10 years, but that she could lose people never really crossed her mind until the events of this story and more stories that we're going to see between them. And so she's dealing with that, and at the same time she's gaining a rival, someone who decides they do not like Katie and everything she stands for, a very entitled sort of person. And we're going to see, one of the things I love about some of those early Battletech stories is, we haven't seen them in the Ill Clan era much, is those rivalries between like Merc commanders.
Right.
And we're going to have some of that with Katie. So she's going to have her own little, I don't want to say it's as much as, you know, Jamie Wolf and Wayne Waco, but
maybe on a smaller scale, but that could be just as intense, though.
Yeah.
If someone gets a kind of a hate on for someone else, they may go to some extremes to put them down, cut them out of contracts, sabotage them. You never know what might happen.
Yeah.
I look forward to that story unfolding. Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's going to be a lot of it's going to be a lot of fun, but it's going to be really interesting to see play out.
All right, awesome. And of course, now that's not the only unit you have come up with. You've also created the Ghost Dogs, which recently have had a bit of a run. They've been collected in Volume 1 of Fortunes of War.
Yeah.
That is, the name of that one is escaping me. No, it's
that's Giving Up the Ghost.
Right,
yeah.
right.
So
and then we have another novella, which is Let Slip the Dogs of War.
Yes, that's them fighting in the Marian hegemony.
Right, and so that they are an offshoot of the Kellhounds when they split, right?
Yeah. So I wanted to work on another unit of mercenaries that felt a different sort of, they're a totally different vibe than Katie and the crew. Because I didn't want everybody to go, oh, all the mercenaries Brian writes feel exactly like Katie. Because no one can feel like the Fox Patrol but the Fox Patrol, really. And so the Kellhounds, one of the things I love about the Kellhounds is that they do have that family sort of feel, but they're all very hyper-competent.
Yes.
And I thought it would be fun to write a unit like that. And, you know, so the Ghost Dogs actually came out of the Wolf Hounds, which is a Kellhounds unit that has historically been the most self-sufficient. They're the ones that kind of go off on their own and have for a while. And Calandra, when she sent the scatter order to meet back, they didn't have all of them meet them back. She gave special orders to some units to go do other things and rebuild their units and build them up larger and get some experience on their own and sort of fade in and disappear, and this was one of them. And so we've been having a lot of fun with that. And in Fortunes of War Volume 1 is sort of when they get that order and have to transform overnight into the Ghost Dogs. And they have to have some adventures on Galatea to do that. And we've had a few adventures with them, and we've got another one coming up pretty soon.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yep, that's going to slated for currently 2026, but that's the first full-length novel featuring the Ghost Dogs.
Yeah. Can we say the title? I don't know. Like.
Sure. We're going to keep it. I like it.
Okay. So the title of that book is Ghosts of Timkovici. Which is going to bring the Ghost Dogs to the hinterlands and the current events in the Ill Clan era.
Which seems to be a fan favorite area that I think a lot of people really, really enjoy playing in, absolutely.
And I mean, I will be upfront. This is them getting called back by Calandra to do some stuff. And if you know anything about the events of Tim Cavici,
Oh, hold on, let me interrupt. Lorcan, thank you very much. The Shrapnel issues are actually 13 through 16. So, yeah. Foxtails collects the first 4, an exclusive story. And the 4-part serial is Shrapnel 13 through 16. But thank you very much for posting that. Really appreciate it. So you were saying?
Yeah. Yeah, so Calandra Kell brings them back in, and she has a mission for them. And if you're familiar with the events and the tragic history of the Kellhounds on Tim Cavici, you'll know that the Ghosts of Tim Cavici is a pretty ominous title.
Right. I'm sorry, Lorcan, I have to correct you. The Mary Foxman story was only for December. The free fiction program on CGL, we do post a free story every month, but only for that month. So Mary Fox was in December, but it will be coming out in Lone Wolf and Fox because it's a linking story between Lone Wolf and Fox and the Jade Fox's original story that'll appear there.
And
so sorry to correct you, but I don't want people running over to the CGL store, not finding Mary Fox's, and then complaining to customer service.
And I will say, for the next few more days, there is a Ghost Dog story that is the free fiction. So if you go to the store, right now you can find Way of the Ghost Dog, which is the free story for March.
But
which
only
is
for the next 3 days, so go grab it now.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And
so
there was another, yes, that's right. We had that one. Why did we bring that up? Okay, but you did, so it's all good.
Yeah.
So yes, and now we will be collecting these monthly stories in an anthology eventually. So, but because we already had people ask, like, where's the story? Like, well, no, it's only for 1 month. But they will be collected in an anthology, so if you did miss 1 or 2, you can get them later on. However, then you're going to have to pay for them. So it's always the first of the month is a new story. Just as a reminder, next month is Lauren Coleman's first ever written Battletech story, the first appearance of Avanti's Angels in Battletech. So that was very interesting to work with. But a free story every month, but only for that month. I want to be very clear about that.
Yeah.
So, okay, let's see. We've talked about a lot of things here. Ghost of Cavici, very excited. But let's go back to your current book. Just came out end of January called Voidbreaker, in which doesn't involve any of the mercenaries. This is about Clan Seafox novel. And I know you wanted to take a different direction for this one when you pitched it. I was intrigued, and I wasn't hesitant. I'd already seen what you could do with question and without question and question survival. But the direction you want to take was very different. So I'm like, well, let's see what he can do. And that turned into Voidbreaker. So I'm going to hold up for this one. All right. Oh, this way.
Other way, yeah.
There we go. So why don't you tell us about how you came to write that one?
Yeah, Voidbreaker. So we did our creative summit, the first creative summit I was able to go to back in 2023. And that was really great, right? We all got to shape sort of the future of the universe. And there was a lot of, I mean, you were there. There was a lot of back and forth. We, for the most part,
strongly held opinions. But
yes,
yes,
for the most part, we all had a really great time talking together as one group. But there were a lot of times also where we would break off into little groups and have a lot of side conversations.
Right.
And this was a time when Ray Arastia, the line developer for Battletech, pulled me aside, and we were just looking at the map, and we started talking about the HPG network. And we started talking about sort of the Sea Foxes and what was going on, and we just sort of looked at what needed to happen between some key events, and we started spitballing how that story might play out. And as I looked at it, I said, Ray, this is a spy novel. This is something that could be a real cool spy thriller chase sort of situation. And we spent maybe 10 minutes standing there at the map on the wall, because as we're doing the summit, there's maps everywhere, there's whiteboards, there's Post-it notes pasted on windows, which I've got pictures of them all on my phone, and I've actually, like this weekend, I've been looking at those pictures all the time.
Because we've been referencing, we've been going back and looking at that.
Yeah.
Like, where do we need to fill in areas? Have we covered what we need to cover?
Yeah.
It's constantly evolving.
And so I went back and I wrote a proposal for it like that next week and sent it, and we felt like, I think Ray and I felt like it was an important story to tell, and Ray's opinion has more sway than mine, and I think John, I think you were like, I don't know about the spy thing, but like you said, like we'll give it a shot.
Well, as I recall, you had a novel pitch on submission that, due to the direction we went in, I think that got axed too, if I'm not mistaken. So we were looking for something like he's available now. Let's.
There were two things. So that's actually how Without Question started.
Right.
So we didn't actually have Without Question on the schedule.
But so Question of Survival was written. No.
Question of Survival.
By the time
Question of Survival was already out.
Okay.
Without Question wasn't on the schedule. It was because Let Slip the Dogs of War was actually the novel. It was supposed to be a full-length novel.
Right.
And it got cut because
yeah.
there was a number of story elements that didn't fit with what we were doing.
Correct. Yep.
And so I asked if we could cut it down to a novella, and I could axe all of those story elements that didn't work.
It worked very well as a novella. Absolutely.
And so I submitted a pitch for Voidbreaker and Without Question at the same time.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm always. I don't want to go. No offense to Ilsa Bick. I don't want to go full blood Avatar, but at the same time, I was like, well, a spy novel. Okay. I was cautiously optimistic, and I think, Brian, it paid off beyond my wildest dreams. So I'm very happy with the final product. It's a great story. There's a lot of love on here for the fan base as well. So I think it turned out just terrifically. And, certainly it has big stomping mechs in it. You made sure to keep that very well. But at its heart, it definitely is a spy thriller, for sure.
I think there's a Venn diagram of, like, what Blood Avatar is and what Battletech is, and it sort of touches a little bit at its fingertips.
Right.
And I think Voidbreaker and the spy thriller and what Battletech is touches a little bit more. It blends a little bit more together.
Right.
And I love Blood Avatar. I really like that book.
I enjoyed it tremendously. It's a very well-written book.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
But
exactly.
but where it touches with Battletech is a little bit more tenuous, and I think
I would agree.
And I think Voidbreaker and the spy genre blends a lot closer to what Battletech is.
Totally. That, and you had, at the end of the day, character is king, story is king, but of course we also come for the big stompy robots.
And we had plenty of those.
There plenty of big stompy robot action, absolutely. So it's the best of both worlds in a lot of ways.
And I'll be honest too, like when I started writing it, I knew, well, actually at the summit, we had all of the plastics from the Mercenaries Kickstarter there. So we were actually playing with them, and I knew, Randall's a kid in a candy store when it comes to showing people plastics, and he was like, look at this. This is so cool, and look at how these turrets can turn. And it was hilarious to see how excited Randall was about those plastics.
Yep.
And I was like, okay, if we're leaning into the tanks in the Mercenaries Kickstarter, why not feature them some so that people can get a taste of what they'd be in the fiction to encourage them to put them on the tabletop more. So that's kind of why I also worked them into the book more.
Yeah, they actually play a very pivotal part.
Yeah.
In executing part of their mission. Absolutely. I know it's great to see them too, of course. Those of you who backed the Kickstarter or followed the Mercenaries Kickstarter, we've brought a ton of vehicles onto the board, and we're selling them here at Adepticon, of course. I lost count of how many packs there are of tanks, hover tanks, wheeled vehicles, the Hetzers out there. And that's the kind of things we're trying to do, is bring more synergy between the game and the fiction, and I think, Brian, you did a very good job of that as well.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, so I've been doing sort of like, I've kind of been on a book tour for the last couple months with Voidbreaker, and we've been playing some scenarios out of the book at some of the stores I've been going to do some signings. And I've been playing those hover tanks, and I did not realize how fun playing hover tanks in Classic are. They're a lot of fun, especially, when you go flanking in a hover tank and have to make a pilot skill roll every time you make a turn, and if you miss, you go careening in a different direction, and all of a sudden, maybe you're only moving 15 hexes, but if you miss your pilot skill rolls, you can make, you can move 25.
Right.
And all of a sudden,
but in the wrong direction.
Yeah, but all of a sudden you're movement modifier is like a +6 or something,
Yeah.
you know, and it makes
Yeah.
it really hard to hit it. They were just really fun to move around on the board.
Okay, I have to call out chat. Thank you guys so much for the Blood Avatar love. I'm sure Ilsa would be very pleased to hear that. And again, it is a very well-written novel. It is a great murder mystery.
Yeah.
Just set in a Battletech world. But I really appreciate Kanan Hill, Lorcan saying that you enjoyed it very much. Absolutely. Scenarios, Jeremy, real quick, scenarios from books sounds fun. I'm glad you think that because we want to do more of those. Absolutely, very important. Brian kind of broke ground on that with Voidbreaker when he does events at game stores.
Yeah.
They play the event that he pulled together and we put together as a scenario, playable scenario. So you get to kind of experience what goes on in the game plot, the book plot. Play the game, buy the book, talk to the author. It's really a great event, and you've said the store reactions have been terrific.
Yeah, they have, and hearing a lot of cool stuff from people playing in the store. One of my favorite stories, actually, and I'm sure people on the feed would hear this. You know, people have just been really great. You know, I haven't been on tour as much as Randall has. You know,
no, the reunification tour was an epic year-long event. But you're certainly, I mean, you're easily second, and that's no small feat. I mean, I know you do a lot of touring and you do a lot of events, which I really appreciate because that kind of meet the author, play the game, get the book kind of thing. A lot of fans really enjoy that, and a lot of fans can't make it halfway across the country to a convention somewhere. You know, and so this is a way to come out to meet them where they are.
Yeah, no, but I've been hearing nothing but like great things, and the stores have all been packed, and I literally can't put enough books in my suitcase to bring for folks to get.
Exactly.
So,
I mean, my boss actually kind of complains, like, why are we sending so many books to Brian Young? And I'm like, because he sells them.
Yeah.
So we make money, and he makes money, and everybody wins.
Yeah.
So it's like, I can't help it if the guy is really effective at what he does. It's true.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So that's the progenitor of kind of what it's a prototype of what I want to do across the country with other authors.
Yeah.
So let's turn with. I'm really surprised no one has asked us yet. Let's talk about the Falcons.
Okay, let's
Obviously,
talk about them.
You've got A Question of Survival and Without Question, kind of the first two books in after Honor's Gauntlet. Then because Question was your first full-length novel.
Yes.
I'm going to hold that up over here, just like that, right there. Oop. Like so. And so we said, hey, you did the Falcons before, and this is after Ilklan.
Yes.
So go. and this is where you took on G.E. Chistu, an existing character.
Yeah.
And kind of made him your own in a way, but also you stayed true to the character. So tell us a little bit about how you created that book.
That book was really interesting because it was, you know, Honor's Gauntlet was a little bit of a much more open canvas. It was very much, here's the era, here's the era, here's the goal, and here is the faction. And that was sort of it. And Mike kind of helped me spitball out some story ideas because he was at the summit. But this, Ray Arastia kind of said, I think you might be the right person to handle this particular story. And he had me read a few specific passages from Tamar Rising, the source book, and said, I would like you to try to see about this being a book, but we've also got some events from Dominions Divided that hasn't come out yet, that we sort of need
at the time, but yeah,
that we need to be incorporated into this book. I can't tell you much about them, but we'll have a meeting. And so it was actually kind of funny. We scheduled the meeting, and the meeting was while I was at DragonCon one year. And so Ray was also at DragonCon, but we didn't know that. And so everybody gets on a Zoom call, and I see Ray's background as one of the DragonCon hotels, and I'm like, Ray, are you also at DragonCon? And so we have our meeting, and we talk about it, and he tells me what's going on with the Ghost Bears, which is a good segue into something else we could talk about.
We'll come to that. Don't worry.
But it was you and I and Ray and Aaron and Jason Schmetzer.
Right.
And we kind of spitballed out what the book could be and what it needed to be based on what Ray sort of envisioned the need for sort of setting the groundwork for what we needed fans to know for the Ghost Bears going into Dominions Divided. And that was a tall order. It was a tall order because, A, I felt a lot of responsibility in the narrative because the scenario of GE and the Sibcos with on Coral was something that had already come out in the source book, and that the vote with the Star League,
Right.
and the Ghost Bear Civil War was something that was a huge, major turning point for the Racelheg Dominion that was going to sort of shake the foundations of that faction to its core, and I was going to have to lead with that. So we had an event everybody knew the ending to, an event that was very shocking, and I needed to play both in a way that was going to be meaningful to the characters involved. And so I felt like I needed to create characters that it was going to affect deeply. And so my job was to try to really capture the characters that it was going to affect the most.
Right.
Which is why it was, in that meeting, it was like, I think that's when I pitched I need 4 POV characters. I need GE, I need the Ghost Bear in charge, I need someone under GE, and I need one of the kids in the Sibcos.
Yep.
And that was how I pitched the POVs right there in that first meeting, I think.
Right, absolutely. So interestingly, on question of survival, typically we put which faction is in the lower left-hand corner, and you'll notice there isn't one because it's really a half and half book.
Yeah.
They each, Ghost Bears and the Falcons, get equal time, and I guess we could put like // right? I don't want to get that down in the weeds about it, so we just kind of left it off for that one.
Yeah.
Because it's 50-50, it really is.
And the interesting thing about it is that neither faction is the villain faction either.
Right.
I was really trying to make it so that you didn't, and this is something I had a really big, huge conversation with Catherine, the developmental editor, about, is that I wanted both sides to be very understandable, and I wanted you to root for both, so that if you were a Ghost Bear fan and if you were a Falcon fan,
yeah,
you liked both sides going into the book, and then by the time you realized that one of them was going to have to lose, you were going to have that horrible feeling at the pit of your stomach. And so Catherine and I had this really big discussion about whose perspective do we have that final decision point on, because if it's from Emilio Hall's perspective, it plays as a down note in the story, and if it's from G's perspective, it's an up note in the story. And so I think I might have written it both ways, and her and I talked through a lot about how that plays in the story, because whose POV it comes through changes how the story functions.
Of course.
Yeah.
And then let's turn a little bit to the Ghost Bears. You're continuing, your current project is actually continuing the story of the Ghost Bears.
Yeah. So again, out of that summit, one of the things we talked about as a group, not we, you and I, but we as a group, was really helping add nuance to the Ghost Bear Civil War and
Right.
the events of Dominions Divided. I think if you look back, and I've been doing a lot of this reading and this research, there's, the last 15 years of source books have really delved into the stress fractures of how the Ghost Bear Dominion became the Racelheg Dominion.
Right.
And there's a lot of issues there. It hasn't necessarily been the easygoing thing that maybe some people have in their mind. And there's a lot more going on with the vote for the Bears to join the Star League than just, we're going to join the Star League. There's a lot of economic concerns.
Much more complicated than that.
There's
yeah.
a lot of social concerns. There's the vote is not just about the Star League. It's emblematic of a lot of those stress fractures going on in Ghost Bear Society, and the back and forth about are we or aren't we in a society that's already very willing to go protest and burn things down. is a recipe for that civil war. And so we put together a series of novellas that sort of add up to one big story with characters that thread through all 4 of them. That'll kind of show us what that looks like.
Right, absolutely. And of course, there was a question earlier about more Jade Falcon's fiction. Brian's got a lot on his plate right now. First of all, he has to finish off. Well, we have to get the Ghost Bears quartet into shape, get the covers done, get the editing done, get the passes on that. We are talking here at the convention about what direction the Falcons are going to go next, what GE's going to do. Of course, he's going to factor prominently in that. But don't forget, we also have Stephanie Chistu back on Terra.
Yeah.
As part of the other segment of Jade Falcons. At some point, I think they're going to have to meet, and we're going to kind of hammer out how that might go down. So rest assured there will be more Jade Falcon fiction in the future. I think we're going to turn, we got about 20 minutes left. We should probably turn to some fan questions. I saw way earlier, and this is one I might want to throw out, the meta plot for Battletech is huge, but someone asked early on, what changes would you have made to the meta plot? And I'm going to toss that to you, Brian, now that you've kind of gotten your feet very wet in Battletech. Or is there any changes that you would have, if you were in charge, what would you do?
Honestly, that's kind of hard for me to wrap my head around because I'm so entrenched in where we're at now. I'm really enjoying where we're at and the direction we're going. There might be some details here or there where I'm like, if we would have tweaked this much, this would be much easier for me to tell. But outside of stuff like that, I really enjoy engaging with the text as written to say, this is the hand I've been dealt. How do I tell the best story going forward from here? And that's kind of how I engage with that's how I engage with Star Wars. That's how I engage with Battletech. That's how I engage with everything. And that's kind of how my mind works. So that's kind of how I work on that, if that makes sense.
Oh, okay. I want to address this one very quickly because this is the second time this has come up. Any plans on getting Katie out of the Kit Fox?
So,
which, although that's still a fan favorite mech, I think you've gotten you've received 5 of them in the mail?
Yeah, I've got like 5. Well, or at conventions and things like that.
Yeah.
People really love to give me Kit Foxes, and I really love it because they will paint them up with so much love and care and present them to me, and I really appreciate that, and I love that Kit Fox, and Katie loves her Kit Fox, and
at the same time, though, it is a light mech.
Yeah, no, and I have learned this firsthand because, I read, I've read Foxtales to my youngest as bedtime stories, and they love the Kit Fox, and that's what they want to play when we play Battletech. And I can't tell you, it doesn't even matter what mech I put on the table with them. If we're playing, they want to play the Kit Fox, and it is maddening, not. To try to not just destroy them.
Right.
So if you noticed in Mary Foxmas, Katie is looking for better Omni loadouts. So that might be a start, and maybe there will be a situation where she gets a different mech. But we'll see in the future how that plays out for her.
Okay. There was a question earlier. Someone asked, will we see other stories or other novels besides Dark Age and or Ilclan? And the answer is yes. So we have to say fiction does drive the Battletech universe to a degree. So the majority of our fiction is set in the Ilclan era because that's where we currently are. I have a big love for the past for example, if you've been on previous streams, we've talked about the Wars of Reaving trilogy, the big one that was an end goal at the Mercenaries Kickstarter. Those books are in the process of being finished up by Phil Lee and Jason Hansa and Craig Reed, and those are going to start coming out in 2026. I've also mentioned the Jihad series that we really want to go do some more work in fiction there. And also we were bringing back, Jim Long has been gracious enough to sign a 2-book contract to do some more, tell the story of the the Blackthorns, including their potential end. So that's what I'm going to tell you about that. So I have a deep abiding love for the eras, but the majority of fiction in a given year, at least in novels, is probably going to still be the Ilclan era. Not that we can't tell other stories, and certainly novellas we have more wider latitude to do that. But the novels themselves kind of have to propel the story forward in a way. So let's see. What periphery faction would you be most excited to tell a story in? Is there any periphery faction that grabs you, Brian?
Yeah, no, right now, actually. So I don't know if you know, I'm sure you went through it at some point, but in Legends 2, I got to write a short story about Isolde Centrella and her sort of march to go campaign against the Marian hegemony. And I would really love to either continue that story or have you find somebody continue that story, so at least I could read about it more.
So the source books in the novel and the fiction are often on parallel tracks, but I honestly cannot keep track of everything. And I just found out that this is a thing. And I'm like, oh, really? Because I don't have any abiding love for the Marian hegemony for several reasons. And I'm like, well, and I'm going to have to go track down that story because that's edited by a different set of people because source books is the source books. Yeah, I'm very interested in probably continuing that either with you or someone else. So that's another thing we'll have to talk about at some point.
We did talk about it at the summit.
We did, yes,
Yeah.
yes, in 2023.
Yes,
So-
in 2023.
Question, exactly what models are each of the Fox Patrol mechs? Do you know that offhand?
So I will tell you that, and this is something we've said publicly a couple years ago, but I did write a spotlight on Fox Patrol.
Oh, yeah, right, right.
And I went through and did all of the Alpha Strike cards for them, and there were some variants that I'd picked out. And I don't know the variants that I'd picked out off the top of my head, but there's also, honestly, Jeremy Thompson there probably knows the variants better than I do, to be honest.
But the general, as Korik 1 says, Kid Fox, Locust, Quick Draw, Marauder, Griffin.
But
Now,
which variants?
Right,
So
right.
here's the thing, and I will tell you that I will cheat in that Katie is a mechanic.
Sure.
And she also deals in scrap quite a bit, so the variant might change here or there based on what she has available or what she has ammo for, and that's the other thing too. We might not always see all the weapons because she's not using ammo. The spotlight on, I'm told it'll be published, but I think the Mercenaries Kickstarter just
kind of
pushed
swallowed
everything
everything
back.
up.
Yeah.
So we, I thought that's not out yet?
The spotlight on?
Yeah.
No,
we've got to push that out there. Well, I'll talk to Ray about that.
Yeah.
Because I mean, again, there's so much going on in Battletech across the different areas that I can't keep up with it all. I could have sworn that had come out. Well, yeah, we should definitely get the Fox. Spotlight on Fox Patrol should definitely come out. Absolutely.
Yeah, and now we need that Ion Sparrow too.
Yes. So yes, we'll have to poke Ray about that, and we definitely will. Absolutely. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. So Jeremy, at some point, yes, but I think it should be sooner rather than later. Absolutely. Yeah. Yep, for sure. And the Ion Sparrow, yes, that story in Shrapnel in Lone Wolf and Fox. Again, that'll be collected coming out later this year. So let's see, we're coming down to the wire. We got a few minutes left.
Oh, yeah, we still got some time.
Oh, graphic novel.
Oh, the graphic novel, yeah.
Couldn't forget that. So one of the big things in the Mercenaries Kickstarter, of course, was that I think it was a stretch goal, was to bring Battletech into the graphic novel format. And you fans came through in spades on that one. Not only a 1 issue, but a 4-issue limited series. We've been plotting it because it turns out making a graphic novel series is kind of complicated because you have art and story. And we tapped Brian and Michael Stackpole, of course, both who have extensive experience in writing graphic novels. And why don't you talk a little bit about the creative process for that and how we're coming along on it?
That's been a lot of fun, actually. So we, at Gen Con 2 years ago?
Yeah. Just to show you how complicated this process can be.
John, you and I and Ray Arastia and Mike Stackpole, we got together over a few meetings, and we sort of broke down what we felt like the graphic novel had to have, and we spitballed some ideas together, and we kind of picked a direction to figure out when it needed to be set and where and what sort of characters it needed to get together, what it was going to put together and how we wanted to do that and what it was going to look like and what it needed to do, and Mike and I have turned in the first script for
First
that
draft
first.
of the first script.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's been a lot of fun to do that. Mike and I figured out how to divide it up and sort of go over each other's stuff and check each other's notes. And
So is it so? I've done one collaborative work which I had a lot of fun with. With you and Mike, is it literally like kind of passing it back and forth? Like I'm doing this few pages and I pass it to Mike, you pass it to Mike and he does that, or is it more of a collaborative? You get together and talk it out and kind of working together. Tell us how that works.
So
For you two, because every pair of authors is different.
It's kind of a mix. Sometimes we'll go, what does this few pages need to be? And he'll write the skeleton of it, and then I'll flesh it out, or I'll write the skeleton of it, and he'll flesh it out, or he'll go, I know exactly what this needs to be, and then he goes off and does it, or, oh, those are your guys, you go do that, or whatever, and we'll divvy up some pages that way, or, things like that. So sometimes it's collaborating, and we'll be on a Zoom call, and I'll do something, or sometimes it's splitting up and then just getting the stuff emailed to us or whatever,
Okay.
It's kind of all of the above.
Right. So yes, I have the first pass, and I'm impressed with the work. Of course, as an editor, I have notes. I always have notes. And we're going to we'll have a follow-up conversation while we're all here at the convention and talk about how to refine it. And I've been teasing a couple of special guests that are going to, it's kind of a anthology in graphic novel form. We have a frame story, and then there's a few individual stories throughout, and we're working on those authors. I can't quite announce them yet. Again, my first time overseeing graphic novel production, and it's a lot of moving parts, but it's been very fun, very informative, very educational. But I think we're all going to be very happy with the final product. I know I, so far, have been very pleased with what I'm seeing at this point in time. So I think, let's see, release time on the graphic novel yet, still too far out. I would love to tell everyone that it would be this year, but I cannot promise that. We have to start on the art. That's a big part of it. And before we get Eldon Cowger, who has agreed to do the artwork for it, we actually have to have a complete script. I think that's very important to have in the first place. So we're still working on that. So stay tuned. We'll have more details throughout the year. But I really hope at every convention we go to that we'll be able to update with solid progress. That's what we're looking for.
He's shown me some character sketches,
character
designs and stuff, and they are just, mwah.
So the lady, any chance on a full-length Fox Patrol novel?
That's
gonna be Outfoxed is 50,000 words.
Yeah, that's going to be later this year.
Yeah, that's Outfoxed is going to be our December book or late November.
November,
mid-November, and it's going to be a full story, 50,000 words. So you'll get, and then we got Lone Wolf and Fox coming out. So it's going to be plenty of Fox Patrol for everyone who loves that group as well. Let's see, you're not winging it. Well, Jeremy, it's really our hope that this series will kick off Battletech in graphic novel format. I have a lot of plans. If this one is successful, I want to convert some classic stories into graphic novel format. I think that would bring in another audience. Who wouldn't want to see the Warrior trilogy in graphic novel? Who wouldn't want to see the Grey Death Legion trilogy in graphic novel format? But this is kind of our test run. So it really depends on you guys, the fans, have to come out for it. I think the idea that we've all come up with, Mike and Ray and Brian and I, is really awesome. But ultimately, you guys are going to be the ones who say, yes, we're going to do this, or no, we're not going to do more of them. So that's what it really comes down. Fox Patrol romance novel. Never say never. If the story is right.
There was a pretty significant romance element in Lone Wolf and Fox.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
And actually, I had somebody come to the table today and said that they were, he was really surprised at how invested in that romance plot he got into. He was like, I was not expecting to get into that with the Fox Patrol.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we are, as I said, Hungry Like the Wolf is sold out at this show. We are watching the sales of it carefully. Again, it all comes down to sales for any product. If you want to see more of something, it has to sell. It has to prove to us that you, the fans, are willing to come out and go and purchase it. So far, Hungry Like the Wolf is doing well. It's going to be watching it to see how well it does. Fox Patrol, of course, is doing very well for us. That's why we're doing more of it, because the fans have told us we want more. And that's what we need to hear. And we need to see that in the sales, obviously. It's very important.
Oh, one question that's come up a few times really fast.
Yeah.
Other contenders for Katie's mech.
Oh.
The Arctic Fox was the first one I wanted. And Fact Check for some reason said no, it should be a Kit Fox, and so it was always a Kit Fox. It was
from the beginning.
From the beginning, it was a Fox mech because I knew it was going to be Fox Patrol.
Well, and I think we have to, Fox Patrol is a very scrappy. We had to start her small, and I think the Arctic Fox is a larger,
slightly bigger. Slightly bigger.
Isn't it a heavy?
No.
Medium?
At most, I think.
Okay, I thought it was larger. Okay, maybe I'm misremembering. So Turbo Turtle Shadow is doing fine. Actually, it's moving here very well too, so do not worry about that. You're all good. That is Craig Reed, for those who don't know who Turbo Turtle is. I'm getting the high sign from our engineers that we are about to bring this to a close. Brian, do you have any final comments as you're working here at Adepticon 2025?
No, I want to thank everybody who's been in the chat asking questions and everyone who's just reading the stories and participating. I really love writing Battletech, and I really love hearing from folks who are into it, and I love hearing from folks who are continuing to enjoy the hobby and the universe because of what we're doing. I think we all really love what we're doing, and I think the more stories we get to tell, the happier we all are. And if there are stories you all want us to keep following up on, I love hearing about that, and I'm sure you're all sick of hearing me say, well, if you'd like more of that, you need to tell John, but John's the person to tell. Like, I would follow up on all of these stories, right? But I mean, that gets me in a little bit of a sticky situation because it's like, I've written so much stuff I've fallen in love with, I can't chase all of those.
Right. It's a broad universe, and even Brian, who's very quick and very good, cannot touch everything he wants to.
Yeah.
So that's going to bring this panel to a close. Brian, thank you so much for joining me. I think this has been a great, thanks again to the fans of the chat. You guys have all been wonderful. And stay tuned for more coming to you at the Catalyst streaming booth area, whatever we call this, from Adepticon 2025. This is John Helfer signing off.
Attention, Jink. Oh, wait. That
was for.
wrong.
How
I
dare
know.
you?
I
You
totally stole your bit.
That was so disappointing.
He was, Bren was starting up with that bit, and then,
yeah, and then
didn't work.
there was a false start, but that's okay. It's fine. It's whatever.
It's good.
You're
It's
just a
good.
bad person.
That's right.
It's okay.
I know. I'm terrible.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I am Bryn Bills, the line developer for Leviathans. We got over here Randall Bills, the original Leviathans creator for the game and all of that. And we're going to be showing off some of the stuff that we have here, as well as then playing a game right out of the starter box.
Yeah, absolutely. Super excited about this. It is obviously Battletech will always remain my one true love, but Leviathans was my first all-original game design, helping develop the universe with John Hayward and some other great authors. And it's been, I have said over and over again that nearly every convention that we would go to since it was first released, we would have people very kindly and passionately come up and say, hey, just, is this the year when it will be out? And finally, we get to say, yes, this is the year that it will be out. All of these are final production samples. If you happen to be here at Adepticon, please come up to booth 1000 in the main exhibit hall, and we're showing off all of that content in the display cases. It's in the warehouse in North America, and fulfillment should start within the next month and then be on store shelves by the summer. And hopefully at Gen Con, we're selling scads of it and playing, an endless series of games.
Yeah, no, it has been, oh my gosh, it has been such a journey, but it is in the country. These are, right from all of that. This is exactly what you'll be getting. There is no alteration there. It is finally here after all this time. We are so excited to have it. Obviously, you can see here that we've got quite a few of our various ship packs and fleet boxes that we've got. The British and the Russian fleet boxes here with their complete sets, and then individual ships for each of them there. We've got the campaign box for Operation Ragnar, the sky maps, some of the neoprene sets, and of course the beautiful rule book. And then what we're going to be using today, the starter box that we're going to be playing out of.
Yep. So we're just going to be opening up the box, showing that off, and then starting to play through a game. Please, as you guys throwing up your questions in here, we'll be able to answer them. The alert posters are sitting in a tube, very protected in my house, and I hope to get those out in the next few weeks. So, great question. And again, please keep the questions coming as we just start marching through all this product. So let's push some of this aside.
Yep. Move this a little bit forward out.
And we'll just play on the paper map.
I suppose that's okay.
Or do you want to do the neoprene?
No,
So
it's
you were
out of the
saying
box.
You want
Right
to
out
do
of
it
the
out of the box.
So let's get this guy open. There he is with quick start rules. Keep this over here for now. You need to play for it. Various tokens that people have been using. So hopefully we have all the things we need.
Yeah, this has actually been in the display case for the weekend, and that's why some of these are already punched out, but they are absolutely in here.
Then we got our map that we'll be playing on.
Will the Sky Fortress, our last big game, become available to buy? Absolutely.
Yes, that is something we are looking at. Randall's not allowed to state a time.
No. I'm not allowed to say a time. Operation, as I just went and forgot the name of the box.
Operation Hannibal.
I keep doing that every time, man.
Yeah, you do.
Operation Hannibal has the actual ship card for the Hindenburg Fort as part of the campaign box there. And then we have already started working. We have the STL files for it already built. And we absolutely will be releasing that in the near future. We're super excited about that.
Yeah, and actually, while we're playing, we can probably open up Operation Ragnar on the side and talk
that's
through
a great
some of those
idea.
components. So we'll
Great
definitely
idea.
get back around to what Operation Ragnar has to offer.
Yeah, I believe we're supposed to be doing this for about 2 hours, so till about
Yeah,
7
and
or so.
this game is not going to last 2 hours.
No.
So we're going to go a little slow.
But keep your questions coming, and we absolutely. What is a HQ node?
The HQ node, that is for Operation Hannibal, and it's a starting point for your faction. It's a specific spot that can't ever be lost from you. It's I can talk about it more. Operation Ragnar actually, I believe, does have a typo that we've already talked about that has it in there.
Yeah.
So we'll actually be able to reference that even though it's not actually in Operation Ragnar. but the HQ notice specifically to have as a starting point for Operation Hannibal's campaign.
Correct. Folks on Discard are asking about point values.
Point values, so that should have gone out if you were part of the Kickstarter. The TTS has that in there. As literally when we get back, we'll be making sure and get that out to everybody if there's been any missing of that. So you have all the point values when you get access to the ships this next month.
And we have begun work. We absolutely do not have a release date, but we have begun work on a very small version of a master unit list. For those that know that website, that fantastic resource on the Battletech side, we will have something like that for Leviathans as well. So it'll make it incredibly easy. Go up, build your force, get your point values. You can write the point values on the back of the ship cards if you wish. That's going to be great.
And yes, Leviathans is ship-to-ship battle-oriented combat. It is all about larger vessels. There are planes that we'll actually be showcasing here, but they are not the focus of it. So coming back down here, we have got our lid off. We have got the French Falcon cruiser and the French Grenoble right out of the box. As you can see, they are coming pre-painted. A big part of the planning and the making for Leviathans has been based upon pre-painted miniatures. We've got the German cruiser and destroyer as well, and that is what I will be fielding versus Randall's 2 French ships. We've got the markers that come with it that we will be using, and our various ship cards and admiral cards, as well as our plane cards that we'll be using.
I like the poor Randall not being allowed to reveal
Yes.
things to us before he's meant to. See, Captain General gets it. And then to correct, again, if I misspoke, I apologize. Leviathans is not on sale yet. It is in the warehouse. It is now going to start within the next month, starting to fulfill to the backers. And once it's fulfilled to the backers, it will then start moving out into the retail stores, which should be in the summer.
Yep. Assuming Leviathan is successful, will there be for AU content? I have kit bashes on, and you have amazing kit bashes always, Netmoss. So this, just to go over real quick, so the next about 12 months of planning is obviously outside of just getting all of it out, getting it fulfilled, and getting it into local retail. The next plans is that Hindenburg Fort we discussed, and doing the 3 other fleet boxes that were not a part of the Kickstarter. So the Americans, the Japanese, and the Austro-Hungarians. All of those are already beginning work as well, now that everything is out of China. So the STLs for that, the development side's already done for it. So all of that will be happening in the next 12 months. After that, we don't have an exact plan on when we're going to be doing things. Australia is 100% a thing I want to interact with and just have not gotten to. But kind of want to wait and see the response, if there's any issues that we need to deal with, what people like and don't like, before committing too far past that point.
Is the Aces team think they can do Levs for Aces?
The Aces team thinks that they can do anything for Aces, and they may very well be right about that, to be clear. That is not some diss or mock. They are very competent. I would love to be able to work with them in the future, but again, the goal right now is to just get this out.
Get it out.
Get the other fleet boxes out with that so that everyone has the opportunity to play any faction, and then see what people want from there.
On a scale from Classic Battletech to Alpha Strike, how dice swingy is the gameplay?
I'm assuming, I don't actually know which one they're putting as the one side versus the other on dice swingy, if I'm being honest.
I'm not sure either.
Because they both use the 2d6 system,
Yeah.
which is about, I mean, I guess there's more rolls in Classic, so it's less swingy, but they could be interpreting that completely differently, so I don't actually know what they're going with there.
Okay. Just imagine Rem standing in the background with a sandal held threateningly aimed at Randall.
Correct.
Yes.
No, absolutely.
That is absolutely. Ooh, more plans for all hands fleet battles. I appreciate the underdog bonus for the campaign. The giant fleet battles. Want to do more of that?
Oh, yes, for the campaign box, yes. more plans for. I don't know if we have anything specific to discuss. That we do
Not
have
really.
a plan for another campaign box.
Yeah.
Don't want to commit exactly to what that is yet, but we know we want it to be. But again,
here's
we
Rem's
want
sandal.
yes. What we want is to get people's feedback on the 2 campaign boxes. Let them play it before committing to what we want to do
next. One will be, and
We've
fold
got
in
it
your
mostly
feedback.
planned out
Yeah.
for what about it's going to be, but don't want to commit to that yet.
Of course, we would love to do an RPG for this. The dice core system merges nearly seamlessly with this, but this again falls in the category of we got to get it out.
Yeah.
We got to get the fans' reaction, retailer reactions, then we can come back to that. Okay, I think we powered through enough questions, or at least for now.
I'm going to keep moving
Keep
through the
them
rest
coming,
of the things in
but
the
we're
box
gonna,
real
we're gonna
quick.
keep moving back
and
to
I'm
the
sure
box.
before we get anywhere, so let's go ahead. I've got my the ship bases. Obviously, these already came a little bit deconstructed into this because, again, they were up in a display case. So I've got my guy here, and then we have added in the tags and a little tag slip. So I know that this is the Jeanne d'Arc ship card. Let me go find that guy real quick. Right there. So I've got a perfect reference for what this guy is. Instead of just being, one of many on the table for it. Goes right into its base right there. And now it is all set to go flying around. Let's go ahead.
We'll put that over here.
Hanover, and I won't even flip these out. Be nice and simple.
Oh, I love how much the difference the tags make is phenomenal.
I think the tags look fantastic. Add a great depth to the look of it.
Yeah, not only looks better, but the ease of being able to track your ship and then looking at the other player and seeing the various stats is fantastic.
No, the manufacturer did a perfect job with how easily these slide into their spot.
Right.
They look great.
Well, and even the bases, again, for those that have played it before, the bases are just so much better than the previous ones. Really great job. Did I miss something? Oh, okay.
Yep,
for a second, I'm like,
the last
oh, no.
tag. No. You're good. You're good. Just trying to get the last of the tags out.
Okay.
We've also got some of our full stop tokens. We've got our defensive and screening tokens all in there. Cloud and control for various objectives and terrain. And then our fighter tokens that we will be using today.
And then, of course, our wonderful dice. For anyone that has not seen Leviathans before or not played Leviathans before, it is a color-coded dice system where all the normal modifiers that you would have, range, movement, target movement, and so on, are all baked into the dice. So it makes it a lot easier to simply grab them and roll. So for a lot of people, they don't care about the math. They just want to easily be able to jump into a game. For those that absolutely love math and love awesome spreadsheets, these are basically just polyhedrals. So it's a D4, D6, D8, D10, D12. And yes, for those paying super attention, the D8 and the D10 mean that the odds are slightly different than a standard polyhedral. But basically all the math in the world says you have to roll nearly 100 sets of the dice before that deviation can appear. So, if you want to play with polyhedrals, awesome, play with polyhedrals. But for the rest of us, the colored dice make it perfect.
Yep. The question of how many dice each color come in the box. This is what comes in the box. I'm mostly certain this is what comes in the box.
Again, I grabbed out, literally, I've got an ocean of dice here off on the side.
You rolled those out. I'm pretty sure that's what it, because it was. Yeah, it was absolutely more green, more blue, and just enough yellow and the red and the black.
Yeah, looks right.
This is what's coming in the box. And then you're just grabbing a D6 on the side for your slot dice. And again, it's just a generic D6.
The only reason we were slightly confused is, again, this has all been in a display case, and I quickly disassembled it before running down here. So we wanted to make sure. But yes, this is everything you see here that comes in this box. It is a fantastic starter box. Love what Brim put together here.
Thank you. So the question is, how many planes, cards, tokens come in the starter set? And show off some of them here. Now these guys, it is,
I'll pop them out. And then
I'm going to get the cards.
Cards, Green Fighter. So there are 5 Admiral cards, it looks like.
Yeah,
And
5 Admiral cards of
then-
each of the different points between 10 and 50.
And then 4 playing cards, and
And
the
then, you know, a
8
set,
tokens.
yeah. And so remember, there's the plain token set that has an expanded array of this, but this is the very basic. You've got a green bomber and a veteran bomber, and then the green fighter and the veteran fighter to give you some options here. So all of that's, again, what's coming in this starter box. This is right out of that.
Okay.
With respect, games never come with enough dice. It
You
is
know,
not
that's-
unfair.
That's
It is
not unfair.
We've mostly done it most of the time with just what's in this starter box. These dice are going to cover these, but there's absolutely going to be circumstances where it doesn't, and there's just only so much that can be done about that cost effectively.
You know, weird. I just realized that you pushed the French over to me and took your Germans on that
yeah, of course I
side.
took the Germans. That's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
The Germans, even back in the day, the Germans were initially concepted and built out by Bren, so they're kind of
They are, in fact, my baby.
his baby.
All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a veteran fighter
Got to be the Jean d'Arc.
and a green bomber
And
versus your veteran bomber and green fighter, which gives you 60 and 50, so you were 10 points up on me on those, and these are roughly equivalent for the ships. So then I will let you take the improved keel admiral, and I will take the breaking the keel
Okay.
admiral.
And so then I'm taking the Aquitaine. Just a sec, let me. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. No torps.
So you want the Aquitaine, so we need
Already got
to
it.
switch out your
Yeah.
tag.
Because I don't
Yep,
want to deal
I'm
with
just
the
taking
torps.
the tags. Be nice and easy.
No torps.
So I need
No
the
torpedoes for you.
Hanover and the Silo, and I'm all set. Again, nice thing about all of this is that it's right out of the box. We're all set to go. So then you have got the green. I gave you the veteran bomber.
Yep.
And then the green fighter, and I have the inverse of the veteran fighter and the green bomber.
Okay.
We'll just start in the very simple layout of having us right at the edge. And with that, I think we can go ahead and roll.
Oh my gosh, my dice failed me. I'm rolling first. Shocking. Shocking, I say.
All right, so we've now seen who goes first. So Randall, as standard, lose for Leviathans. And we're going to walk through it piece by piece.
Yep.
We're going to start with the largest ship class, going down, starting with whoever lost initiative. In this case, that is the cruiser.
The
at
Jean
the Type
d'Arc.
2, the Jean d'Arc. So the Jean
This is
d'Arc
our
will go
3
first.
hex ship here. I have a starting movement point of 8. Every hex I move into is going to require 1 movement point. Turning, which on a 3 hex ship is always the turn radius is on the center hex. It requires 1 hex or 1 movement point per hex that I'm turning in. And then I also have enter hexes before turn, which helps to represent the inertia that these giant ships have as they're flying through the air, which for me is a 2. So we want to just jump right into the action. Normally, I immediately would be like, being a little more tactical, but who cares? Because we just want to have some fun and show this off. So we're just going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then throw that last 8.8 to make sure that I can get a nice little broadside shot over against Brent.
Yep.
So now it's going to go over to Brent's side.
And real quick with that, the points for the Admirals were between 10 to 50, not 15 to 50, just so we got that right. It goes in scales. There's 5 of them, and it's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 points.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to go full steam ahead all the way for 5 movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nice and simple. I've used up my 5 MP. It is back to Randall.
Okay. Back to my Aquitaine, which has a starting MP
And yes,
of
there
9.
will be more dice that can be sold. That will be sold separately.
Oh, absolutely. Yep. Good little dice pack. Okay. Enter hex before turn 1. He is going to be set up to really kind of do some flanking, try and cross the T on the stern side of our ships. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Actually, I'm going to go here and throw it that way so that I'm not getting my bow into any of the Hanover's big guns too quickly.
Yep. And then
can we get some close-up on the Admiral and Specialist card, folks, on
put those
discard
all,
or act?
so these are all the Admiral cards.
Well, I don't know if we're going to be able to zoom in that close. We may need to hold it up to. Can you do
I'm
the?
just fine doing that.
Can you do the? Yeah. Oh,
There we go.
you got to turn it.
I can get it right. That has a lot of shine.
Yeah. Can you turn it maybe a little up? We're trying to focus that. And get in there. I think so. Do we want to get another one up there?
That one.
Okay.
Type reduction. So that was once per game. A ship may reduce its type to 0 for movement turn. So once per turn effect. For, got. Repair bonus. Right there. And that was may repair twice at 12 plus when a crew slot is on the same side as the damage slot. Tesla support twice per turn. You may ignore a ship's damaged Tesla coil effect when firing. I'll get this right one of these days. And then Randall's and Eye of breaking the keel. Once per turn, add a green to one non-saturation fire gun shot. Da-ba-da-ba. And finally, Randall's improved keel once per game. Before an enemy breaking the keel roll is made, announce you will apply a -1 to the die result. And there we go.
Type reduction once per game. Change your ship type to 1 lower.
No, it's once per game. Set it to 0. But it is one of the more expensive of the Admiral cards.
Okay. So over to you for your.
Yes, my Silo.
Silo.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And Night Moss, you're welcome. Thanks for
7.
the great question. Keep them coming, guys.
All right. And
Okay.
now our fighters get to move. Now we're going to go over this a little bit since I'm willing to bet Randall does not remember all the rules and we have not got over as much of them.
So unlike Leviathans, when it originally was published, the planes are all new. So I had a hand in play testing it, but it was primarily Bryn and
So make
his,
sure we get this
his
right.
assistants in
Yes.
Frodo and Christian helping to develop the plane. So I don't.
Yep, so they're the Type
quite
0, so
know
they
it.
get to go last because they're little guys. They get to maneuver better. So we've got their MP. So right there.
Oh, look. Bill beard off for the loser. Almost a
No.
tradition at this stage.
No.
You're not going to agree to that?
No. Martin.
Oh,
Martin,
Martin.
what
Yes.
the hell, man?
Yes, Martin.
Martin,
I mean,
how could you?
I'll do it.
No. Incorrect. Never again. I won that game.
You did win that game. For once, the dice decided to be nice to me. You absolutely outmaneuvered me.
All
Okay,
right.
so
Yeah,
planes.
So we got the planes. So they have basically a miniaturized version of the ship card here. So they have got an MP of 8 right there, an MP of 12. And then their interactions before turn, the bomber is 1. So they still have a little bit because they aren't, these aren't World War II fighters. They are still, slower, harder to maneuver. The fighter, though, does have a 0.5, which means that you can turn twice for once once you move forward. So go ahead.
And I move 2 at a time, right?
Yes.
Hey, I remembered something.
I said that mostly confidently. I have to check
Okay,
now.
so
'cause-
MP2. Oh, it's too bad. I'm doing it.
Yeah, I think that's for the best.
So green fighter.
No, it's
so
just alternating moving.
then
That was just us speeding up when we
1,
were doing our
2,
play
3,
testing.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
So I'm going to do mine now. So the veteran fighter. So the fighters have the ability to escort bombers, which is an escort keyword, which we'll get to when it comes up. And then I'm going to move my bomber to start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Go ahead.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Which I'll move them under there. And luckily we made these all
Yep, they're all
smaller,
specifically designed
so
that they can
unlike
overlap.
the torpedo tokens that would get stuck under the bases on our first release.
Yeah, most of the tokens, you'll notice they are a little smaller than the Hex, but that was
but it's
designed
on
that
purpose
way
so that
the ships could land be over them.
yeah, no chance
1,
of getting
2,
stuck.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And he's just going to sit here with his friend.
Okay.
All right, that is all of our movement. We do have, which was not in the original, these little full stop tokens, which would have been a put on a thing because everyone forgot when they did full stop.
Yep.
So this would go out there to remind you, but obviously that has not been used here. Same
Okay.
with our screening tokens.
So now it's time for some firing if we have it. My
Yep.
longest range guns are my 130 millimeter off the Jeanne d'Arc's bow. It's 10 hexes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I am actually way off the count. You've got 12.
I've got 12. Does that get me it?
I think we're at 13.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
No,
14, 15.
we're at 15. Not even
Absolutely
close.
not.
Okay, so then we're done. We're on to initiative again, right?
Yep.
Okay.
No.
No.
Almost did that.
Haha.
All this time and still do
All
it.
this time.
So, in the new rules for Leviathans, the original one is you just kept on like Battletech, as I'm sure most people in the Discord are aware. You always roll every turn. In Leviathans, in a perfectly matched situation like this, if it's the same points, you would roll a die, and then it'll just alternate from here on out. There is slightly more complicated rules if you're doing unbalanced forces, but just here, I won initiative the first time, so random went first. Now it is my turn to go first.
Yep. And even though we all know that, it is so
1,
ingrained in us to grab initiative
2,
dice.
3, 4,
Just
5,
amazing.
6, 7.
Lorcan, how about the
7.
winner gets to shave Martin? Yep, I'm all up
Oh,
for that.
absolutely, 100%.
Yep. Okay,
No,
done deal. Done deal, Martin.
absolutely.
Okay, so now on my turn. Oh, he is looking good there. Okay, so then we're going to go 1, 2, and 3, and 4, 5, and 6, and then 7 and 8. Yeah, I'm thinking that's looking good.
Okay, sounds good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay.
Just count a nice cross the T.
And then on my Accutane, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh. No, so then I would have pulled back 1 to be there. 2 hexes back, 1 up closer, still in your stern. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Gotcha, short range.
All right, gonna move my bomber. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Coming right up alongside you.
Okay, and that means my fighter will immediately engage your bomber. Actually, do we go in the same hex?
No, they don't
yeah,
go in the
okay.
same hex.
Okay. Suddenly dawned on me. I'm like, wait, I don't think it goes
Yeah.
in there.
You're also conflating the other rules we're looking at. There is no engagement.
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
We've been doing a lot of playtesting of other things.
A lot of play testing. Oh,
there
my
have been
goodness.
certain aerospace-related stuff that we have been dealing with, and Randall is now conflating those.
Yep. Hey, John Brewer's here.
Yes, no, I saw
Closing
him
to
earlier.
within the Jeanne d'Arc's firing arc. Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We'll go
more
right there.
Leviathans fiction soon. Stackpole's How the West Was Done was very enjoyable. That's awesome. Thank you. We actually have the first novel in of the trilogy that Bill Keith is doing.
Yep,
we have
it
the
is.
final manuscript, the first draft of that manuscript is in hand, and we hope to be able to start reading that in just the next couple of weeks.
Yep, absolutely.
Oh, and then my bomber. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to see if I can kind of slip by you. Okay.
Okay. So now we are back into the firing phase, and the fighters we can deal with whenever because they just interact with the firing phase just like anybody else as far as turn order is concerned.
Yep.
So let's go ahead and actually focus on that to start. So just so I make sure I've got this right, since we have been interacting with this, and I'm going to go again to our handy dandy rule set and the little section that says other parts of the fleet. Blah, 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 blah. So I've got the escort. If a plane with escort abilities adjacent to a friendly plane that is targeted by AA shots, the AA damage may be redirected to the escort plane. So all units now, as a part of the updated ship cards, have a little AA stat. as well as the attack value of fighters when attacking fighters are AA. So anyone that would be attacking this bomber, that is going to be redirected its damage to the fighter instead. So let's go ahead, and I am going to open up my fighter shots against your green fighter.
Okay.
It is just a AA value of red. So I'm going to roll that. And you take 7 damage. So you have a green fighter structural integrity of 10, so it is now down to 3.
Okay. Boop. Boop. Okay.
Perfect. And then my green bomber is going to do the same thing. And 2. So it is down to 1. So you are still alive. It is just a pure whittle that down.
Okay.
Now I'm going to go ahead and drop my bomb. Since I am adjacent to you, I get 2 red dice. So I have to roll these twice again. That is going to happen with these things. This is where we're going to cheat because we can. And my slot die. And I'm just hitting there. I do not get a location die for my bomb. It is completely independent. So now I'm bombing you in the back. I got an 11 on your 2.
Okay, which hits it, and that destroys it.
Give me half an hour to Photoshop Martin's Discord avatar to be clean-shaven like that one episode of Black Booth.
Okay.
All right, so that destroyed that slot. Those are my fighters. I will go ahead and continue through my process here. So now I'm going to be firing mostly at the Jean d'Arc going forward. So the Hanover, I've got here, he's got shots. It is side arc to side arc. I have got 2 guns on the side and 1 gun in the front on a turret. So I'll be prioritizing that. So I have got the 1, 2, 3, 4. It is 6 hexes away. So my big gun from up front gets the yellow. I am going to get the crew slot green and your side of black. Take those together and the die. Bomb is basically, yes, it is absolutely, you just have more control over where the bomb goes. And roll. And wow, very good roll on the 20 on the 1.
Is coming in on the bow or
no, this is coming in on your port side.
Port side, okay. Yeah, that absolutely. Armor breach. Breach number is only 11, absolutely destroys it. And as you're destroying it, on these laminated cards, grab your wet erase marker and just circle that slot as destroyed.
Yep. Then I've got the 2 on the side, and I will fire those separately, but that will drop me all the way down to a green, so it's 2 green and a black. So I got 2 shots of these. That is going to be a much worse roll at 8 on your 3.
8 on the 3. I've got a 12. Actually, still 13 because the armor is still here, so
yep.
nothing.
And the last one from the Hanover, an 11 on the 2.
11 on the 2, just off. Nope.
Dang. All right, so there's the Hanover. Then we'll move ourselves over to the Silao coming into your bow. That is going to drop me down to a red die. I am back in short range, so I get the yellow and then the crew die. So there's my combination of dice and the slot. And I'm coming into your bow now with the big gun. Again, another nice roll. 19 on your 6.
Yeah, that will absolutely hit.
I would hope so.
Destroying an armor slot.
And then 1 gun on the side. Dropping, again, this yellow, but this time down to a blue. And 1 more shot. And this is
miss.
15 on the 1. Oh, well, that's rude. I hit the miss slot, which just goes right on by. It's just a narrower profile. Notice the Germans mostly don't have those miss slots because they're big, bulky, proper ships.
No.
Unlike,
thin, agile ships.
No. Unbelievable.
French or Italians all the way.
All right.
It says, what are the current range of points for planes?
I believe it is roughly between 20 and 60 is where most of them fall in.
Okay. Perfect. Keep those great questions
so again,
coming.
all of these are much smaller than just a standard destroyer.
Yeah.
Because these are just here to make these guys look even cooler by their presence.
Yep.
That is the point of them on the field.
Yep.
I mean, they do
100%.
cool stuff. They are really fun, but the Leviathans are the center of it in every way.
Okay, so my veteran bomber over here can't do anything. He doesn't have anybody adjacent. I've got the fighter. The fighter could be attacking the bomber, but unfortunately, because of the escort keyword on the fighter, my fighter shots are just going to go with the fighter. So there's no reason not
might
to
as well
just shoot
skip the
fighter.
middleman.
Okay, so then that is D green. What else am I rolling?
So you're using your
Fighter.
fighter, which is the yellow.
Oh, okay. Okay. By itself?
Yep, and you're just applying the damage you do to my structure. 5.
Okay. Taking half away. I'll take that.
Yep, nothing to argue with there.
Okay, then all of my shots are going to
So
be.
real quick,
Oh,
so you
yep.
still have the Aquitaine. The Aquitaine
Oh, that's right.
has its anti-air.
Anti-air, and you're
which
adjacent.
I'm
That's-
adjacent, and so I can then choose, and I am going to choose to, again, take that damage and move it over to my veteran fighter.
But you got to remember to fire the anti-aircraft
Yes.
off of the main guns. That's right. So 8.
All right, and I move that over, so my
That'll-
veteran fighter is going to be splashed right away.
Excellent.
Very good roll there.
How unusual.
Yes.
Okay, so now we're going to move back to my ships. So we've got the Aquitaine coming into the stern. Actually, we're going to change that around and do the Jeanne d'Arc into his port first. The first gun I have is the 130 millimeter. You're drawing off, it's the bow, so it's in the front hex, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is it is short range, so I also will get the yellow. I've got a crew. Your side should be a black.
Correct.
Can I get the slot die of D6, please? Okay, so then throwing this and adding it up. So then 14 on the 3.
14 on the 3. It is a 13, but I have a +2, so it is a 15.
Oh,
So
just
it plinks
off.
off.
Dang it. You know what? Actually, it wouldn't have mattered, but I had the saturation die icon, which means that it is extra powerful. Actually, it might matter.
It does.
Because
So if you hit the 1, every other slot's going to be you hit the 1, that will be enough.
Yep.
Nope.
Okay, so what should have happened, because we skipped that a little bit, is when you have a square saturation icon, it means it's extra powerful. I should have been rolling both dice, or excuse me, 2 slot dice, which could have destroyed 2 slots in one go. But in this instance, all missed because, it's me.
Yep. So real quick going through there, so is there an aircraft carrier? Could I conceivably run an aircraft-focused list? So right now, no. And there is, as mentioned in the next comment, that there is a limit to building with the fighters so that they stay as a smaller part. What I do want to look at is, of course, an aircraft carrier, and if that's something we want to lean into more, but we want to again make sure that this goes out and people enjoy and what do they not like and do like before messing around more with the fighters themselves.
Well, and I think that's, you talked earlier about how the next campaign box, you were going to get a lot of feedback. I think a future campaign box, maybe not the next one, but maybe the next one after that, could be the focus.
Oh, no, it absolutely
an
is going to have.
aircraft carrier. The airplanes are,
100%.
much higher. That's a
Just
perfect place, and that way it's focused within a campaign box. It's not the standard play.
So you got to get when will the points be released? Those points were, as mentioned, put up on the tabletop simulator, but we will be making sure this next week, as people are about to get this, that goes back out and everyone's got that. And again, we will be creating, is being worked on right now, a master unit list just like Battletech that will contain all of the data in one space.
To be clear, similar to Battletech. Just don't want to make sure that they think that it's going to be that insane.
You are correct. It is. Well, it'll be the same design all in there. It's just, not 500 million record sheets.
Yeah. Okay.
Only 200 million.
Only
That's completely different.
200 million. That's right. Okay, so then I've got my 2 75 millimeter guns. It is long range to his, which means I'm going to be firing the D green instead of the D blue. So instead, I'm going to bracket fire that. Bracketing fire allows you to increase the probability that you can hit the target, but you decrease the overall damage that you can potentially do. So in this instance, I'm grabbing 2 D greens because I've got the 2 guns that I'm firing. throwing in my D blue for the crew, throwing in his D black for his location dice, because that's what I'm firing at. And finally, I get my slot dice, and I get to actually keep all of these dice.
And where are you shooting into my side still?
So shooting into your side.
Okay.
Still trying to make something happen here. 14.
You really gotta do some better
14
than
on
that,
the 4?
sir. That's not gonna happen.
Just off.
Yep.
So close. Almost a real audible connection. Yeah, so that is everything on the John Day Arc, unfortunately. I was hoping to maybe hit a slot or two, so by the next time that my Aquitaine, as it's coming into the stern, I might actually have a chance of doing something real here, but we'll take what we can get. So I have 3 guns, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're all at long range. Once again, I'm trying to make something happen here. So I'm going to go ahead and bracket fire all of them. So then that is those 4. I've got these 2 as my crew dice. And then it's a D yellow for his back. And then the slot. Now, I need to roll these slightly separate because I can only keep 2 of the guns and 1 of the crew. And so first I will keep the best of what I got, which happen to be the same. We'll roll this in there, keep the 4 and the 4, and then roll that up. And oh my goodness.
Are you okay?
I just cannot seem to roll anything because, it's us. So total
Which one of
whipperoony.
those is your location is the
yellow.
slot die?
The 2?
No, the location.
The location, the yellow.
Where are you getting a yellow?
Oh, I totally did that wrong.
All right, would you like to try that again?
Yes, I would.
All right,
maybe I
try
won't
that red.
roll a 1.
Yeah.
Oh, there we
little
go.
better, Randall.
There we
Little
go. So 19 on the 2.
Yeah, that 2 go right, and there goes one of my very few engine slots.
Yes.
So my 5 drops all the way down to a 3.
Yes, the best thing you can do against the Germans is hit their slots because they're just
Yeah,
plodding
no,
along in the sky.
I have almost lost half my speed with that.
Okay, so then that is all the shots. So we get to the end. Now, because we've just started here, normally right now would be the possibility for doing some crew repairs, but you can only repair a slot that was destroyed on a previous turn. It's actually why we circle them. Now that we're at the end of the turn, we can actually go ahead and mark it off. So he did hit the Aquitaine in the stern as well, so that 9 is going to be coming down to a 6. I lost the armor, and then I basically just armor on those 2 slots. Okay.
Yep,
so
I just lost the 1 slot, and then I've just lost my fighter.
Yep.
My escort is gone.
No, you mentioned air work too earlier. Will there be some crossover rule-wise between Leviathans and reworked aerospace rules? Not really. They're just 2 very different rule sets. So, yeah, I'm not sure there would be any possibility for doing that.
Well, I'm not sure he's saying crossover. I think he's, is there a design philosophy in aerotech that's related to?
Oh, sorry, you're right. That's
yes, I
very
believe the
different.
question is whether or not there is a design philosophy. So to go over it all, there are multiple things we're looking at for aerotech right now. Multiple pitches have been put together, looking at where do we want to take this, which direction we're going to do. One of those pitches absolutely takes inspiration from some mechanics in Leviathans. But what we end up doing and how much that is very much still up in the air and far enough away. So, yeah, a little far on than that. I believe
you see Lorcans?
Well, I've got I believe in a 4,000 plus Leviathan master unit list on launch. I actually believe, so I believe it'll be roughly, it's like 130 something ship cards. So with that and the admiral and the captain, should be about 150 items on there.
Yeah. It's a pretty robust list to immediately
and then
dive
it
in
says
and be able
for
to
the
make your
tabletop simulator
forces.
where the missing French ship cards imported. I believe that note was passed along. I know that there was another update done and that was on that list. I don't know if I checked personally myself that was supposed to be done. So I'm going to say yes with a big question mark.
Yeah, and if anyone wants to take a peek in there and tell us, we're happy to go talk to who can make that happen.
Yeah, and I'm still planning to make an Irish Republic fleet based on 1916. So I've got 2 people that I work outside of Randall that do most of the Leviathans design with me. And one of them, a friend of mine, he is so desperate once this all gets through, that one of the next big things we do is the Irish Republic fleet. He is so committed to it, so I promise you that that will be a big thing that occurs at some point, because he is going to make sure I do it after everything.
Yeah.
With the 3 and 4 hex bases turn on the middle hex, it's tricky to visualize. Any tips or tricks for that? So I believe these guys.
It's on the other side, maybe?
Yeah, so they all have on them. So these were done up so that if there's any issues with overlapping or being too close to each other, this is, the Breton, the Jeanne d'Arc, and on them literally shows where you have the turn hex. Got the exact same thing for this, and of course if we had the battleship out here, so this is hopefully going to help people as well be able to better visualize when it's going to happen.
Yep. And then it's just some practice, some playing.
Okay. All right, so yeah, I think that
we're
finished
into
all that.
movement, so then we're back at the top of the round.
And it is back over to you.
Yep.
Starting
so I
off
start.
with the Jeanne d'Arc.
Okay. So then I will just go ahead and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just kind of set up for that and see what happens. Okay, Brand, over to you.
Just with the new Aerotech, would it integrate more easily with the classic Alpha Strike? Maybe incorporate the 3025 Lamb Redux. I don't know what the 3025 Lamb Redux is.
I think that's referring to the remastered 3025 with the new art. So the new rules that we're working on, again, this is very early days, and there's multiple paths, but the idea is that it will all work with everything that we do. All of our goals, anytime we introduce something, is that it's going to be about trying to make it work as smoothly as possible. Just like Aces plugs in very smoothly with Alpha Strike, and we are already starting to work on how to then eventually make it smoothly work with Classic. The Aerospace would be the exact same thing. It will most likely tie, but it probably will be the inverse, which is the new Aerospace will likely tie first into Classic and then would have the follow-on into Alpha Strike. But again, early days, and we're still working it out.
Yep.
Okay, so then on my turn,
yep. So now
the Aquitaine is only down to 6. I don't like that. So 1, 2, 3, 4,
Independent
5,
Australia asking for a friend. I believe you've asked for a friend many
6.
times, and my answer is that I absolutely so. So
1,
there has
2,
been
3,
a
4, 5,
plan,
6.
and if you want to know, I'm not in any way committing to anything here. But one of the things that we have been discussing.
The internet says differently.
And you know what? If that's what they want to take, that's perfectly fine. But my goal is to basically, once we get the fleet boxes out and we are in the direction we want to go, then the next will be a bunch of sub-faction things to do to expand areas of the world to play while still not making it so that there's 20 factions that you have to play in that they can go under each other. One of them would 100% be, the Irish and the Australians getting their own ships and their own factions.
20.
So
Piker.
it doesn't. Yeah. Okay, Battletech cheats.
I got 67 upstairs.
Battletech only 67. What are you doing? Battletech cheats in every way with that, so that's not the metric. But 100%.
We cheat.
That's going to happen.
Any Type 5s in the future, or any other Type 5s?
So we have a whole list of plan for what we want to do past Type 4. Some of those are included in the base in the campaign boxes. So the answer is yes. But again, for now, like the aircraft carrier, but we're just going to focus on what we have and making sure people like that.
Does Leviathans have a ship count per side? 2v2, 4v4?
The standard size that we recommend is at 1,000 points is roughly 4v4. Can really swing between 3 to 5 is where we believe it shines. We absolutely have rules in the book that say you can go past that, and here's kind of the structure for that, but the focus is around 1,000.
Rule book, Vanna White action.
Will we see one of the Leviathans factions split into 7 like the Free Worlds League did? Well, currently I said the Australians and the Irish, so apparently that's what the British are going to do.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Again, I'm not going to go too far down that path.
Purple Bird strong.
Yeah, base game is 1,000 points.
Okay, so over to your destroyer to move.
Oh, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay. And then over to me for my bombers.
You're both your fighter. You're one of your fighters now. Just has to go.
Yeah. Well, I mean, So then I'm just going to go here.
Okay. I have got 8 movement points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's not going to get what I want it to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Could not quite get into its back again.
And 1, 2, 3.
There it
Lining
is.
straight up for a strafe onto the stern. It's going to be glorious.
Perfect. All right.
Okay.
So that is all of it. So we are back into shooting. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to again deal with. Actually, sorry, I went first last time. Why don't you go first?
Okay. So then why don't we start out with my double black bombs, which I think I rolled the wrong dice last time, by the way. Oh, no. That's right. He wasn't in range. I haven't actually fired him.
No.
Okay. So then there is no fire. There is no nothing. So I just have a giant bomb I'm trying to land. Oh, yeah.
15 on the
one.
Is a miss.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Gotta teach that fighter just go a little bit over
No,
more.
it was a 5.
Oh, no, never mind.
Oh, my dice hate me. It looks so good, though.
It did.
It did. Is it literally like skims a lot? Like there's a crewman out on the side, and it's literally
going
right
by,
by the side of the ship. It's terrible. Okay, so Jean d'Arc then is going to be firing into your port side. Once again, we'll line up the big guns, see if we can't make something happen. It's a D black for your location, short range for me, so the D yellow, D green for the crew, and a slot die. Can I get another slot die? I'm going to remember my saturation gun this time. Okay, coming in on your port. There we go. 15 on the 2 and 4.
Sorry, and where are you on my side?
Coming in on your port.
15 on the 2 and 4.
Yep.
The 2 is gone. The 4 still has the armor.
Yeah, didn't think I'd get it on the 4. So that's the first shot. Okay, and then I've got the 2.
The crewman was out there with the rod pushing the bomb off course.
Okay, so then we're going to do the 275 millimeter. Once again, I will bracket fire those so I can hopefully ensure for a better. So once again, his location die, my 2 gun dies, my crew die, and a slot die, and I get to keep all of this. Wow.
1, 1, 1, 3.
This.
Do you want me to look at it?
This is Randall's dice. This is what everyone knows. By the way, round the world, they now know. This is what Randall's dice do to me. Woo! Okay. I don't have any shots in the back. You are just outside for him. So then the Aquitaine will be coming into...
Almost as bad as the Hearts of Iron game. That's so true. Again, I don't know how far we're going to go with all of that, but there has just been a lot of requests for Australian Ireland specifically, and especially with Ireland, you know, there's very specific historical context to make that happen.
So then we are going to go bow to bow. Sorry. Bow to stern going against your ship. So D red for the Hanover, the D green and D green, and hopefully for just a little luck here. If I could hit his...
Are we still on the same side or are you in my back?
No, I'm firing into your stern.
The chat keeps distracting me.
Off of the Aquitaine. Weird that they would distract you. 13 on the 5.
That gets it.
Yes. Was that the engine?
Yep.
Oh, that's...
I'm down to 1 engine slot left.
Okay, that made up for all the other misses.
I have 1 speed.
That is fantastic.
I move or I turn. I do not do both.
That's fantastic. I do have 2 guns on the right side, though, that will be coming into your bow. They're coming off my right side.
Yep.
Yeah,
my bow.
Coming into your bow.
It's on a turret?
No.
Then you don't get that shot.
Because you took all my turrets away because you are a terrible person.
I did not take your turrets away.
Pretty sure.
Nope.
No?
Nope.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure I believe you.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay. And then my I've got my anti-aircraft shot.
The T-shirt caps are the swag win. So obviously there was the pins and patches that were done with the Kickstarter with the shirt. Anything else? I mean, we've done some other T-shirts at Gen Con.
Yeah.
I have no
Over the years.
idea. I'm not going to commit to saying like
No.
that we're going to do that, but we've done it at
50-50
Yeah,
chance that we'll have a new
at Gen
shirt.
Con we'll have a new shirt. Past that again, just want to get the game out before committing to doing more stuff.
The original Leviathans release had a shirt
yeah,
with
the John T. Angled
the John T.
orthographic.
Angle orthographic. I wore that until it fell off my body. I would love to do that again. Okay, I do have anti-aircraft though. Bryn, off of my destroyer onto your bomber. 8.
All right, so we're going to deal with the other mechanic here. So bombers have a little more structure to them. So even though it says 6, it drops to 0 immediately. And then this has 2 health, so now it has 1. So you basically immediately chopped away all of it and hit a stopping point to then drop this just by 1. But nothing carries over from that extra.
Yep.
And now it has 1 left.
Okay. And I believe that's all my fire. So back over to you.
You keep rolling really well with that anti.
I know. I'm
that
sucking on the
anti-air
ships,
shot. I know.
but your
Well, my
fighters are going
just
to
go away. Not
slap
good.
them out of the sky.
All right, so my turn. Let me deal with my bomber real quick. Again, 2 reds and a slot die. Coming in on the side of the Aquitaine. 12 on the 1 is a miss. I also missed with my bomb.
Oh.
Through a narrow pass.
Oh.
Yeah, that was disappointing.
Well, apparently you have a guy with a stick out on the side slowly pushing it away.
You mean you do?
Oh, that's right. I do.
All right. Let's go ahead and do the Silao in the back. Your back is a red. It is a green, and then the yellow for the gun. Firing this into the stern of your Jean d'Arc. 13 on the 3.
13 on the 3 will absolutely hit. That is going to be a Tesla coil for me.
Let us get you real quick
Get
our
me
fancy Tesla
new
coil token.
Yay!
So that we can remember.
So we can remember.
Get that right.
Oh yeah,
Showing off.
there we go.
Nice and simple. You got that there. Okay. That was the first gun. My second gun drops this down to the blue. And an amazing roll on your 5.
Sorry, the Irish and the Scots are kind of going off against each other now. I'm not going to read that out loud, though. That's an incredibly funny comment. Okay, sorry. Where'd you hit?
Sorry. On the 5 is gone. Very
the
gone.
5. Are you sure?
Oh, yes.
Okay, dang it. That is a little engine back at me, so it's going to knock that down to a 5.
Okay. That is my Silao. Because you were off on the side and I used the turn in the front, so that's done. Hanover. Hanover is shooting at you on the side.
The bomber bombed the bomb.
The bomber bombed the bomb.
Oh, that's funny.
Black, yellow, green. First shot. Nope,
Hey,
not at all.
That's right.
And then dropping this down for 2 of these.
Oh.
Nope. And
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
So who's this coming
14
into?
on the 5 on the port side of the Jean d'Arc.
Okay, 14
That is the
on
starboard side.
Sorry,
There you
other side. 14 on the 5?
14 on the 5.
Nope, 15.
Ah, dang it.
Any other slot?
Yep. All right. That is gonna be it. Why is Gothic your favorite?
Did you see who did it?
I am well aware who did it. Unfortunately, this is a Leviathan stream, so I'm not really here to talk about other products. I'll leave that to other people.
I don't know. Leviathan's Gothic sounds pretty awesome.
I don't like you as a person.
Okay, so was that the last of the fire?
I didn't. I have no idea.
I'm going to
No,
assume yes.
I have one more gun that I did not shoot. It was that one and that one. I had one more gun. They're trying to distract me, and it won't work.
Yes, we're trying to distract.
There wasn't one more gun. I'm full of crap. I remember now. We're good.
I mean,
All right.
usually. Okay, so now we're at the end of the round.
Yep.
We can do some repairs if we wish. The way repairs work is you're going to find a previously destroyed slot, a slot that is going to have the X on one of the circles. You cannot repair armor. You cannot repair crew. You can attempt to repair everything else. In this specific instance for me, the Jean d'Arc only has previously destroyed armor, so there's nothing I can do about that, which means then I just cross off the engine and the Tesla coil. I do have an engine repair. I do not have a crew in there, so I'm going to grab a D red and a D red and then a D green. Okay, I'm going to roll these 3 dice, and because it's not in the same location, the target number is an 18. So I will go ahead and roll that, and nope, 16, so I don't get it. So over to you, Bryn, to see if you have any.
Sorry. First off, is ramming a thing? Yes, ramming is a thing. It is not covered in the version in the starter box that comes from the full rule book, but there's absolutely ramming. Leviathans Gothic is not confirmed.
And yes, the Austro-Hungarian fleet has a ram slot as well as an engine that helps them do that. So if you love ramming the Austro-Hungarians when that fleet box comes out, that's going to be what you want.
Since the French fleet kept losing initiative at Gen Con, you don't usually roll for it. We demand a rematch. Yeah.
Okay, are you doing any repairs, sir?
Yes, I've got 1 repair attempt to make on that engine you destroyed last turn.
Okay.
I'm on a 15 because I'm in the right area. I failed.
Yep.
All right,
Okay.
that's it.
So that is it, and we are back over to you starting to move first.
Correct. I am going to move my full speed. That was a lot of fun.
Okay, can I? Oh, I'm still at 6 as well, dang it. And I'm doing...
Lever run Shadow Tech.
Or no, I did that wrong. I'm down to 5. Ugh. 1, 2, and 3, 4. You know what? I do not want my bow in there like that. So I think we're just going to be doing some cross purposes there. Oh, fell over because of the thingy. Yep. There we go. Okay.
All right.
Over to you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, I was just going to go right there. Call that easy. 1, 2, yeah.
Okay, so he's down to 6 as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So we can get some bow shots as well.
All right, and I'll move my 1 bomber. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
I'm not going to
7,
chew
8.
on stream, but I do appreciate that. I'm trying to have my dealer get me some maple cookies.
And
but,
now your 2 fixed wing craft.
Okay, so we're going to do bomber. Once again, set up to do a bombing run. And my fighter, which was easy, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, fighter to fighter action. Okay, sir, you want to start out with the firing?
Any teaser on the Kickstarter Admiral cards? I unfortunately do not have that content with me here.
No.
Or else I'd happily do it.
Yeah, we literally brought 2 entire suitcases full of Leviathans here to show off. And we still had to kind of cut it at the end, and so some of the Kickstarter material we left at home. But we absolutely in the coming weeks can put together some videos and show that material off.
Yeah. Well, and hopefully in the coming weeks, you'll be very close to getting that material to look at.
Very true. Okay, over to you to fire, sir.
All right, let's deal with that little bomber that could. Just a very standard, the 2 reds coming in on your side, the port side of the Aquitaine. On a 9. That 9, that's not going to do it.
Nope.
All right. Then I will quickly, though, he does have an anti-air green, and I will shoot that at your bomber.
And
3 damage to your bomber.
3 damage, so the 6 comes down to a 3.
And then my Silau also is at a green, because I do not have nearly as good of an anti-air as you do. I only did 1 damage.
Okay.
Actually, sorry. You have your fighter green right there. You could have taken all that damage on him if you so wished. But he would die at that point.
But he would die, so...
And he doesn't die here, yep.
Except I would have taken the first one on it.
No, I think you're good.
No, okay.
Because you still have the 2 health anyway, so you're fine.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Silo. Actually, we're going to start with the Hanover. The Hanover is going to be yellow, black, green, and shot. Coming on that port side still.
Onto my Jean d'Arc.
Yeah, and your 5 is very gone.
Onto the port side. Okay. Knocks my gun down.
All right, and then I've just got 1 gun left on that side.
Sorry. Is that coming in? Is
Coming
that the Aquitaine or the Jean d'Arc?
Yeah, on the port side, yeah.
Oh, I totally did that wrong. Luckily
Sides
you
are
can-
hard, I know.
Sides are hard, man. Sides are hard.
16 on the 3.
16 on the 3. That absolutely smashes it.
All right, that is it for Mr. Hanover.
Okay.
So now back to the Silao. Taking his shots. First one, that, a red, a green, a yellow. That's not going to cut it. And then that for this, for the last shot. 9 on the 1 is a miss.
Yep.
All right, that's it
all
for
your
me.
shots. Okay. Then starting out with Bomber, lined up wonderfully. Coming in on, get the slot. Woo! He was so devastated by the pokey stick with the last bomb that he can't hit his target at all now. However, my green fighter is going to go at your green fighter, which that's the
Green bomber, but yes.
Or green bomber, excuse me. No, the green fighter is going to shoot at your green bomber. That might be exactly what you said.
It is, but that's okay.
So then it is the yellow.
All right. I've lost another 3. If I lose 3 more, my bomber's gone, and you officially have taken out all my fighters.
Well, then let's see if we can't do that right now with the Aquitaine, since you are next to it, and we're going to roll it and see if it's going to be nice or not.
Oh,
No!
rolled a 2.
God.
Still have 1 hit
Woo!
left.
All the cloth over all the surfaces is totally shredded. Yeah, that's painful. Okay, so then we're going to be firing my Aquitaine into the let's that just happened now. So we're going to start with the Jean d'Arc firing in on the starboard side of the Bremen. And so that is there, and the location die, and the crew, and 2 slots. And see if I can't finally make something happen here. Yeah, that's not bad. 16 on the
Minus
1 and
1.
1. Thank you. 15 on the 1 and 1.
And we're on the Hanover.
Would normally be a miss, but this is a bracket. Excuse me, this is a saturation
Sorry, who are you
fire.
shooting at?
Yes, at the Brennan.
At
the Hanover.
Which is not a miss. That's a chaff slot.
Oh, that totally looked like a miss from over here.
So circling that.
And
that
then,
has been destroyed. So that destroyed the first slot. You now have a re-roll.
And so this is where the shot is firing back beyond the armor. And now you're going to decide, does it bang around and hit some other stuff? Or does it actually go deep in the ship and give us a break in the kill roll chance of destroying it? So rolling a 1. Yes!
All right, so we're going to add up. So he has 2D red. He needs a to be able to beat my structural integrity. It is 2, 4, 5, 6. If he rolls a 19, he blows it up. 19 or 20. No.
Not even
So
close.
instead, my SI just drops by 1.
Okay. But that was a great first shot. I am 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm actually in short range for my other 2 guns. So I'm going to actually take a chance and fire them separately, hoping to hit more of those slots. So that's going to be the black again, the green, and the blue for the crew. And 1 slot. There'll be 2 of these. I am still at the -1 since the Tesla coil strike has made me unstable. So that is 20 on
And
the
a
2.
reroll.
And a reroll on the 5.
Yep.
And then the second shot is an 8 on the 6. That is not going to happen, but I will take that. And then that allows me hopefully to do something even better. Aquitaine has 3 guns, all firing at short range into the stern on the Hanover. So coming in the stern, that's going to be his location die for red, green for the crew, and then blue and slot. And I've got 3 of these and no Tesla coils, so no modifier down. Okay, so 16 on the 1.
Yep, got it.
And then, wow, 15 on the 6.
And I officially have no more engines.
Okay, and the last shot, give me something good. 15 on the 1, so
Reroll.
then a re-roll. 15 on the 3. Ah, dang it.
Okay. That I am still alive, but I officially am dead in the water.
So close to a break in the kill roll. And that is all my shots, right? Because that was everything there. Oh, no. Actually, as a matter of fact, because I actually have his CeeLo on my other location, I can fire at him. His side is a D yellow for the location. And then once again, I'm at short range, so I'll be going short range gun and my crew. So Bryn, this is coming in to your starboard on the CeeLo.
Okay.
Not
Not even kind of.
Woo!
Not even kind of.
He was concentrating 10 on the 2. I
No.
doubt it. Yeah, he was concentrating
No, he
way
did his
too
job
hard
very
on the
well.
other shots. Okay, so then we're all done with firing. So now we are coming back again to crew repairs. I can't do armor. I can do my engine right there. So you want to make yours first?
Yep, so all I've got I'm doing is desperately hoping to get that engine back up. Or else I'm in trouble, but now it's at an 18. Nope.
Not even a
So
little.
I will be dead in the water.
Okay. And then do you have anything on your other ship?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. So then on mine, the Aquitaine will try for that 18 to get my engine
Kill
back.
me now.
Which I will. Oh. Oh, punny. So then the trim tank, I will attempt to get back. I actually have a crew back there in the same location, so target number will be a 15, which I get.
Unbelievable.
Now that's my Tesla coil trim tank, so I get to take that away. I will then use another crew, which is a D blue, to attempt the repair on the engine, but that'll be back to an 18, which I do not get. Armor I can't repair. I then cross off the ones that were actually destroyed this turn, and we are back on to the next round, and it starts with me for the first movements. So then I'm going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just kind of hedge you in on that corner since you are moving so slow. Okay, over to you.
Over to you.
Okay.
I'm at full stop.
Yeah, he's at full stop.
I
He can't do
I cannot
anything.
move.
Okay. And so then I will try. Let's see. I'm going to move forward just 1. Just like
Dodecahedron
that.
dice pucks for Leviathans 15 years in 2027. Well, you know what? 2 years from now, who knows? Not even going to say no.
I mean, that would be pretty awesome.
Awesome, but
I'm moving forward just 1 because I want to make it hard for his destroyer to not turn around and try to get in the stern of the Aquitaine. In fact, I will go 1 further and turn myself like that. I'm still in the stern.
Yep.
So that, I think, is a great maneuver. Over to you for your CeeLo.
let's just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Get us all prepped up for that.
Okay.
And then your first fighter.
So then my fighter is going to go, let's see, 8. So then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we'll tuck them underneath there.
They're still debating how the Irish fleet's working.
I love it. Over to yours.
All right, and I'm just going to zip on back here.
And
My bomber
then
with probably
I
his
will,
last,
weird. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Weird that I would just be following you. Now I'm dogtailing you.
Yep.
Okay, so I think you started shooting first last time, so I'll go ahead and start shooting.
Yep.
Once again, we're going to get that bomber. He's lighting perfectly up on the Hanover, mainly because I would love the shame of killing you with a bomber. That's what we're looking for. 13 on the 3.
Reroll.
Yeah.
You want the 4. Nope. But
Dang
you're
it.
still probably going to get it. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13. You need an 11. And you do not get it. The
didn't
bomber does
get
not get to
it.
do it.
Oh.
Drops it another one.
Okay, so then my fighter is going to be firing on your bomber, just straight up green, or sorry, the yellow. 8 maximum. I believe I just scrubbed it from the
Oh,
sky.
it literally only had one left.
Oh,
all you had to do was activate
like
shooting
breathe
and it
on
would
it.
die.
Got it. Yeah, but somehow my dice would still not give me that on some days.
You couldn't roll a 1.
Yes. I couldn't roll one. It'd be like on an edge. It'd be cocked. Okay. So then we're over to the Aquitaine. Yeah, the Aquitaine now is going to unleash its 3 guns on the stern.
Yep.
And it's a D red for your location die, and a D blue because short, and then the crew, and then the slot. I got 3 of these. No modifiers for Tesla coil.
Actually, sorry. It is a red-green. So you need a green.
Oh, that's
for the
right. I
green.
forgot.
Because I'm at full
You're
stop.
at full stop. Red green.
Reroll the
So
2.
17 on the 2. 3.
Okay, you need a 10.
There
and
we
there
go.
it is. Hanover's down.
Hanover's down.
All right, and I assume that was the rest of your firing then?
On the Jean d'Arc, yeah, that was going to fire everything. In fact, I was going to be firing everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, so let me get my green bomber out of the way. It's got 2 reds, still shooting the back of the Aquitaine. Nope, not even kind of.
Okay.
All right, so now we are over to shooting again at the Jean d'Arc side. Silao is going to go with yellow, green, black.
Randall rolled a -3. Yeah, it was really impressive. I thought the lowest number on the die was 1. Yes. Truth.
17 on the 1, which is a reroll, which is the 4.
So that splashes that.
And this drops to that for my other gun on the Silao. 10 on the 6 is not a thing.
Nope, that's not a thing.
All right, Hanover.
Come on. Make a good hit.
Black. Yeah, I got to do something here.
Got to make something
Got
happen.
two shots, and one of them doesn't even have crews, so I'm not hoping a whole lot here. Oh no, I did get that guy in there. Perfect. So I got one more gun. So there's the that guy. I don't know what I'm doing. That one. There we go.
That dies.
Okay.
Oh,
That's a no.
That's not a good
This
start.
shot. That's a
Oh
no.
man,
Literally one left.
Bread.
Nope. It's about. This is why the beard doesn't get put on the table anymore.
Oh, Bread.
This is why we don't gamble with the beard.
Oh man, that's rough. Oh,
All
there's
right.
a nice shot.
On
the 5.
14 on the 5.
Reroll.
On the
On
5.
the
All
5,
right.
so
Count it up.
2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10. Be using my Admiral card of an improved keel, which says once per game before an enemy breaking the keel roll is made, announce that you will apply a -1 to the die roll result. So he has to apply a -1 to that die roll result.
So you had 10. So I
2,
normally
4,
need 12,
6,
so I
8,
need a
9,
13.
10. So you need 13.
Got it still.
Oh, both cruisers splashed in the same turn. Nice pulling that out.
All right. Perfect. So then my guy is gone. These are both gone. And I think at that point, probably a pretty good place to stop that so we don't do destroyer chasing.
Yeah, like most games, when you get down to one-on-one, it's not interesting anymore. Wings of Glory, Wings of War, love that game to death. But, man, when you get down to one-on-one fighter, it's just,
Yep.
pull back out and redeploy for another game.
So there you go. Again, literally pulled the contents all out of the box, played it right there in front of you, nice and easy. So that's what we're looking at.
Yep.
Any other questions? We'll clean this up a little bit, and then we'll go ahead and start looking at that Operation Ragnar content.
And, as usual, I didn't have a marker or a thing, but it just rubs off.
You really
Fantastic.
have
Oh,
one
that's right.
Right there.
Never mind.
We
No,
provided them for you.
You shushes.
You're really struggling here, sir.
I am. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
A glorious, wonderful day, but it's been a long day. Okay. The other thing I wanted to show off really quick before we get into that is our neoprenes.
Oh, yes.
Very similar to Battletech. I played with paper maps for Battletech for almost 30 years, and the second I played on neoprene, it's nearly impossible to go back. The colors are just so good and so vivid. We of course had to do neoprenes for Leviathans as well, and then Bryn and his crew actually came up with some fabulous maps that actually bring terrain into the equation, which is just so cool. And this is actually one of my favorite maps. We get that down, there we go. And so each of these, there's actually, I'm trying to remember what it's called. Down in South America, I think it's called the Tapas or something, where they have these titanic flat top mountains that are sticking up out of the sky. And we use that and a few other things as inspiration to create this image.
Yeah, it was very interesting trying to find, because, at the end of the day, it is, these are ships in the sky, so we do have clouds, but there's not a lot of terrain options, and so you have to kind of figure out the best ways to make different mountain setups. But luckily, Earth is as crazy as any other place in the universe. Like, there's so many interesting things, and so this was such a perfect inspiration to have these tiny little mountains spread out, to be able to fly between them. We've got, some that are more narrow valleys, fjord maps, and others that have stronger mountains, but lots of different ways to play with it. What happened?
So was Randall rolling for Archduke Ferdinand in 1914? That's just German for the Randall, the. you guys have been awesome in this chat. Fantastic.
All right.
So, yeah, there's like 5 neoprene mats, I believe, all of them double-sided with different maps on the back. All the neoprenes are absolutely available in paper, and in fact, there's some of the mats that aren't available in neoprene. They're only available in paper currently. So lots of good there. So we're going to crack open
let's get this Ragnar open.
Ragnar open and
That's not
run
the right
through
knife.
that.
There's the knife.
So glad I bought all the neoprenes
This
in
is
the
my
Kickstarter.
This is my sponsorship for Leatherman.
Yeah.
Thank you, Leatherman, for helping me at conventions.
Yeah, Lorcan, I totally agree. We are spoiled in the modern era that we live in with all these fantastic accoutrements that we get for our games.
All right, let's open this guy up. Perfect. So here's our contents here. We've got our various stickers for our locations on the map we're going to play with. Here is our cards, our new ship cards. Some of these are, let's pull these out, the Scandinavian Union ship cards, based off of the British ships that they so graciously get purchased from. Trying to remember, these have the unique shot cannon slot,
that's right,
which focus specifically at crew. So these are really good guns if you want to just wipe out someone's crew as fast as possible. And then for these scenarios, a whole spread of troop transports to interact with that you need to protect as they're trying to land. Of course, we have got our Operation Ragnar rules booklet covering everything you need to know, including how to integrate some of these things, and the rules-wise, back into other games if you so wish. If you want to just take your troop transports, and we've got the anti-Leviathan guns. If you want to just take those and bring them back to your other games, easily done.
Yeah, those slots, whole bunch of die cuts of those. They are really fun to play with in games. Yeah, lots of fun.
Yep. And then obviously, all of our cute little troop transports out here doing their troop transporty thing. All right. Let's keep going through this guy. Let's leave this for last.
Yeah, I was just going to say, let's leave that for last.
So let's pull out our new map. Each of the campaign boxes has a double-sided map as well. So on the one side, we have got probably the weirdest map in the game. This is really a scenario-based thing. This is the fjord. And so you actually have to come to the center to really get a narrow fight.
So this whole area right here and all these greens are completely off limits. So you're flying through a very narrow channel. It's a wild
this is
map.
By far the most wild. I would not recommend this for just standard play.
No.
But it does create a very unique feel if you want to go for it.
For the campaign, yeah.
And then the other side is a city that you get to fly over. with the details so that you can either do your own scenarios or use ours for specific locations you want to fight over. Since Operation Ragnar is really focused over the major cities of Scandinavia being fought between the British and the Russians. And then to pull out the really the centerpiece of Operation Ragnar in both the campaign boxes is the campaign map. This will be a map that you can use and use those stickers to mark changes on as you battle between the Russian and the British over the Scandinavia. There is, of course, rules built into it if you want to use this exact map, but instead you want to use your German fleet or you want to use your Italian fleet, that you can still use them here. There's rules specifically for that. You've got, the major cities out here that you're going to be battling over, the Eteroid deposits so that you can keep your units flying, various supply lines.
And as you take control of it, you're literally taking off the stickers and slapping them into the various
Yep,
spots.
and now that is a Russian-controlled
gain
region.
Control. The Russians get control of that. And then you play a segment of kind of the strategic of the leaders of the factions working on this level. And then in between these larger strategic games, you then will roll out an actual game of Leviathans, play that out, and then the impact of this game absolutely controls what happens on the board, and then what happens on the board then comes back to the strategic map.
Yeah. So it is not just another, the discussion is not just a fix like, here's the 10 scenarios that then play out Operation Ragnar. We may do something like that for like the canonical what happens in the future, but really wanted people to get the full campaign experience of waging your own war for the region instead of just going through what we've predetermined is the events of the battle canonically.
Yeah.
But that's really, that is the contents that you're going to be getting. It's a slightly different but very similar thing for Operation Hannibal.
Yeah. So what time are we at, man? We're kind of coming up to the end.
I mean, we don't have to go all the way. I think we mostly covered. If you guys have any last questions,
I think we're good. Let's get a couple of last questions here. I cannot wait. I mean, obviously, having Leviathans back out is just so fantastic. But this right here is a whole other level of gameplay and experience that we never had the first go-round. I cannot wait to have this community experience this great campaign that we've made. And even better, I can't wait to get the feedback from all of you of how we can continue to iterate that, to make it even better, to have even more cool content for the next time around.
Yeah. I believe this is, yes, the last stream of the night. Thank you, Martin. I really appreciate that.
We need to let Devin off his chain and actually go breathe and eat and sleep. Once again, Six Sides of Gaming, thank you so much for all you do when you come and help us out on these streams, because I would just kill all this tech if I even came near it.
Oh, my gosh,
yeah. Okay.
Give it last 60 seconds, but if there's nothing else, then I think we'll probably be good.
My favorite.
So we just got asked a question across from us.
From the studio
audience of all of one person.
So
we just got asked what our favorite thing, mechanically, just in the game, the open-ended. What is our favorite single thing about Leviathans? Is the question.
I would say my favorite part is I'm an equal opportunity gamer. I play every type of game that there is. But in my heart of hearts, it's kind of split between role-playing and, of course, tabletop miniature game. And so even though the world has exploded in how many more are playing games, and that absolutely has led to a lot more people playing tabletop miniature game, we are still way off in the tiny little corner and a little intimidating for most of the people who have come in to embrace the wider hobby. And one of the things that I love about this game is we managed to build something that every time we run this at a demo, and the demo agents that have been doing it forever have the exact same experience, I can start teaching you this game, and within 2 rounds of this game, I'm leaving, and they continue to play the game. And so one of the best compliments that we had the first time that this was released was actually from Tom with the Dice Tower. And he said if anyone who's ever a board game has wanted to try a tabletop miniature game, that this was the best on-road you could possibly have. And so to my mind, that's my favorite part about this, is it takes this hobby that we love and it opens up it to a much wider audience that we want to go like, come inside. It's awesome.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go with the statement that's going to feel very generic and obvious, and then I'll try to narrow it down. My favorite part of the game is the Leviathans themselves, which again is very open, but very specifically, I am always a sucker, true to my core, of capital ship combat. Big things with a lot of guns, smacking the crap out of each other and slowly breaking apart. It's very much, what draws me to Battletech as well is just, the degradation in these massive machines duking it out. And for me, Leviathans captures it so perfectly. The models on the board look fantastic, especially with, the paint jobs we've done over them. The way you experience these massive vessels moving around, trying to outposition each other, and really captures the feel of these capital ships. It's what makes this game work for me, just aesthetically.
Awesome. And great question from the studio audience.
Yes.
Well, I think we are here at the end. Loved demoing Levs and Essen. Great interest in the game, especially the models. Totally agree, Martin. We have hit so many conventions the last few years with we are almost there. And this should be the last convention.
Again, it's
fingers crossed.
In the port.
This is the last one
when
we
I'm
go
at Origins,
to.
I just don't know what I'll do if Leviathans isn't there with me.
Yeah.
So here we are,
awesome.
guys. Thank you so much, for being here and for the long wait to get here. But hope you enjoyed this and hope you enjoyed the product you're about to get.
Yep.
I
Awesome.
think with that, we can sign off.
We can sign off. We'll see you all tomorrow. For those that want to jump on for whatever we're streaming tomorrow, got some great new surprises. And thank you very much, all.
Night.